Since the grand prize was given out before Kakeru's turn, quite a few participants gathered at the lottery event. He, ignoring the disappointment, accepted another draw and watched as the result appeared on the scoreboard. To everyone's surprise, the result showed a hidden jackpot beyond the announced prizes. The staff immediately led him backstage, and the excitement over his unexpected victory only grew. Soon Kakeru entered a strange room where reality was distorted, and that was when the unknown journey began. In the strange chamber, Kakeru noticed there was no way out, so he just watched as another winner approached the staff. In a moment, the transfer process started. Bright energy enveloped the winner, and he would have disappeared completely if not for this light. The attendant explained in a calm tone that the secret grand prize simply transfers people to another world. With confidence, she confirmed the transfer had already been completed. Hearing the explanation, Kakeru froze in shock. The true meaning of the jackpot finally reached him. The attendant explained, the secret prize grants unlimited skill inputs before you enter the other world. Kakeru finally realized the previous winner used the lottery exactly for this purpose. When the rules were confirmed, he decided to take a risk and began drawing skills. In response, a strange ability appeared. The user could breathe fire from his mouth. To check how the skill worked, Kakeru activated it and unleashed a powerful burst of flame throughout the room. After testing the fire ability, Kakeru was convinced it was real, so he eagerly began drawing new abilities. Suddenly, rare rewards appeared, boundless knowledge and power that multiplied all his abilities tenfold. Additional draws brought even more improvements, but some results proved more useful than others. The lottery repeatedly pulled out incredible skills, each time expanding the collection of mighty talents. Winning rewards one after another, Kakeru was still not satisfied. He continued searching for something even greater. Suddenly, a rare distribution flared up. A dazzling light shot directly into the lottery hall, catching both Kakeru and his companion by surprise. The reward multiplied all of Kakeru's abilities by 777, turning them into his chosen final skill. As soon as Kakeru heard the warning that he would never return, he did not retreat. He agreed to continue the transfer. The magic circles worked instantly and snatched him completely out of the lottery chamber. He found himself in a huge new world and immediately noticed a dragon flying across the distant landscape. The dragon disappeared into the sky, and Kakeru stared at the unfamiliar land. It stretched beyond the horizon as if unfolded especially for him. Doubts melted instantly as soon as he accepted the final fact. He really ended up in another world. During a walk through the surrounding forests, he came across a huge horned creature. He had never seen any similar animal before. The discovery became confirmation. Monsters exist here too, so his curiosity flared even stronger. Without any warning, the creature launched an attack. It did not retreat a single step. Kakeru prepared to test the ruthless power of his newly acquired abilities. Encountering the beast running at him, Kakeru felt colossal strength spreading through his entire body and prepared for a counterattack. His strike hit instantly, and the released power turned out to be much greater than he expected. The monster was thrown high into the air, while Kakeru remained unharmed. In a moment, the creature crashed back into the ground with a roar, leaving a giant impact mark on the soil. A distant piercing scream suddenly spread around. Kakeru sharply turned toward the sound and began to investigate. After the scream, Kakeru saw several warriors trapped by a herd of aggressive horned monsters. Tired fighters with their last strength held their positions while these creatures stubbornly continued the assault. Without hesitation, Kakeru rushed forward and struck one monster with incredible force. Breaking a hole in this herd, he introduced himself right before everyone's eyes, and everyone standing nearby gasped in surprise. But the next moment, another monster charged and Kakeru grabbed it, lifted the giant body, and easily slammed it into the ground. Kakeru rushed forward across the battlefield and managed to strike another monster before it could recover. With incredible speed, he jumped to the rest of the beasts and continued the attack. Each blow threw the huge creatures to the ground. They fell with a crash, and nearby shocked warriors froze in amazement. Confidence grew with each victory, and Kakeru finally realized the true scale of his power. In a moment, the entire herd was destroyed, and those who survived stood frozen in shock at his devastating strength. After the battle, a knight named Forties thanked Kakeru for saving their group. The knight explained, Kakeru's intervention saved an important princess from danger very soon. The princess stepped forward and solemnly greeted her unexpected savior. For the rescue, she thanked and praised Kakeru's strength and treated him with great respect. While they were talking, the princess became interested in his figure and wondered if he was a famous traveler. But as soon as the preparations were completed, Kakeru could not stop thinking about the beauty of the princess. Before leaving, she extended a token of gratitude and invited him to visit the royal castle sometime. Then the princess returned to her carriage and continued the journey together with the knights. Watching the group with his gaze, Kakeru wondered if their paths would cross again. Soon another traveler arrived and noticed how defeated monsters were scattered all over the territory. The traveler introduced himself as Salamas and looked in surprise at how Kakeru had dealt with the monsters alone. After talking about the beasts, Salamas asked how Kakeru planned to transport their colossal bodies. To show his strength, To lifted one of the giant bowls and Kakeru did it effortlessly, so Salamas froze, unable to utter a word. Later, the monsters were sold and Kakeru earned a huge fortune that far exceeded his expectations. Realizing the value of his reward, Kakeru began to adapt to the economy and customs of this new world. When Casero spoke about his payment, he noticed a strange banknote, one that no one else could see. Suspecting that this money was somehow connected to a mysterious lottery, Casero decided not to reveal the discovery and to keep everything secret. Their conversation was interrupted just as someone asked permission to enter the room. The fox with ears quietly sneaked in and brought snacks to the guests. Seeing the unfamiliar servant, Kakeru immediately became interested in another unique inhabitant of this new world. While the fox-eyed maid was pouring tea, Kakeru became intrigued by her unusual features and gentle nature. The more he observed her, the stronger his curiosity about the beast folk of this world became. His attention suddenly snapped away as soon as he noticed an exquisite fan unlike any he had seen before. Drawn in by this object, Kakeru asked to examine it more closely. The fan reacted instantly, releasing a bright crest that filled the room and stunned everyone present. Salamas explained that the shimmering emblem was a sign of the royal family, which appears when magic is empowered. As soon as he recognized the symbol, he immediately suspected that Kakeru had received special trust from the princess. And the more this became known, the stronger everyone's respect for Kakeru became and for his connection with the royal power. Noticing the opportunity, Salamas enthusiastically stepped forward and promised full support, as well as the service of his company. Kakeru accepted the offer and immediately decided his first purchase in this world would be a house. Salamas kept his promise and showed Kakeru a large estate, which was to become his new home. Instead of choosing a human servant, Kakeru asked the fox-eyed one to stay with him as a maid. The maid introduced herself, Miu Miu Miu, and immediately began serving her new master. Together they entered the estate and began settling into their new life. Under the open sky, Kakeru stared into the distance with delight. His adventures in another world had finally begun. Settling into his new estate, Kakeru eagerly immersed himself in a peaceful life in another world. Kakeru rested at the manor and gently stroked the head and tail of the beast person maid. Later, the maid introduced herself, Miu Miu, a beast person who was bought to serve her master. At Kakeru's request, Miu Miu turned around and showed her appearance, allowing him to examine her clothing more closely. He was immediately attracted by animal ears and a fluffy tail. They drew attention and caused admiration. As soon as the praise sounded, Miu Miu immediately became embarrassed. Meanwhile, Kakeru continued to stroke her, pleased with those cute reactions. Miu lay on the bed and Kakeru continued to pay close attention to her. The beast gradually relaxed step by step next to his master. Later, Kakeru pondered his sudden appearance in another world and everything he had gained that day. Among his purchases were a large mansion and Miu, who now served as his personal maid. While they explored the mansion together, Miu was impressed by its scale, and she learned that there was a spacious garden. Reaching the balcony, they both stared at the elegant mansion. Standing on the balcony, Kakeru handed over the management of the mansion to Miu and prepared money in advance for future expenses. Although surprised by that responsibility, Miu carefully considered the offer, while Kakeru encouraged her to make the decision herself. But in a moment, determination displaced her uncertainty. Pleased with her response, Kakeru left everything to her discretion and went inside. Afterwards, he relaxed in a warm bath, reflecting on his sudden transition to another world and the hectic day he had just lived. Soaking in warm water, Kakeru enjoyed hot sips of the bath and slowly replayed the events of his first day in another world in his head. In a moment, Miu was already here to help. Noticing that she was still dressed for work, she quickly fixed the situation. After everything was properly prepared, Miu began helping Kakeru wash his back. This simple task relieved the fatigue he had accumulated over the long day. Meanwhile, Kokiru quietly observed the beast-human maid, reading the small details and learning more about her appearance. While the bath was still ongoing, Miu kept the pace of her duties, and Kakeru relaxed and got used to his new life. While he bathed, Miu and Kakeru exchanged conversations, and he carefully patted his ears and tail while she helped. Suddenly, the hot water turned icy. Frightened, both shuddered and darted aside. A strange laugh echoed through the bath. Confused by the unexpected event, Miu looked at Kakeru seeking an explanation. Kakeru then remembered the words of the seller. He claimed that the mansion was supposedly teeming with ghosts. Miu was scared by the very thought of ghosts, while Kakeru remained much less concerned about it. Fearing ghosts in the mansion, Miu stayed closer to Kakeru and he calmed her and decided to investigate the strange commotion. The promise of protection slowly quieted Miu, giving her enough courage to continue watching him. Together they made their way through the dark mansion and found the source of the light before tackling the strange presence. Out of nowhere, a darkness of sharp objects flared above their heads. They filled the hall and blocked their path. The attack struck immediately, forcing them both to dodge. Only now did it become clear these ghosts could really cause trouble. Sharp ice covered the hall like hail, and Kakeru, carrying Miu, whispered, "The escape will be difficult." He held her tightly in his arms and dashed through the barrage of blows, shielding her from the projectiles flying straight at her. During the chase, Kakeru noticed the strikes came from a single direction and quickly calculated where they were from. He made his way along the path and reached the room where the sinister ghost finally appeared. Before Kakeru could react, another attack hit them. Both were thrown back, and this pushed them into an even more dangerous situation. The sudden assault separated Kakeru and Miu. Seeing her in trouble, he immediately rushed to her. In surprise, Tamiya, Kakeru admitted that he had deliberately dodged the attacks and that nothing serious was actually threatening him. Miu's face instantly cleared as Kakeru prepared to move straight toward the ghost. Ignoring the hail of ice, he rushed forward through the attacks and closed the distance to the enemy. With incredible force, Kakeru struck the ghost of the head. After Kakeru defeated the ghost, he came across a strange ticket left behind while the remnants of the battle were fading. The danger had passed, and you were no longer afraid of the mansion. Then, moved by her words, Kakeru pulled Mia into a tender embrace. And then they quietly spent some time together in the bedroom before finally settling down for the night. While Miu slept peacefully, Kakeru examined the mysterious ticket and wondered if it would show him the way back to where his journey began. Kakeru closed his eyes and felt a strange pull enveloping him. Moments later, he found himself again inside the mysterious lottery room and stared ahead in surprise. As soon as Kakeru approached the host, he already took out another lottery ticket, and immediately a new drawing started before him. Later, several unusual prizes lit up on the scoreboard. Each promised its own benefit from another world. While the prizes were being announced, Kakeru glanced over the magical stones and decided one of them might come in handy to protect his important companion. Meanwhile, the host revealed the rest of the prizes, explaining their special functions and advantages. Kakeru learned that if he collected more lottery tickets, he could enter the lottery room again and again. Taking the rewards, he left the room and began to ponder how useful these gifts would be in his new life. His determination swelled inside as he set a clear goal for himself to collect as many lottery tickets as possible. Later, Kakeru got Roizen, and he entered a crowded dining establishment looking for new opportunities. At the snack bar, Kakeru tasted mountain cattle meat and was surprised at how deep and rich its flavor was. Even impressed by the dish, he still kept thinking about how to get even more lottery tickets. Nearby, a girl with blue hair became emotional while eating. She was overwhelmed by a feeling she had experienced for the first time in her life. Catching her reaction, Kakeru calmed the group and encouraged them to enjoy the delicious food together. Soon the waitress remembered the skilled traveler who hunted mountain bulls, and Kakeru received a lead to follow. While he was paying for the food, Kakeru learned that copper coins had become rare throughout the city. This news struck him deeply. He sensed a hidden opportunity precisely because of the copper shortage. Suddenly, through his heightened hearing, a distant voice was heard, and it confused everyone nearby. Hearing the voice, Kakeru stumbled upon suspicious talks about the distribution of copper coins and possible profits. Eventually, he came across the source of the problem. He left the dining hall with Miu and began investigating the scheme. Approaching the suspicious voices, Kakeru traced their origin all the way to a large building on the outskirts of the city. Outside, he held his breath and listened and confirmed. Valuable copper coins were being brought inside. The intercepted conversation revealed an operation where coins were collected and melted down to extract profit. Not knowing how to handle it alone, Kakeru turned to Miu, who exactly is responsible for investigating crimes. Before he could do anything further, the noble Kefka Elmaso appeared and fully involved himself in the situation. Kakeru informed Kefka about the smuggling operation, hoping the official would investigate the matter formally. While presenting the evidence, he noticed Kefka reacted strangely to the fan related to the royal family. However, without rushing to chase the criminals, Kefka suddenly ordered his guards to arrest Kakeru. As soon as the soldiers charged forward, Kakeru was immediately attacked and knocked to the ground while Miuya watched in shock. Kefka accused Kakeru of interference, thereby admitting the official had no intention of conducting the case honestly. Then Kefka aloud admitted that he collaborated with criminals and intended to silence everyone who somehow threatened his profits. Hearing this confession, Kakeru flared up with anger and burst into accusations condemning the corruption that stood right before him. Agard rushed to restrain him, but a sudden burst of power confused everyone. When Miu was threatened to be touched, Kakeru finally lost his patience and focused only on one thing: protecting her. His counterattack pierced the space with an explosion. Opponents were scattered in different directions, and the clash immediately turned in his favor. Defending Miu, Kakeru was carried away from the guards, and she, without hesitation, challenged the corrupt officials right in the face. Seeing his power, Kefka instantly forgot about caution and ordered his men to kill him immediately. When the attackers tightened the circle, Kakeru encouraged Miu and, despite the looming danger, calmed her fears. Gaining her trust, he carefully left her in a safe place away from the battle. With Miu protected, Kakai returned to the enemy forces and prepared to crush their resistance. Kakeru crashed into the crowd and struck the guard who was already advancing, until their rings closed around him. A moment later, he disappeared from their sight and, with furious strength, fell right into the thick of it. The strike shattered the ground completely, and several soldiers were thrown in all directions. Without slowing down, Kakeru rushed across the battlefield and crushed the last attackers. His relentless attack shattered their formation, and the guards could no longer stop his advance. Kakeru's destructive onslaught overwhelmed the last guards, and panic instantly flared among their ranks. While the soldiers fled, Kefka suddenly found himself face to face with the enraged young man. Having dealt with the last resistance, Kakeru stopped and fixed his gaze on the corrupt official. Desperately trying to survive, Kefka delivered a powerful blow in a last attempt to stop him. The shockwave tore through space, and Kakeru did not look away, while Mia anxiously watched the clash. When the smoke cleared, Kakeru realized he had emerged from the explosion without a scratch. At first, everything collapsed into chaotic confusion, but quickly fell into place. He felt a mighty resistance covering his body. When Kakeru remembered the magic he had received earlier, everything instantly made sense. It had activated at that very moment. The protection was firmly established, and he charged through the blows, breaking through the enemy magic. Soon he launched a counterattack and prepared to punish Kefka for his crimes. Kakeru unleashed ice magic, enveloped the area with huge ice blades, and drove Kefka into despair. The attack spread across the entire battlefield, squeezing resistance and leaving no path for escape. When the fight ended, a lottery ticket appeared. It showed the reward earned for victory over the enemy. Looking at the frozen mansion, Kakeru realized he had gone further than necessary. He pulled Miu along and decided corruption is everywhere, so he would not retreat and would continue to resist those responsible. Kakeru snatched victory, won lottery tickets, while rumors about the incident spread far and wide. A few days after the battle, Kakeru woke up and realized what exactly had happened. Shortly after he arrived at the city administration, crowds had already gathered around the ruins left behind by the damage. There, Heim appeared unexpectedly while he was visiting her younger sister in the city. Their reunion immediately attracted attention when Helena warmly approached Casero after their separation. In a moment, Helena's younger sister arrived, scrutinizing Kakapo until she finally met the man everyone was talking about. Helena introduced her younger sister Iris, and Casero immediately noticed their striking resemblance. After that, Iris confessed that she had summoned him to investigate the recent riots troubling the state. During the meeting, Casero shared his conclusions and helped officials connect several criminal groups. Meanwhile, Iris explained that the same crimes related to coins had been repeating over and over for years. Replaying knowledge from the former world in his mind, Kakeru carefully checked the scheme and finally realized there is a completely real option. Kakeru asked to draw a special emblem on paper and prepared a sample so that officials could use it. After that, he proposed to make that marked paper the official currency backed by the royal family. As soon as Iris heard the plan, she immediately understood. Counterfeiters would find it extremely difficult to copy it and supported this idea. While the conversation continued, officials concluded the new currency could stabilize trade throughout the kingdom. Iris, impressed by the decision, expressed sincere gratitude, and Kakeru's proposal instantly gained wide support. When Kakeru resolved the kingdom's currency crisis, he was praised again and asked for further assistance. Soon he set out with a group to a distant border fortress, far from Mercury Kingdom. As soon as they arrived, they were met with strange reports. Enemy soldiers were rescued and then suddenly abandoned. While new information appeared, the strange incidents did not stop. The local forces could not understand what was happening. Iris, worried about the mystery that thickened every day, explained, "Recent events are becoming increasingly strange and dangerous." Trying to get to the truth, Kakeru voluntarily took on the investigation of these strange incidents personally. Ignoring the warnings of others, he equipped himself and prepared to meet the one behind the problem. Suddenly, an enemy attack began, but Kakeru did not hesitate and stepped forward. A moment later, a great force of barbarians rushed to the fortress in a fierce assault. Leaving the defenders behind, Kakeru swiftly charged into one-on-one combat and engaged the attackers up close. As soon as Kakeru advanced alone, the frightened barbarians suddenly began to beg for protection instead of fighting. Such strange behavior confused Kakeru, Iris, and Helena until the situation became even more suspicious. Soon a giant armored warrior appeared on the battlefield, and from him came a pressure that overwhelmed the entire battle. The barbarians recognized the newcomer as their king, and this confused both Kakeru and everyone else. Without any warning, the armored ruler jerked the command and struck his soldiers. Panic swept through the ranks of the barbarians like a wave. The barbarian king abruptly moved toward the fortress, and Kakeru had to act immediately. Without wasting a moment, Kakeru grabbed Iris and pulled her aside while the king's attack was sweeping everything around. Together, they slip away from the devastating blow, barely avoiding the chaos spreading across the battlefield. Soon Helena recognized the weapon, the legendary demonic sword Aliner, a terrible relic from ancient times. Feeling a real threat, Kakeru stepped forward alone and prepared to face the cursed swordsman. The barbarian king unleashed a continuous hail of strikes. Blades flew one after another, and Kakeru had to enter a fierce exchange. Even when the attacks broke into a furious pace, Kakeru did not lose his head, calmly dodging deadly lunges and carefully studying his opponent. Soon his borrowed sword shattered into pieces under the pressure of the cursed weapon's power. As if ignoring the loss, Kakeru discarded the broken blade and relied on his own strength. Moving faster than the king could keep up, he charged at the armored warrior and took control of the fight. Kakeru struck with stunning speed and completely broke the desperate resistance of the barbarian king. From afar, the soldiers could hardly believe their eyes. The terrible ruler was defeated so easily. Suddenly, the demonic sword detached from its bearer and flew through the air on its own. At first, Kakeru shrugged off the danger, unaware that the cursed weapon was still capable of amazing miracles. In a moment, a dark presence covered Helen, and it immediately became much more dangerous. Helena Haim stood in the very center of the dark Surgeth demonic sword, suppressed her will, and unleashed its destructive power. Around the battlefield, bony hands burst out of the ground. Found, even more skeletons appeared. They gathered and assembled into a giant army, and their number revealed the legendary undead feared across the entire continent. Despite the danger, Helena Haim and her companions plunged into the very fight. Kakeru appeared amid the chaos and quickly cut down several undead, breaking through the enemy ranks. He immediately headed straight for Helena and Haim. He rushed toward Helena, and Haim, a powerful wave from the demonic sword shot him back, scattering the undead around. Without losing momentum, he created several copies of himself and surrounded Helena and Haim from all sides. One clone reached for the sword, trying to stop its influence, while the situation began to rapidly worsen. Suddenly, dark streaks burst from the blade and flew after Kakeru in the air. The attack scattered across the entire battlefield, forcing every clone to dodge while Helenheim remained trapped by the power of the sword. Kakeru tried to knock the demonic sword from Helenheim's hands, but every attempt failed. The power proved too devastating. Nearby, a young warrior did not stop fighting and pushed the undead away from the battlefield. At the fortress, the defenders gathered their strength and prepared to cover the wounded from the approaching enemy. Suddenly, Heilinheim appeared before them, shrouded in dark energy and completely subdued by the sword. When fear spread among the soldiers, the veteran knight stepped forward and volunteered to fight the possessed princess herself. She rushed forward, but dark tentacles from the demonic sword struck and tightly wrapped around her body. Heilinheim froze in place while black power continued to spin, overwhelming the knight's attempts to resist. Gasping for breath, the knight struggled against the chains, while the corruption around spread uncontrollably further. For a moment, Heilinheim's consciousness broke through. At first, before everything fell apart, Kakeru rushed to Heilinheim while trapped in the snare. The knight desperately called her sister. Jame briefly came to her senses and begged Kakeru to end her life before the demonic sword completely devoured her. Instead of surrendering, Kakeru grabbed his weapon and prepared to save her. He rushed straight at Helene. Dark tentacles of Heim whipped out and lashed towards him. Ignoring the pain, Kakeru charged forward and shielded her while countless shadows swarmed from all sides. A bloody clash erupted the moment Kakeru unleashed his power against the darkness of the sword, firmly determined to free Heilinheim, no matter the cost. Kakeru unleashed a mighty technique on the demonic sword. As soon as the darkness vanished, Kakeru grabbed the weakened Heilinheim and prevented her from falling. Relief spread around. Iris dashed forward and tightly embraced her sister. Tears welled up in her eyes as Heilinheim finally broke free. Leaving the sisters together, Kakeru turned to the rest of the undead army and prepared to finish the fight. Before Kakeru could move, the demonic sword awakened. Its consciousness responded with a challenge, declaring it intended to possess him next. The demonic sword asked why it could not subdue Kakeru. Without flinching for a moment, Kakeru brushed off its complaints. Kakeru charged into battle against the undead and easily cut through several skeletons. While the sword complained, he continued to attack its supporters without hesitation. Among the confused undead who had gathered together, Kakeru mocked their terrifying reputation and challenged the power attributed to them. In a moment, he crushed another wave of skeletons, proving they were much weaker than the legends claimed. Kakeru defeated the rest of the skeletons, striking so fast that they could do nothing. The enchanted sword, demonically maddening, begged him to stop, but Kakeru only laughed and continued the attack. Soon a mountain of broken bones grew on the battlefield. Kakeru stood at the top and none could defeat him. He watched the slaughter and the demonic sword finally fell silent as soon as the last undead fell. Kakeru plunged the sword into the ground and declared that the punishment was over, while the weapon, enraged, swore revenge. The demonic sword turned against Kakeru's power and cursed how anyone managed to resist its control. The battle had already subsided and Kakeru returned with the sword, stunning everyone who learned of that dangerous weapon. Heilinheim approached him despite her exhausted state and suddenly fell into his arms. Coming closer, she tried to stay near Kakeru and looked at him openly, with obvious tenderness. But when her body suddenly burned, Kakeru tried with all his might to understand what was happening, while the sword mundanely explained after effects. Kakeru inquired about the strange condition that affected Helena and Heim after the battle. The demonic sword revealed a dangerous side effect. Helena and Heim's condition would worsen if not treated. As soon as Kakeru found out the cause, he immediately decided to take responsibility for helping the princess. Without wasting a second, he intercepted Helena and Heim, put them on a horse, and rushed away to his own estate, while others, mouths agape, only watched him in surprise. Kakeru returned to his estate, carrying the exhausted elven princess in his arms. The maid immediately ran out to meet him, and others, noticing the unfamiliar guest, began to watch curiously. When he helped her recover, he listened as the princess sincerely expressed her gratitude. Their conversation was almost instantly interrupted by the mysterious demonic sword. Overwhelmed with emotions, the princess stepped closer and suddenly kissed Kakeru. Tears were already in her eyes as she revealed the full depth of her feelings. Exhaustion finally caught up with her. Her body slowly sank into sleep beside Kakeru, and this eventful day ended quietly. Kakeru endured the reproaches of the demonic sword before switching to several lottery tickets received after the battle. He decided that the tickets might come in handy, activated one, and gave his power to transfer it somewhere else. As Kakeru just entered the strange room, he noticed the caretaker in a mask and an unfamiliar girl nearby. Why? The mysterious girl approached silently and Kakeru was confused, not understanding who she was. The terrible truth crawled out. Demon's sword took human form, appeared as a young girl, and stunned everyone with an unexpected transformation. The transformed demonic sword introduced herself as Illinoa and boasted with a sly glee about her terrifying reputation. Not intending to retreat, Eleonora tried to summon undead soldiers to prove to everyone what she was capable of. But in vain, nothing happened. Kuruko was overwhelmed with embarrassment while Kakeru and the companion closely watched her failed attempt. However, attention again focused on the lottery tickets. Kakeru prepared to use them while Illinois nearby continued causing trouble. One and Draw created a healing magic stone and was satisfied with the result, while Kakeru impatiently awaited the moment to claim the rest of the prizes. A few more lottery draws brought only ordinary items, so Kakeru realized his luck was giving him not the rewards he expected. When the final outcome was very close, Illinois couldn't hold back and asked what Kakeru had been doing all this time. Wanting to participate, Illinois tried to contact the lottery machine, but from the floor could not reach it. Despite her protests, Kakeru was still grabbed by Illinois and lifted. When she tried to keep her balance, Illinois finally managed to hit the drone. The result stunned them both. The lottery spat out a powerful warp feather and Kakeru took the second prize. And that's it, she pulled out a warp feather, a thing capable of instantly teleporting to any place. Kakeru had already been there, so his interest flared instantly and without restraint. He just glanced at the reaction and Eleanor immediately understood. The prize was truly valuable. She quietly and contentedly accepted his thanks. As soon as their visit ended, the lottery world began to fade. They immediately returned home. Illinois returned to sword form, confirming that her human appearance existed only inside the lottery world. Later, Kakeru reunited with the elf princess. She was waiting for his return at the manor. Kakeru decided to use the warp feather to return Helena to Yubei Fort. In a moment, they were already standing right at the entrance to the fortress. The sudden appearance of this pair stunned the guards and nearby residents. They were all curious where their journey would lead. Helena listened while Kakeru explained, teleportation is a special ability he can use. As soon as she heard his comment, Helena suddenly became embarrassed. She felt awkward while others looked on. Soon Helena reunited with her comrades. She saw with relief that they were all safe and sound. They thanked Kakeru and emotionally welcomed her back. Iris could no longer contain her anxiety. When her sister was safe again, relief and excitement overwhelmed her together. The sisters met with sincere tears in their eyes. Helena thanked, and Iris silently accepted her return. Nearby, Kakeru and others watched this scene, pleased that everything ended peacefully. When the reunion finally quieted down, Helen shifted her gaze to Kakeru and prepared to say goodbye. Before saying goodbye, she shyly voiced her feelings, but duty did not allow her to stay with him immediately. Kakeru accepted Helena's feelings and comforted her before parting. Relief spread across Helena's face as soon as she realized her feelings had returned and the distance between them no longer seemed uncertain. Overwhelmed with joy, Helena embraced Kakeru. A roar of applause rose around them as their relationship moved to a new stage. Kakeru arrived at a crowded camp in the northern forest of Roizen, where adventurers gathered for a mission to tame a monster. Among the participants, a young mage immediately recognized him, while nearby knights, priests, and other travelers prepared intently. He looked closely at the man, approached, and confirmed it was Kakeru. Her heart trembled with joy as she introduced herself and spoke first with all sincere, admiring respect. Kakeru's achievements spread throughout the region and made him widely known among travelers. But not everyone believed the stories about Kakeru. Some doubted and thought that no single person could accomplish so much. Almost ignoring the rumors, Kakeru asked the young mage about her origin and experience. She said that she dreamed of becoming a great adventurer and living an exciting life. His achievements ignited in her admiration for Kakeru, and she gladly agreed to work alongside him. Soon the famous rank adventurer Alexis arrived. He was immediately noticed by all the gathered adventurers. Alexis explained that a monster outbreak appeared in the forest and it threatens the nearest town. The researchers learned the terrifying truth. Monsters are breaking out of a cave that the forest hid deep inside. They revealed a plan to lure the monsters into the cave and lock them inside with sealing magic while the groups walk nearby and hold onto each other. Even despite the mission, Alexis did not let the low-heated Kakeru move further alone. Kakeru calmly accepted everything that was happening as soon as the expedition finally set off. He joined the expedition, hoping to see experienced adventurers fight during the mission. While the group was making their way through the forest, suddenly a warning rumor spread about approaching monsters. Skeleton monsters rushed together to the rear of the expedition. It was necessary to immediately engage in battle. By Alexis's order, the travelers began a coordinated attack on the enemies who were advancing. The joint attack tore many skeletons to pieces, and Kakeru watched with excitement as the skilled fighters demonstrated their power. The young sorceress focused her strength and prepared a lightning spell against the advancing skeletons. The lightning struck directly into the battlefield and hit the enemy formation with incredible force. The attack wiped out many skeletons, and the area was covered with broken bones. Kakeru praised the spell, but the mage explained, "It needs time to take effect." Alexis cast magic on his sword and rushed forward, pushing the travelers into close combat against the last monsters. The battle was intensifying and the travelers tore forward, attacking the skeletons from several sides at once. Alexis and his fighters at the front line fought through the monsters, not allowing them to break the formation. Several travelers covered each other, destroying enemies who still slipped through the defense. Working together, the group steadily reduced the number of skeletons and maintained control over the battlefield. Observing from the side, Kakeru concluded, experienced adventurers fight in a team and continuously cover each other during battle. While Kakeru was watching the fight, he suddenly noticed a skeleton was approaching him from behind. Before she could attack, he caught the skeleton's skull and stopped its movement effortlessly. One strike and the monster was crushed, its bones scattered on the ground. Nearby, the sorcerer froze in amazement. Kakeru defeated the enemy without the slightest effort. Examining the skull, Kakeru immediately realized the skeletons were very similar to the undead created by Eleanor. After inspecting the skeleton, Kakeru concluded the monsters most likely originated from a place connected to Eleanor's past. Eleanor explained that she was sealed in the forest long before the barbarians came to this region. Although the skeletons resembled her creations, she admitted, now they were no longer under her control. Seeing that the battle was under control, Kakeru decided his participation was no longer needed. Suddenly, a powerful earthquake shook the forest. Everyone froze, forcing themselves to turn around. Deep in the forest, a gigantic explosive wave burst out. The ground trembled and everyone's attention was drawn only to this. From the shockwave, torn shockwaves rolled across the entire battlefield, and the adventurers had to bend to withstand it. Dust hung in the air while Alexis checked on the nearby adventurers after the commotion. Another trembling jolt passed behind him, and a strange sound echoed through the forest. As soon as he heard the noise, Kakeru immediately moved, while the rest froze in confusion and anxiety. A giant hand emerged from the gunpowder, and a terrible presence relentlessly approached the stunned seekers of adventure. Fear swept through the crowd as people tried to understand who was really behind this enormous creature. The appearance of the monster instantly scattered. The vanguard soldiers were thrown into the air. While the rest were drowning in panic, Kakeru seemed to recognize the creature and asked how it was connected to Eleanor. Eleanor confessed without any fuss. The monster was her most powerful subordinate and main trump card. The giant monster fully emerged from the forest and stood before their eyes. It was Sandros, the Emperor of Hell. Fear spread among the adventurers, but Kakeru did not move, calmly and intently staring at the giant demon. Suddenly, Sandros received the order to kill the target. His oppressive presence forced everyone nearby to retreat. And Sandro, instead of submitting, roared madly in rage and despair, and began rummaging in search of Eleanor. Kakeru learned that once Sandros was a loyal subordinate of Eleanor, but circumstances tore him away from her control. Sandro smashed with a blow so powerful that the shockwave covered the entire battlefield with merciless force. Alexis realized that the demon's strike was much stronger than anything they had faced before. Without retreating, he ordered the travelers to stay close and protect him while he prepared a counterattack. The travelers cooperated and launched everything they had to create a breach against Sandro's forces. Seizing this chance, Alexis rushed forward and struck with all his might directly at the giant demon. Alexis's strongest attack hit Sandro's, but the giant demon did not fall without serious damage. Before anyone could react, Kakeru stepped forward and took the initiative, preventing the situation from worsening. Sandros shifted his gaze to Kakeru, and Alexis noticed the young man had unusual strength. Acknowledging his own limits, Alexis asked if Kakeru could defeat this terrible monster demon. Kakeru confidently drew his sword and declared that he would personally defeat Sandros. Kakeru rushed through the forest and began a fierce counterattack against the mighty enemy threatening the region. While the clash had not yet fully erupted, he strengthened himself and hardened his body before the dangerous battle looming ahead. For now, the local warriors charged straight at the horned monster. Somewhere else, mages gathered in a tight circle, combined their powers, and unleashed a huge spell to strengthen the battle. While the monster held the shockwave, the warrior seized the moment and launched a decisive offensive. The giant monster wildly stormed across the battlefield, scattering several warriors and breaking their formation. Panic spread like a wave, and nearby from the darkness emerged undead skeletons. The wounded fighter was frightened. It seemed she had reached the end of her struggle. Suddenly, Kakeru appeared before their eyes and destroyed the surrounding skeletons with stunning speed, carving a path through the complete chaos. Having saved the fighter, he dashed to the main clash, taking responsibility for confronting the threat without hesitation. For now, archers, mages, and soldiers acted in unison. They rushed the attack and showered the monster from all sides. The monster roared fiercely, gathering its strength as if preparing for a decisive strike. Without warning, it lunged forward and swung blindly, cutting through space with incredible force. Trees, stones, and debris flew into the air. A destructive charge carved its path through the forest. In the midst of chaos, the creature did not stop. It was certain that its strike would crush anyone who stood in its way. Kakeru rushed forward and raised his weapon, standing between the monster and the exhausted fighters behind him. The warriors froze in shock when Kakeru stood before the giant monster. Distrust spread across the battlefield as the survivors realized the tales of its power might be true. Kakeru, stepping forward confidently, calmly made everyone feel his presence, and the crowd froze in amazement. At that moment, the mage cast a powerful lightning spell. It flew into the monster and shook the entire area. As soon as the strike hit, Kakeru appeared beside the mage, and she proudly confirmed that her magic had worked. Kakeru entrusted Io to help the wounded and drag them away from the battlefield before the situation worsened. Confident in his strength, he declared that he would stay behind and handle the monster himself. Though surprised by the responsibility, Io listened carefully as Kakeru prepared to rush forward against the enemy. Determination quickly displaced hesitation, and she decided to support the fight by slowing the monster's movements. When danger approached again, Io focused on evacuation actions, while Kakeru was charging up for the next attack. During an attempt to help in the battle, Io was suddenly hit by a powerful attack and she was thrown across the entire battlefield. Her body hit the ground, leaving injuries and a convulsive struggle. She was trying to recover after the blow. A few moments later, Kakeru rushed to her and checked her condition while the fight continued nearby. Having made sure she could still move, he ordered her to return to the base camp and stay away from danger. Despite her own injuries, Io gritted her teeth with determination and decided to become a brave adventurer who protects others. Io insisted, despite the injuries, on helping and hoped to contribute to the fight as much as she could. Considering her determination, Kakeru gave her a short but important task and rushed forward. Meanwhile, the monster launched another fierce attack, driving Kakeru into a direct confrontation. At the decisive moment, Io distracted the creature with lightning magic, exposing its vulnerability. Meanwhile, the other travelers who remained banded together and continued to protect people from nearby threats. When the group was saved, Kakeru ordered the wounded ally to retreat while he prepared for the next phase of the battle. In a moment, he disappeared from sight, and the others were left guessing what he really desired. Meanwhile, Io continued to cast lightning magic, stubbornly holding the monster on himself and distracting it until Kakeru returned. She barely had time to look around when the creature broke through the distraction and rapidly closed in on her position. Io belatedly realized the threat, sharply turned around and froze. The danger had arisen right behind her. The monster struck, not letting her escape, and hurled her across the entire battlefield with incredible force. After she crashed to the ground, she had to struggle to get up with all her might while nearby skeletons slowly closed in a circle. Io was bloodied and at the limit of her strength. She realized she could no longer endure and feared she had failed the mission. Tears mixed with dirt and blood as her power slowly faded away. As consciousness slipped out of control, she frantically begged for Kakeru to arrive and save her. Kakeru arrives just in time. With a jerk, he pulls Io out of danger and shields her from the surrounding undead. After calming her and saying that everyone was safe, he restored her confidence and prepared once again to face the monster. Suddenly rising to his feet, Kakeru ordered Io to leave the fight to him and confidently moved forward alone. Alone, despite her injury, Io did not give up and asked to continue supporting the fight. Accepting her determination, Kakeru devised a plan and coordinated a joint attack on the monster. According to the plan, Kakeru rushed straight at the monster and delivered a fierce blow to gain momentum. His strike hit the target, the creature was thrown back, and for a moment its movements faltered, as if someone had cut a thread. Instead of retreating, Kakeru withstood the counterattack and continued to press forward despite mortal danger. Stopping the attack at the very beginning, he slipped past the monster and took position exactly for the decisive moment. Kakeru gave the signal and Ao immediately prepared to unleash her strongest thunder spell. Kakeru activated the plan and dashed forward as soon as the lightning passed through his body and weapon. The combined force hit the monster right on target, a devastating blow that shook the entire battlefield. The beast, severely wounded, still remained alive and swore to take revenge on its opponent. As soon as Kakeru landed on the ground, he immediately prepared another move before the monster could recover. Energy crackled around him as he gathered strength, ready to end the battle once and for all. When the fight finally subsided, Kakeru relaxed and confirmed the nearest danger had passed. Very soon he casually started talking with his comrades, calmly weighing the consequences of the brutal clash. From afar, Io was watching him and enthusiastically noted the strength and courage he demonstrated. As thoughts deepened, admiration slowly grew into a much stronger need to stay close to him. Night, he noticed how she held herself and tried during the battle. Kakeru sincerely praised her magic and thanked her for the support. Smiling brightly, Yo happily accepted Kakeru's praise after the fight. The young wizard met Kakeru and, hearing about his heroic deeds, was so sincerely impressed that he could not tear himself away from the story about his strength. Inspired by him, she dreamed of being close and sharing adventures with him all over the world. With each journey through the mountains, she gained courage until finally she dared to say what was growing uncontrollably inside. While they continued searching, Kakeru explained Oristit, a rare magical ore born from a monster, and the magic it gives comes from the depths of the mountain. Wasting no time, Yeku pulled out money for lottery tickets. The sorceress felt excitement and reached out to move alongside Kakeru. She was looking for a moment to prove that she could be relied upon. In a moment, Kakeru noticed a hidden piece of auric dite among the stones and slowly, carefully examined its unusual pattern. Moving deeper into the mountain, they realized, nearby probably even more magical ore was buried. Remembering the danger of auric dite, the mage warned, its presence often attracts Oricus. Another moment and a huge Orochi burst from the ground, forcing both travelers to prepare for battle. The giant Orochi attacked fiercely, throwing Kakeru across the rocky battlefield with wild strength. Despite the danger, he repeatedly countered with strikes, avoiding the monster's crushing jaws and the fierce hail of blows. Weeks, recognizing the threat, Kakeru ordered Io to retreat while he himself prepared to unleash all his power. A mighty slash struck the huge creature, cutting through its body, and the echo shook everything around. Although the attack succeeded, the wounded Orochi remained active, forcing Kakeru to stay alert for another assault. Yao identified lightning as Orochi's weakness and instantly cast a powerful spell on the monster. The attack stunned the creature, it froze and could not move while Kakeru assessed the situation. I am proud of her success. I gathered my courage and prepared to reveal my true feelings. Before she could continue, a huge lightning bolt struck the weakened Orochi again. When the enemy was immobilized, Kakeru repeatedly used the same strategy. He was sure victory was very close. Kakeru revealed his own lightning summoner Io enabled him to master that very magic. Confident in victory, he ordered Io to focus on gathering while he dealt with the remaining threat. And although she wanted to confess her feelings, the opportunity slipped away again. Returning through warp, Kakeru and Ai unexpectedly found themselves in the royal palace. There, Helena warmly greeted Kakeru and immediately rushed forward, hugging him before anyone could react. Haline joyfully clung to Kakeru, a stone falling from his soul. He had finally returned safely from the journey. I was shaken when she tried to understand their strangely close connection. The moment she realized that Kakeru and the princess had a special bond, it was like a wave hit her, completely overwhelming. As soon as she was introduced, Io nervously greeted Helen and immediately understood she was speaking to royalty. Later, Helena asked about their travels, and Kakeru began to tell about the expedition to the Auric Valley. Helena immediately understood Kakeru's plan and suggested introducing him to trusted merchants. She quickly organized everything so that the buyers could handle the large amount of aurictite he brought without unnecessary delays. Watching them work side by side, I noticed how naturally Helena supported Kakeru in any situation. So far, Io's insecurity only grew as she compared herself to the princess. Meanwhile, Helena quietly approached Kakeru and shared something deeply personal with him, so he froze in surprise. Leaving the palace, Io couldn't stop thinking about Helena's private conversation with Kakeru. Ignoring her concerns, Kakeru asked if she had something she wanted to talk about. Still, after a brief hesitation, Io finally said she wanted to join Kakeru's company. She admitted feeling inadequate because she believed the gap between them in strength and status was too great. But Io decided to train even harder and promised to return stronger after finishing her training. Alexis thanked Kakeru for saving everyone and asked him to convey the same gratitude to Io. I heard Alexis's words and froze in icy shock, unable to believe I was recognized. Her praise swept over like a wave. Memories of Alexis's old advice flared up again in her mind. Under the balcony, the adventurers celebrated together, savoring the rare moment of silence and relief. Looking back at the noisy guild hall, Ego realized their smiles held only because Kakeru and his comrades had protected them. Kakeru explained the travelers survived because Io risked her life to save them. He reminded her that courage and devotion weigh more than differences in strength. These words shattered Io's doubts. Tears welled up in her eyes, and her confidence returned. Overwhelmed by emotions, she tried with all her might to hold back her feelings while Kakeru watched gently. Finally, Kakeru officially invited Io to join his party. He fulfilled the wish she had carried inside for so long. Even after Io received the invitation, it was hard for her to believe that Kakeru truly wanted to see her by his side. Overcome with happiness, she nestled against him when the moment finally became real. Gathering all her courage, Io accepted his feelings and agreed to stay with him. The excitement became unbearable for her, and she was completely confused, trying to sort everything out in her head. When emotions overwhelmed her completely, Io suddenly realized her long-standing dream had finally come true. The next morning, Kakeru, still dragging along teasing remarks about his relationship with Io, pondered everything that had happened recently. The servant reported unexpected guests had arrived at the estate. Kakara, the inquisitive restless one, went to meet them and found out that they were beautiful women. They had brought gifts. At the entrance to Kakeru encountered a mysterious woman named Delphina Homer Lamarni. Her appearance immediately hinted that new complications awaited him ahead. Kakeru received Delphina's visit, the same beautiful merchant sent by Princess Helena. She introduced herself and requested a meeting. Her status as a wealthy merchant woman connected to the royal family immediately caught his attention. As soon as he heard the name Helena, Kakeru noticed a barely perceptible change in her attitude. Soon, a large chest filled to the brim with silver coins was opened before them. As an advance payment, Delphina offered 2,500 silver coins, thereby securing future trade with Kakeru. Kakeru examined the payment and noticed that among the silver coins there were several lottery tickets. He repeatedly recalled how merchants and guild payments relentlessly increased his ticket collection. A quick calculation gave the answer. Every 300 silver coins he was paid brought him one lottery ticket. And thanks to a special discount reward he had won earlier, the requirement was reduced to 150 coins per ticket. Kakeru ended the meeting, and Delphina arranged for orichalcum to be gathered the next day. Delphina looked at the sword next to Kakeru and recognized it, the demonic sword Elinor. Her face darkened as soon as she realized he carried the legendary weapon without any visible difficulty. Delphina doubted this and quietly noted, Kaikirk held it without any effort. She said that many powerful figures had failed to tame Elinor, so his position by usual standards seemed impossible. She decided that the sword was probably fake, and Delphina dismissed the matter, but Kakeru was increasingly annoyed by her assessment. Kakeru concluded that Delphina was convinced Princess Helena was deceived because of her youth and inexperience. Irritation quickly spread across his face as soon as he decided someone needed a good lesson. Without hesitation for a moment, he handed Delphina the demonic sword Elinor and invited her, let her try it herself. Delphina accepted the challenge and prepared to expose the weapon as if it were a fake. The meeting ended quite quickly, and the spacious hall froze in silence. The tension between them was growing. After the incident, Kakeru exchanged brief remarks with Elinor, and the mood slowly began to ease. Nearby, Delphina woke up in complete confusion and frantically tried to piece together what had happened just moments ago. A little earlier, as soon as the memories returned, she realized Elinor's influence overwhelmed her mind and body. Kakeru explained that the power of the sword triggered a dangerous reaction, so he had to intervene before everything became fatal. Blushing from the truth, Delphina honestly admitted her mistake and looked at Kakeru in a completely different way with new respect. She apologized for her previous behavior and, on behalf of Princess Helena, promised Kakeru full support. Instead of business talks, Kakeru and Delphina suddenly felt that there was a much closer, personal relationship between them. In surprise, Delphina admitted that someone had already expressed a similar interest earlier. And to scare off random admirers, she set a special condition for herself. That condition required giving up all accumulated assets, turning the fortune into a test of sincerity and loyalty. Delphina explained directly, whoever wants her favor must have wealth equal to all her capital. Despite her condition, she quietly offered advice and support, showing a softer side beneath her stubborn pride. Kakeru noticed her stubbornness and understood she would not let anyone touch her dignity. Instead of chasing her wealth, he boldly decided to keep her close and make her stay with him. Frozen by Kakeru's proposal, Delphina was forced to just look at him in shock. The distance between them had just disappeared. Kakeru's bold approach worked. Delphina accepted him and became his companion after the night they spent together. The next morning he left with pleasure, preparing for another visit to the lottery hall. For a moment it seemed as if everything had changed a little, but Kakeru brushed off the thought and moved on. As soon as he arrived, he immediately saw the lottery hall had been turned into a special limited-time event. The new list of rewards, focused on temporary abilities and shared distributions, left Kakeru completely surprised by this strange campaign. The lottery hall staff explained, special prizes allow winners to temporarily lend their enhanced abilities to others. Kakeru instantly realized the rewards could strengthen his comrades even more than before. He rejoiced at this opportunity. While Kakeru prepared several tickets, Alina eagerly volunteered to help herself. Instead of working carefully, Kakeru abruptly switched to a rapid series of spins in the lottery. Although most of the payouts were only consolation prizes, he still considered them useful and decided to collect as many as possible. Kakeru asked Delphine to buy all the land surrounding the estate and greatly surprised her with the scale of his plan. Holding his movement, he announced that he was about to build something new on the estate grounds. Later, the expanded bathhouse turned into a meeting place where his companions finally relaxed together. While Kakeru was taking a bath, he pondered how gigantic this establishment had become. Lottery tickets continued to appear next to him. He impatiently collected new ones before getting back to work. Still relaxing in the bath, Kakeru learned that despite previous defeats, the barbarian tribes had resumed their attacks. The next messages revealed the appearance of a powerful barbarian queen. Her arrival suddenly turned the tide of the war in their favor. And the queen was named Nana Kano, a figure both feared and admired among the barbarians. Interested in the enemy leader, Kakeru asked those responsible for more details about her appearance. When he heard that she was both strong and beautiful, he decided to meet Nana Kano in person. While Kakeru was preparing for the campaign against the barbarians, Alina became irritated that she was left behind and complained that she wouldn't make it to the upcoming battle. A few moments later, a familiar ghostly figure appeared before Alina. Kakeru was delayed in a noisy restaurant. While he enjoyed his meal, the lively atmosphere filled the hall. Browsing the menu, he noticed that Alina was silently looking at him. A too serious grimace was frozen on her face. While the dish lasted, Alina was still in a foul mood. Kakeru watched carefully, trying to understand why she behaved that way. In a moment, the waitress brought a seasonal salad from the restaurant. And without any warning, Devil's Sword sharply responded. A dark force burst out near the table, and the calm dinner instantly turned into a sudden commotion. Alina immediately stopped the Devil's Sword explosion, not allowing it to cause more damage inside the restaurant. Having calmed the situation, she warned Kakeru, "Never let the sword out of control again and do not behave so recklessly among other people." Meanwhile, the waitress became interested in the mysterious weapon. The waitress quickly returned to work and carried even more plates to the table until they finally had time to cool down. Soon she introduced her younger sister Mari, and Kakeru and the others finally met her for the first time. Kakeru learned that Mari had prepared a bunch of dishes for the restaurant, sincerely praised her skill, and did not even notice how he embarrassed her. While Mari nervously huddled nearby, Eleonora watched everything coldly and suspiciously, not missing a single detail. Later, the clients finished eating and Mari felt relief and satisfaction. The day had passed successfully again. When Kakeru was already about to leave, Mari suddenly realized her younger sister was missing. Barely a moment passed they found a note. It said that the missing girl had been taken and a meeting with a leaner was demanded. Kakeru stared at the note and immediately realized there was something unusual in it. Without wasting a second, he grabbed Mari and rushed to where the message pointed. In a moment they reached a large estate. At the entrance, a dark presence was already waiting for them. Very soon Mari saw the missing sister, who was standing next to a leaner, who seemed to have everything under control. Kakeru directly confronted Eleonora. Despite her warning, Kakeru confidently declared, everything happened exactly as she had planned. Kakeru could not hold back and challenged Eleonora's plan, confident that a single hostage was not enough to secure her victory. In response, Eleonora discharged through the magic of the sword the mighty power of the dark spirit. The creature burst out in a monstrous form and scattered terrible energy across the entire battlefield. Although it was struck by this attack, the spirit endured. Eleonora proudly praised his strength and resilience. Instead of retreating, Kakeru met the challenge head-on and prepared to face Eleonora and her newly summoned servant. Kakara ordered Fiona to retreat and charge forward against the enemy Haping to end the fight before anyone got hurt. For now, dark energy gripped Fiona, cutting off her path. She seemed doomed and could not break free. Soon the summoned servant unleashed a powerful strike that sliced the air with sharp ice across the battlefield. When he was surrounded during the assault, Kakeru dodged blows coming from all sides and ultimately avoided serious damage. Watching the attack, he felt the ice had become faster and stronger than before. Revealing a new threat, Kakeru broke through the attack and rushed forward, demonstrating that the enemy's current strength was insufficient to stop him. Eleonora responded without hesitation, unleashing another powerful strike that shattered the ground around the battlefield. Meanwhile, the evil spirit did not relent, relentlessly pressing, forcing Fiona to watch anxiously as the battle intensified. Kakeru emerged alive and unscathed, maintaining firm confidence despite the barrage of devastating attacks. Instead of retreating, he stated that Eleonora still had not shown enough strength to defeat him. Kakeru mocked the enemy's tactics. The attacks became more coordinated but still remained predictable. His words angered Eleonora, and she, together with the evil spirit, launched another fiercely intense attack. Dodging numerous strikes, Kakeru forced the pair to adjust to each of his movements and pursue from different sides. Soon the battlefield was overwhelmed with overlapping strikes as the servant tried to corner him. Amid the chaos, Kakeru calmly prepared a counterattack and waited for the moment for a decisive blow. Suddenly, he disappeared from sight and appeared above the battlefield so unexpectedly that the opponents froze in surprise. Meanwhile, Eleonora admitted, at first she was just stalling for time, but now she had prepared a much stronger strike. Raising her own power, she unleashed a giant blow aimed just above Kakeru's position. The attack grew into a gigantic projectile capable of destroying both the terrain and the mansion below. Everyone froze in shock, but Kakeru remained calm and confidently stared at the threat looming above. Climbing up onto the mansion, Kakeru encountered a devastating attack and prepared a response even before it touched the ground. His position was shattered by a brilliant flash of power. He struck the falling threat head-on. And in the next moment, a wave of explosions covered the attack with a solid avalanche. Shards scattered across the territory, but the destructive force was mostly neutralized in time, preventing it from causing serious damage. Orange, seeing the result, Eleonora froze in amazement. Kakeru crushed her plan with incredible power. And as soon as he stopped the attack, Kakeru proudly demonstrated his might, and Fiona, watching this, was impressed. Kakeru appeared and chaos immediately erupted. The enraged nobleman unleashed powerful flame magic, shocking everyone nearby. Not retreating a step, Kakeru calmly faced the threat and gave the enemy a chance to recover and calm down. The flames surged higher and higher, and the furious attacker was not going to stop. Noticing a chance, Kakeru called Fiona and proposed a simple plan to put an end to this conflict. At her signal, Fiona rushed into battle. The strike hit precisely, the enraged opponent was knocked down, and the battle finally quieted. But dark tentacles wrapped around Fiona and held her tightly while the enemies attacked the Titan. A shockwave rolled across the battlefield until Fiona suddenly broke free thanks to her own strength. At the same time, Kakeru confessed. He temporarily lent her his powerful ability. Although confused, Fiona gathered all her courage and decided to continue the fight. They launched a coordinated assault. Fiona aimed at the dark tentacles and Kakeru rushed forward against his opponent. Fiona covered Marie and stood between her and the danger that was already approaching. The enhanced ability multiplied her strength, and she was able to resist the relentless attacks of the enemy. A flash-sharp, blinding burst from her attack. Kakeru instantly caught Fiona while the impact forced through her back. In a moment, the dark curse completely dissipated and Fiona froze from the unexpected result. Before anyone could recover, Marie stumbled, rushed forward, and collided with Fiona, instantly breaking the tense fight with a lot of confusion. When the clash ended, Fiona and Kakeru stood facing each other in awkward silence. Shame quickly shattered her former confidence. She rushed to stop him and, struggling, tried to explain something somehow. But Kakeru, instead of teasing her further, stepped closer and extended his hand, and Fiona panicked. A barely audible slap on the head completely confused her. Guard! Fiona's cheeks flushed with a blush. She blamed Kakeru for everything, but her face softened as soon as she realized her anger was no longer sincere. Elena finally let out her frustration, and memories of past clashes returned as she went through each grievance she carried within her point by point. 3 tears gathered in her eyes as she admitted, during his travels she felt abandoned. Lowering her head, Elena said that his cold detachment hurt more than anything else. For the first time, Kakeru listened attentively and was already about to respond with his feelings. His honest words completely threw Elena off balance. Kakeru explained that many of his achievements were possible because Elena guided him and shared her knowledge. Then he asked her to stay close and continue challenging him in the future. With a smile, Kakeru praised both her character and her value as a reliable, proven companion. Although she tried to feign irritation, Elena could no longer hide her embarrassment. But after a short pause, she still accepted his words, let go of the grievance, and quietly forgave. Kakeru confirmed that Marie and Fiona were unharmed, so after the exhausting fight, it finally became easier to breathe. Choking with emotion, Marie tightly embraced her sister, grateful that they both survived. Nearby, Kakeru apologized for the inconvenience caused by Eleanor's actions and tried to lighten the atmosphere. Soon Marie began to behave too energetically and everyone was confused, unable to understand what had happened to her. As soon as rumors about the spread reached their borders, Eleanor immediately recognized the cause. The lingering consequences of their connection still persisted, affecting Marie's condition. Kakeru concluded Marie's strange state posed no danger, but there remained a feeling as if she was overwhelmed by terrible, insatiable hunger, and this stunned her. With relief from the explanation, the group focused on helping Marie recover, while Eleanor calmly watched everything from the side. Soon Marie regained her strength and happily returned to her usual state. When peace finally prevailed, the eventful day ended and its conclusion was long awaited. The next morning, everyone gathered at the estate to discuss the return of the barbarian army and prepare for the upcoming battle. During the meeting, glances naturally turned to the mysterious girl standing among Kakeru's companions. Curiosity swept through the room like a wave, and questions about her identity and origin flared up one after another. The girl introduced herself as Tanya, a former spirit who now served Eleanor. Her surprising past was laid out in detail, how after years of isolation and anger she still joined this group. When the story ended, the others accepted Tanya as an ally and the conversation finally moved forward without unnecessary doubts. Helena said that the barbarian army regrouped under the new queen and again launched an assault on the kingdom's borders. Although the royal army threw thousands of soldiers into battle, it failed to stop the enemy troops who relentlessly advanced. On the battlefield, the barbarian queen herself burst into the clash and easily cut through the enemy ranks, paving the way forward. Bodies and shattered weapons covered the ground. Her incredible strength shattered the resistance to dust. While the defenders were held by fear, the queen casually asked if there was anyone in the kingdom who would dare to challenge her. The barbarian queen dismissed any doubts of the opponents and struck without hesitation. She defeated the commander instantly. The soldiers had not yet recovered, and the commander already fell into panic, and the panic spread across the battlefield. Then the queen crashed through the army, mercilessly scattering soldiers and crushing their battle formation. Returning from the meeting, Helena declared, Nanakanu single-handedly defeated 2,000 royal soldiers. Nanakanu's strength interested Kakeru, and he immediately set course to deal with her personally. Kakeru suggested not relying on the royal army, but to deal with Nanakanu himself before it wins. After reviewing the kingdom's plans, the group concluded, Nanak must be captured before the execution begins. Seeking confirmation, Kakeru ensured that the princess accepted his independent approach. As soon as she gave approval, he immediately committed to carrying out the mission. Soon, everyone gathered together and began discussing strategies on how to successfully capture Nanakanu. During the conversation about the campaign, one of the allies spoke up, offered help in gathering intelligence about the growing army of Nana Kanu. Later, a secret source promised valuable information about Nana's movements but warned it would come at a high price. Kakeru accepted the offer, greedily seized any advantage before taking on his own goal. The swordswoman rested alone in a hot bath, relaxing the fatigue after a long journey. Meanwhile, nearby small creatures gathered and quietly peeking from behind the rocks watched her. Later, her gaze slid to the distant fortress beyond the rocky landscape. Memories of the ongoing war surged again, and with them, awakened anxiety for the mighty warrior she sought to find. Finally, she rose from the water, took a deep breath, and prepared to continue the journey to the royal capital. Hurrying to the capital, the fencer suddenly felt a strange tremor in the air and immediately became alert. Not far from here, barbarian soldiers were loudly celebrating uncontrollably, as if after breaking through the city walls during the war. Meanwhile, in some other place, the defeated captives sat bound while the victors feasted and mocked their enemies. Soon the fencer entered the hall and came face to face with the army commander. Not retreating a step, she coldly assessed the drunken warriors and prepared to restore order. An enraged soldier lunged forward and threateningly raised his blade against the fencer she had insulted his commander. Before the blow could land, she effortlessly stopped it. The warrior froze in shock and could not utter a single word. Looking at the result, the barbarian leader immediately softened and acknowledged her combat achievements. Then he proudly explained the faith of his tribe: strength determines power and respect follows. Meanwhile, the fencer surveyed the gathering and wondered if there was a worthy opponent among them. Meanwhile, the woman with the sword continued to scour the outskirts, hoping to encounter the legendary demon sword user. Rumors circulated about him. And in the outside world, Kakeru gathered his companions at the estate and finally decided where they would go next. Having assigned duties, he left the group and shifted the rest of the preparations onto his allies. Anselin and Kakeru tried to calm their thoughts, but memories of the women who were nearby only increasingly filled their heads. Choked by these thoughts, he suddenly felt self-control was rapidly slipping out of his grasp. As the excitement grew stronger and stronger, Kakeru suddenly caught himself thinking. The same strange effect from previous battles had not disappeared anywhere. And then it struck him like lightning: his condition was amplified to a completely absurd level, so he simply froze. Reviewing all the details in his mind, Kakeru recalled signs that hinted this problem would manifest itself over time anyway. Near his comrades, he was afraid to lose control, so he decided to temporarily avoid meetings. Fortunately, one attentive girl quickly noticed his strange behavior, and now hiding it became much harder. Not to disturb his companions, Kakeru isolated himself and looked for a way to tame this strange illness. Later, he realized just the patience alone would not be enough to suppress it. Resolutely determined to solve the problem, Kakeru rushed forward and struck all the monsters nearby with full force. Having equipped himself with numerous creatures, he stopped and checked whether this mad joy had faded. Unfortunately, all efforts completely failed. Kakeru was left only to clench his teeth in anger because the condition had not changed. Exhausted and enraged, Kakeru returned to the estate and decided to go to sleep immediately. But instead, he encountered several companions who were already waiting for him, and this surprise instantly ruined the plan to stay alone. When a worried girl approached and checked how he was feeling, Kakeru soon forced himself to look calm. Others gathered around and saw his strange behavior. Embarrassed by their overly close attention, Kakeru urgently warned everyone to stay away. Despite Kakeru's warning, the girls, overly concerned, gathered closer and began insisting that he finally rest. It was then that his strange restraint, which he had managed to keep under control until now, gave in under incredible pressure. No one had time to blink before the room was covered by a wave of confusion. The frightened girls reacted as they could. Later, silence fell again in the estate, and Kakeru stood nearby exhausted after a long ordeal. By morning, his condition had somewhat eased, and he unexpectedly received another batch of lottery tickets. The next morning, Kakeru noticed his companions looked strangely satisfied, although the night had been exhausting. Despite his subdued state from the result, he still thought about what would happen if the same story repeated again. Eventually, Kakeru came to a bold conclusion and decided to officially accept everyone's feelings. Instead of denying it, the girls reacted with delight and quickly agreed to this decision. Having received consent, Kakeru prepared to move forward with a new idea that had matured within him. And as he approached closer to the battlefield, Nana Kano sought an even more serious challenge. The army pressed forward through the rocky canyon, and reports kept insisting enemy forces were already approaching. But Nana still set out with the soldiers irritated that she had to leave the battlefield and mediate a dispute between tribes. On the way, she was overwhelmed by reproach. She recalled her recent actions and felt guilt before her uncle. And his instruction removed doubts, once again emphasizing the strength and value of what she brings to her people. Nana accepted her pride just like a fencer's blade. She vowed never to admit defeat again. A sudden cold swept through the canyon, throwing the soldiers off their stride as snow fell out of season. In a moment, a giant column of ice erupted from beneath the ground. It rose above the battlefield and stunned everyone nearby. Nana and the others instantly turned toward the noise, sensing that something unusual was happening ahead. He spoke. Without warning, deadly strikes hit the army. Several warriors were cut down and the formation scattered into chaos. As panic spread among the soldiers, Nana sensed where the attack was coming from and was already waiting for the enemy's next move. Ice shards closed around the soldiers, and Nana immediately realized this was not natural ice but powerful magic. On the frozen pillar appeared Bayon, a single figure, and instantly the entire battlefield was drawn to her gaze. Next to the small companion emerged an unknown man. Both stood calmly amid the ice. The rumor about him spread through the troops as soon as the warriors recognized him, the very one they feared, the wielder of the magical sword. A shot struck Nana's face at the very moment she finally understood who exactly had arrived before them. The wielder of the magical sword confidently declared that he had predicted the army's movements in advance and had already prepared an ambush. Greedy warriors rushed at him, seeking glory and hoping to seize the powerful sword for themselves. But instead of fighting himself, he sent his small companion ahead to deal with the attackers. The girl seized an icy magic over the battlefield, trapped the enemies, and scattered their ranks. Meanwhile, she continued to easily break the soldiers. Nana's sudden attack unexpectedly confused the little ice mage and forced her to retreat from the battlefield. Having brought the girl back, Nana stepped forward and calmly prepared for a stronger opponent. Soon she faced the one who wielded the magical sword, and both warriors measured each other's strength. Instead of rushing into attack, the swordsman carefully examined Nana and confirmed her identity. His remark irritated Nana, only fueling her stubbornness to defeat him and defend the warrior's dignity. Nana ordered her uncle and others to stay behind and decided to face the magical sword user one-on-one. She confidently declared that the man before her had not lived up to his own reputation. But unlike her, the swordsman did not flare up with anger. He calmly questioned her words and was ready to accept a true test of strength. Without wasting a second, Nana rushed into battle, dashed forward, and made a strike at her opponent with the blade. Their weapons clashed closely, and the very first blow ignited the beginning of a fierce duel between two mighty warriors. Kakeru rushed into a furious attack. His blade, with incredible speed and force, surged forward straight towards Nana's side. Despite the pressure, Nana intercepted the strike with her shield and stopped the assault right at the start. There, the owl unleashed a full counterattack and, gaining momentum, hurled Kakeru across the battlefield, forcing him to get back on his feet again. Instead of retreating, Kakeru laughed and began praising Naga's skill as soon as he realized she had perfectly deflected the blow. The duel intensified as soon as Kakeru unleashed another barrage of attacks. Kakeru charged forward relentlessly, but Nana stopped every strike each time precisely, without hesitation. The clash erupted instantly. Both warriors simultaneously unleashed their truly powerful techniques. X, staying close, managed to catch a detail in Tanya's gaze. Kakeru was not fighting seriously from the start. He was testing Nana. Stepping back a step and slightly increasing the distance, Kakeru acknowledged Nana's strength, carefully watching her fencing. The duel turned into a competition of styles. Nana relied on refined technique, while Kakeru prepared to respond with colossal power. He unleashed his full might and surged forward decisively to break through Nana's defense. Wherever she moved, he stayed close, relentlessly pressing her across the entire battlefield. A sudden charge caught Nana off guard when Kakeru grabbed her shield during the exchange. Using his own colossal strength, he pushed the shield aside and broke a breach in her defense. Shock spread across Nana's face when she realized Kakeru was not aiming directly at her, he was striking the shield itself. Nana understood Kakeru's overwhelming power made her shield useless. It could no longer be relied upon. The fight flared even brighter, and both warriors continuously exchanged devastating attacks. As soon as he distanced himself, Kakeru openly praised Nana's skill and admitted she was stronger than he expected. For the first time ever, both warriors took each other completely seriously and prepared to end the duel with one final clash. Then Kakeru boldly put forward his condition for victory, adding another layer of tension to the confrontation. His statement suddenly confused Nana, so she immediately broke his confidence and set out to prove him wrong. Before she could react further, an arrow struck her shoulder, and both fighters froze for a moment in shock. Suddenly, the sky was pierced by a massive rain of arrows. The battlefield instantly turned into a deadly storm. Kakeru had to endure this hail. Hundreds of arrows rained down on him from all sides. When the battle subsided, Nana fell to one knee and coughed heavily. Kakeru immediately felt something was wrong. After the arrow strike, dark spots began spreading over Nana's wounded arm. When the poison started to act, Nana's condition sharply deteriorated. She weakened to the limit and held on with all her might to avoid falling. Kakeru rushed to her, and only then did he realize the arrows carried a deadly toxin that was slowly shutting down her body. As soon as the army commander revealed the truth, everything became clear. The attack was planned from within, exposing a betrayal that stunned both sides. Kakeru returned after the battle with Nana and the captured enemy general. At first, he rushed into a confession. He was leaking military data to the opposing side and skillfully emphasized everything in the dark, nullifying events while others looked elsewhere. Hearing these words, Kakeru immediately understood. The betrayal was tightly woven into the story with Nana. Nana the general revealed Nana's feelings and admitted that he himself had arranged the circumstances so that they both would confront and turn against each other. Stunned by the truth, Nana searched for meaning in her own actions, but she was coldly pushed away. They said she was just a tool. The general, without ceremony, showed his contempt for Nana. He said her achievements had no place in the beliefs of his tribe. Without hesitation, he rejected her loyalty and cut off, saying she was no longer needed for victory. And suddenly, from afar, a mighty blow thundered. The army involuntarily shuddered, and the tense moment instantly cracked and scattered to dust. The message about the ambush spread through the camp like the wind. Everywhere it was already carried forward. While chaos spread around, Nana froze in place. Kakeru, noticing her strange reaction, kept everything under close control. Kakeru asked Nana which path she would choose, and pain and betrayal tore her from within until she finally reached a decision. Nearby enemy warriors mocked her weakness and were sure her spirit was already broken. But Nana stood up and rushed forward. Her determination stunned the soldiers around. Not trembling from insult and betrayal, she declared that she would finish the unfinished duel. A barely noticeable smile appeared on Kakeru's face. While the enemies merged into an attack, he watched as Nana regained her fighting spirit. Kakeru and Nana resumed the duel. Their blades crossed, and in this clash both acknowledged each other's strength and unwavering determination. After the skirmish, the fight ended, but they both remained standing. Fatigue showed on Nana's face, but determination did not waver. Then came a brief silence, attentive gazes, and they both understood what this battle truly meant. Nana remembered the poison, but Kakeru showed, now it no longer affects her. With confidence in the result, Kakeru left the rest of the enemies to others and prepared to bring their duel to the end without any interference. Several comrades of Kakeru jumped onto the rocks and stood nearby, ready to support him while he faced the enemy forces one-on-one. The soldiers missed the newcomers. They took them for innocents and thought they would be easy prey. One mage stepped forward and gathered colossal magical power over the battlefield. A moment later, a devastating lightning strike fell from the sky to the ground, covering the area and tearing apart the enemy ranks. Seeing the destruction, the sorceress froze in shocked stupor and looked at the power she had just released, boundless, bursting out. One of Kakar's companions stepped forward and unleashed her whip mastery, eagerly joining the fight against the enemy soldiers. Sharp whips flew across the battlefield as she relentlessly crushed opponents with merciless attacks and fueled the assault with excitement. Soon broken soldiers fell near her, yet she continued chasing everyone who could still move. Somewhere else, another companion became a target. The enemies confused her and decided she was easy prey. Their overconfidence vanished as several punches in boxing were thrown simultaneously. The attackers were blown away, standing stunned and beaten. The combative boxer panicked as soon as the enemies surrounded her, and her blows unexpectedly hurled soldiers across the entire battlefield. Meanwhile, the armored knight stepped forward and activated her skill with the short sword to target the enemy general. The strike of the storm of blades hit the general's horse, and he had to react while the attack was focused on him. Despite the pressure, the general defended himself and pushed through the barrage of flying weapons. Soon they both met head-on, exchanging powerful blows. Their duel intensified more and more. The general mocked his opponent and relied on brute force, confident that victory was literally within reach. Unrestrained, he unleashed a furious assault and charged forward to end the fight with one burst. The knight did not retreat. It endured the assault of countless flying blades and an unyielding focus. And despite this, holding the pressure, she made it clear she understood the general's motives and his past actions. Their clash did not cease for a moment across the battlefield. She condemned his treatment of Nana and challenged his beliefs. The princess calmly dismissed the general's arrogance. She did not succumb to his threats and remained steadfast in her confidence. Her flying blades tore through the space ahead, wounding nearby soldiers and disrupting the enemy's formation. Finally, the universally recognized authority recognized her and understood everything. Before him was a royal figure from the Mercury Kingdom. Seeing the chance, he brushed aside caution with a single motion and fully focused on grabbing the princess. The general launched a reckless assault, ordering the army to advance, but Haley remained calm, though danger pressed on her from all sides. Helena cut down several soldiers with one strike, broke the enemy attack, and forced the general's troops to retreat. Stepping over the fallen, she showed that her fencing technique was taught by people she trusted immensely. Saying this without a shadow of doubt, Helena declared that overall he did not pose a threat to her abilities. Soon her companions approached from behind, leaving the wounded general surrounded, and his despair grew by the minute. He was increasingly consumed by rage. Another ally exposed his misunderstanding, and it became clear that he had been deceived from the very beginning. Cornered and furious, the general launched a final assault, refusing to accept defeat. Colin responded with a decisive counterattack. She spun around him, showering him from all sides with countless blades. In a moment, the general broke under the incredible pressure and ceased resistance. When the battle ended, Kakeru's comrades confirmed the time limit on skills had passed. Standing shoulder to shoulder in victory, the four women reflected on the fallen enemy and without any doubt proved their own strength. Kakeru arrived at the rocky battlefield where a wounded female warrior awaited the final duel. As the time to decide the fight approached, he paused for a moment before drawing his sword. Instead of attacking, Kakeru used his power to heal her wounds and remove the poison that was poisoning her body. This unexpected action left the woman stunned. And realizing that he did not intend to win by weakness, the warrior apologized for misjudging him and asked for a favor even before the duel resumed. Noticing that Kakeru was holding back during their previous clash, she asked him to show his true strength. Kakeru accepted her wish. Both fighters prepared themselves determined to end the duel with everything they had. The duel resumed on the barren plain. Kakeru and the female warrior faced each other silently while the eagle watched from above. A sharp pressure rolled across the battlefield. Both fighters felt it instantly, and their faces sharpened as the air grew even tenser. Without any hesitation, Kakeru released true speed. The body lunges forward and he crosses the distance before the competitor manages to fully orient herself. The warrior was blown off the position with a mad, excessive speed, and she suddenly realized that she lacked the protection she was used to relying on. Danger became obvious as soon as Kakeru approached. Steel clashed with steel. Their blades met again and again, sparks flying in all directions, and in the very first exchange neither side retreated. The warrior woman unleashed a furious counterattack and plunged her sword into the ground, releasing a rampage of shockwaves. Dust and debris tore through the air over the battlefield, and Kakeru was thrown backward. Confident that she had seized the advantage, she dashed forward without any hesitation, and composure spread through her as she prepared the final strike. The final blow struck Kakeru. She was certain that the duel would end with this very attack, so she put all her strength into it to the last spark. But instead of retreating, Kakeru smiled. Remembering the promise, he unleashed all the power he was capable of and activated every enhancement available to him. An indescribable flash burst from his body. Numerous abilities simultaneously amplified his strength, transforming it into something far greater than his opponent could have expected. Kakeru, strengthened by every enhancement available to him, withstood the warrior's attack. The blade struck again and again, yet she still stood firm and broke through the blows. A sudden counterstrike shattered her weapon completely, shards scattered across the battlefield, and the unexpected blow ended her advance definitively. Shock filled the warrior's mind even after he saw her strength. She could not comprehend how such a chasm had grown between them. Accepting the outcome, she acknowledged defeat. the duel was over, and the path she had walked as a fencer had come to an end. But before she could settle on the rocky ground, Kakeru caught her in his arms and gently supported her weakened body. Tenderly held in Kakeru's arms, the warrior defeated listened as she calmly confirmed the result of their duel. She did not resist, she resigned herself to the outcome. Nearby, several observers examined the aftermath. They acknowledged the fight had been fought honestly from beginning to end, leaving no room for dispute. Though the hall was surprised, the spectators could not deny what they had seen. Kakeru's unstoppable power decided the duel. When the remnants of the warrior's strength faded, she said with relief that she was fortunate to meet a worthy opponent in a fair fight. The energy around the arena slowly settled. After the duel, Kakeru continued to carry her across the rocky plateau, and she quietly rested in his arms. After the defeat, the warrior woman made one last request not to lead her to punishment and shame. She wanted to die with the pride of a swordswoman so that her dignity would not be broken. Despite the loss, she stubbornly held on and asked Kakeru to end her life with the same sword that defeated her in battle. But Kakeru responded unexpectedly. Instead of fulfilling her will, he activated another power and she was enveloped in light. When the glow faded, the warrior found herself inside a luxurious room. She was overwhelmed with confusion. She tried to understand how she could have ended up here at all. Kakeru remembered the bet. As the winner, he took his reward and revealed that he wanted to add her to his harem, which was already growing. After he brought her to his room, Kakeru suddenly pulled her closer and kissed her. The defeated warrior was struck as if by lightning. Shame quickly melted away, giving way to anger. She pushed away his attempts to get closer and declared that her pride would never be broken no matter what he did. When Kakeru continued to tease her, the warrior's confidence finally cracked. Instead of demanding death, she desperately begged him to stop and not continue. After a few hours, the tense atmosphere suddenly broke. Kakeru sharply remembered an important event and panicked, rushing out of the room. In the lottery room, the promo was about to end. Kakeru abruptly dashed away, and the exhausted warrior could only watch in confusion, not understanding why he suddenly changed priorities. Running into the lottery hall just before the deadline, Kakeru extended a stack of tickets. Before him appeared a list of rewards, each granted a temporary borrowing of skills. The stronger the prize, the longer the effect lasted and the more useful it became. Scanning through the options, Kakeru began to look for ways to increase his chances, understanding this time the event could bring a result better than usual. The idea suddenly struck him. He turned to Eleanor and asked for help, preparing to use one of his last draws. Kakeru borrowed Eleanor's luck thanks to a special technique enhanced by the effect, so she flared up from the sharp increase while he prepared for the next lottery attempt. Acting with Eleanor's borrowed luck, Kakeru rushed through the lottery draws until the extension expired. The machine spun wildly as he used up the last tickets. He won a first-class prize appeared, and this immediately proved the borrowed luck significantly improved the result. While Kakeru was fully immersed in the lottery, Eleanor was annoyed that he ignored her, but he did not stop and kept drawing lines further without slowing down for a moment. When everything ended, Kakeru reviewed the rewards and felt true satisfaction with the result. This collection of prizes will strengthen his allies in future battles. Searching the estate, Kakeru eventually found Nana. She stood alone on the balcony, troubled by her own strange behavior. He approached and asked what she was doing there. Standing on the balcony, Nana discovered in herself the faith of her homeland. In her tribe, strength determined everything. Despite all those traditions, she decided to follow her father's path. Years of training and battles ignited in her a stubborn desire to prove that a woman can become stronger than any man. The duel with Kakeru shattered her confidence. When she looked at the defeat, it became clear to her she failed to break the beliefs she had fought against for so long. Instead of brushing off her concerns, Kakeru told stories about dragons, giant monsters, and powerful allies he had met on his travels. Then he offered Nana a new path, to stay close, face stronger enemies, and continue the fight. Kakeru encouraged Nana to keep searching for strength. He promised, through her own efforts, she would surpass expectations and finally make others recognize her abilities. These words confused Nana. Confidence in his promise stirred feelings she did not expect to feel after her recent defeat. Kakeru was not talking about duty or strength, he was praising her determination and beauty. Laughter burst from her lips before she could stop it. The pressing tension receded, joy washed over her like a wave, awakening a new confidence within her. Accepting his offer, Nana officially pledged herself to Kakeru. For the first time after the duel, she looked to the future with a calmer heart. Nagano accepted Kakeru's offer and, without hesitation, swore to be faithful to him, deciding to fully repay his trust. She firmly said she would stand by his side in every future battle. Her choice moved the people, and Kakeru felt even closer to keeping her near. That night, their bond grew stronger, and Nana officially became one of his companions. A group of hooded priests arrived at Kakeru's estate. Their leader intended to bring salvation and immediately targeted the residents connected to the one everyone feared, the demonic swordsman with the sword. The priests gathered right in front of the estate and marched forward under the banner of their god. Their formation breathed confidence as they prepared to carry out their mission. On the estate grounds, Kakeru and Alina reacted instantly. A wild clash erupted. Weapon struck weapon at a crazy speed, and two defenders pressed against the approaching force without hesitation. During the exchange, Eleanor spotted a breach and dashed with a decisive strike toward the opponent Kakeru, aiming to end the clash instantly. Kakeru lunged forward and struck Nana's shield with all his might. The shield did not shatter, the blow was redirected. The attack shifted aside, forcing him to retreat. After several clashes, he noticed flaws in her fighting style. Nana relied too much on a special defensive technique and could become dangerous if it was used against her. The method depended on precise timing and necessary power to meet the enemy's attack, but if force was applied in the same direction, he could neutralize and repel the assault. Further analysis revealed a hidden vulnerability and at the same time hinted that this technique could open the way to a stronger counterattack if the opponent understood its mechanics. Standing calmly, Kakeru reviewed the plan. He did not rush into a reckless attack. Instead, he intended to turn Nana's own strongest defense against her. Nana explained that her defensive technique required precise judgment, speed, and strength. Therefore, it was not just ordinary fencing. It far surpassed it. Just as Kakeru managed to dive back into analyzing his own abilities, a servant ran in and reported unexpected guests who were already approaching the estate. Soon both warriors shifted their gaze to a group of priests standing before the estate with a serious purpose. Next to Kukuru, Eleanor recognized the guests. They were followers of Solon, a grand religion known for its devoted and fierce believers. In a moment, a young priestess stepped forward, solemnly introduced herself, and shifted her gaze to Kukuru. Thus began a new encounter. The priestess focused on Alina and immediately felt boundless malice in the demonic sword. Her gaze slid to the weapon lying next to Kakeru. Without hesitation, she demanded guardianship over Eleanor. Kakeru questioned her request, but the sword openly rejected this accusation. To justify her statement, the priestess representative explained that the sword is a calamity associated with countless deaths, ruined states, and devoured souls throughout history. Confidently feeling powerful, she declared, "The church will redeem the sword and save all who are connected to it." At the call, the believers instantly gathered. They rushed forward, and their voices merged into one: destroy Eleanor in the name of their faith. Kakeru observed the fanatical behavior of the believers. Their excessive devotion only fueled his distrust both of this group and their intentions. Melissa demanded Eleanor's surrender and promised to seal the demonic sword forever. Kakeru immediately rejected this proposal without any hesitation. He stepped forward and declared that Eleanor's place is beside him, making it clear firmly and unequivocally he would never give her up. Melissa took the refusal as proof of corruption. The supporters quickly closed the circle around Kakeru and Eleanor. The weapon was drawn instantly, and the conversation that had lasted moments ago turned into open hostility. Under threat, Kakeru remained calm. Melissa trembled not with words but with conviction. Their actions were righteous, and both sides were already preparing for the inevitable clash. But as soon as they stepped closer, a strange field suddenly spread across the battlefield. Melissa activated a new power and, declaring she would free Kakeru from Eleanor's influence, launched an attack. Several believers rushed forward together. Nana moved to meet them, while Kakeru was left to deal directly with what was unfolding right before him. Without any hesitation, Kakeru swung his weapon in one motion and cut through the attackers. The attack broke almost instantly. At first, victory seemed easy, but as soon as he looked closer, it immediately became clear. Something unusual began to happen with those who had fallen. The bodies started moving again, regenerating. The regenerative power restored strength to the wounded, forcing Kakeru and his allies to face the same enemies once more. The fight did not subside, and Melissa's blessing finally took effect. The severe wounds of the believers quickly healed, so Nana was stunned by the unexpected regeneration. The church members proudly attributed the miracle to Melissa's divine power. Their confidence only grew as the blessing restored those who should have been defeated. Amid all this, Melissa stood calmly while the faithful praised her sacred gift. The miraculous power proved to be far stronger than any ordinary healing methods. Nana quickly recognized Melissa. The priestess standing before her was the same legendary scholar known as Seven Heads. Kakeru recalled the story behind this name. Melissa survived 7 beheadings and became famous as an immortal scholar whose existence many considered mere rumors. While Kakeru pondered whether immortality could be true, he decided to test the legend. Nearby, the scholars quietly gathered divine power. Melissa focused on prayer and held the blessing. A strange tightening spread across the field. Her power grew as if pulling in the very air. Nana abruptly moved, firmly determined to see for herself. She cut down a believer and declared she would continue until the mystery was solved. The attack hit the target, but Melissa remained unharmed. The believers pressed further in the assault, and the scholars withstood the strike, showing no weakness. In a moment, another follower rushed at Kakeru. Just as the attacker was about to reach the target, he struck first and easily cut down the opponent. Melissa suddenly staggered, and invisible injury struck her. Unexpected pain ran through her body, breaking her concentration. Several believers noticed something was wrong with her and rushed to the battlefield. Nana immediately reacted while Kakeru was still preparing to catch up with her. The two of them collided with the attackers who were pressing in, not allowing the group even to reach Melissa. The church's advance was stopped again. When Melissa retreated, terrible wounds appeared all over her body. The damage exactly matched what should have reached her followers. Nana instantly understood what was happening. Melissa's blessing was not just regeneration, it transferred injuries from the believers onto herself, troubling Kakeru. Melissa's wounds slowly faded away. Watching her heal, Kakeru and Nana confirmed the rumors about immortal scholars were indeed true. A shocked expression spread across Melissa's face. Constantly bearing others' suffering was becoming increasingly evident each time. Later, Melissa came to inside Kakeru's mansion. Looking around in confusion, she noticed her clothes were gone. Kakeru sat nearby and calmly watched her condition. As soon as their eyes met, an awkward silence fell over the entire room. Home Melissa, realizing what was happening, got scared and pulled the blanket over herself. Embarrassment instantly replaced confusion, and she demanded that Kakeru keep his distance. Melissa learned that Kakeru had saved her after the battle. When she realized he had seen her vulnerable state, shame covered her immediately and without warning. She could not keep calm. She was flushed. She curled up, trying with all her might to maintain her usual composure. Kakeru immediately noticed a sharp change in her behavior. Carefully shifting everything to a lighter tone, he praised her appearance. But the unexpected compliment only embarrassed Melissa more. As soon as she settled in, Melissa asked about her companions from the church. Kakeru explained that they were safely recovering elsewhere on the estate. Hearing this, Melissa was confused. Kakeru's kindness seemed to her the complete opposite of what she believed about him and Eleanor. Kakeru strongly criticized Melissa's blessing. He believed that forcing believers to recklessly engage in battles for immortality was absolutely unacceptable. Melissa did not flinch at the warning. She was certain that she would never die, so the dangers lurking for her followers worried her almost no more. The discussion ended without agreement from either side. Melissa continued to rely on her immortality, and Kakeru remained puzzled by her view of the world. Turning back to the estate, Melissa suddenly realized how much time had passed while she was coming to her senses. Panic instantly swept away her former confusion. Just a moment and she looked outside. She remembered the main goal. Anxiety tugged at her face as it dawned on her. She would be late for her planned arrival in the village of Rinto. Melissa explained. She took the task to destroy the spirit tree monsters near the village of Rinto, but the previous conflict disrupted her plans. Soon she was overcome by another worry about the wounded comrades. Their condition did not allow them to continue on the road with her. Kakeru, having learned the location of the village, decided to help. Seeing no other way out, Melissa agreed to his support for the mission. Kakeru confronted a gigantic tree monster deep in the forest. With a sharp strike, he cut through it and instantly ended the battle. Finally, after the attack, he confirmed that no enemies remained nearby. His comrades watched in amazement as another mighty monster fell, and all from a single blow. Turn it on. Seeing the result, the young scientist stared at him in awe. The display of power left a deep impression. Hero, soon Kakeru suggested returning. Extending his hand calmly, he noticed. The scientist looked away and suddenly became embarrassed. Late that night, they arrived near the settlement. While the squad prepared for the next journey, rumors about the scientist's achievements spread among the gathered people. The villagers gathered together and sincerely expressed their gratitude. Now that the monsters were gone, the settlement was finally safe from the threat that had haunted it for so long. At that moment, the scientist reproached herself for arriving too late. Despite the villagers' reassurance, despair still shone on her face. A young girl stepped forward with her mother and offered flowers. Such a simple gesture unexpectedly unsettled the scientist. Squatting down, she carefully accepted the gift. The warm smiles of the villagers slowly melted the burden in her heart. While the crowd did not quiet from shouts and applause, Kakeru quietly observed everything. And seeing their happiness, he felt the mission was truly not in vain. Kakeru and the scientist walked under the night sky, and their conversation turned to dangerous requests which she often agreed to, having almost no support. The scientist explained, remote villages rarely receive help, and then quietly admitted that her hometown once experienced the same. A demon settled nearby. Feeling that the entire village had been destroyed, Kakeru froze in shock. She continued speaking evenly, saying that she was the only survivor, and since then had dedicated herself to ensuring others could avoid the same tragedy. Her gaze burned with determination as she spoke about protecting forgotten people. Just as Kakeru managed to compose himself, their companion caught something ahead and immediately drew all attention to it. Surveying the ruins, the team noticed strange markings carved through the damaged walls. The unusual traces immediately alerted them. Melissa studied the evidence and realized the destruction could not have been caused by the spirits they had talked about earlier. Suddenly, the air seemed pierced by a sense of danger. Kakeru grabbed Melissa and threw her to the ground along with himself. A moment passed and a powerful strike hit the spot where they had just stood. Dust scattered as a giant insect-like monster emerged from cover. Kakeru quickly jumped forward and ordered Melissa to stay behind. Melissa recognized the beast and immediately said it was a Callio. Such an appearance was uncharacteristic for this region, making the situation even more alarming. Kakeru prepared to attack the strange projectile launched by the Callio. He quickly identified the object and immediately understood this was not an ordinary attack. The companion confirmed the danger. At the same time, Melissa grasped the true nature of the creature and became worried about the nearest village. Soon, countless glowing Callios flared up over the settlement. The villagers looked up, saw the swarm gathering overhead, and panic engulfed everyone. Fear turned into complete chaos as the creatures began attacking. People fled in panic, but one villager was struck before he could escape to safety. In this commotion, the woman stepped forward and gathered magical energy. Resolutely protecting the child nearby, she prepared a protective spell. Warm light spread over the village. The wounded residents felt their wounds healing. A mysterious energy was restoring their bodies. In the very heart of this miracle, Melissa released a mighty blessing. Unbreakable in spirit, she commanded the peasants to flee while the divine protection still held, and her gaze was fixed only on their safety. And just as the blessing stretched to its limit, it struck her in the back. Blood splattered from the body. A colossal damage recoil finished Melissa. Seeing the state she was in, Kakeru rushed forward and took everything upon himself. While Melissa endured the pain, he stood between her and the approaching threat, ready to fight. At night, Melissa, despite her injury, barely smiled. She felt how through the backlash of Kakeru's blessings the rage locked inside her, while the swarm was still gathering around them. Seized by determination, Kakeru rushed into battle with the monsters. His blade sliced through several carnises as he fought to ensure nothing reached Melissa. Life, rowing through the entire village, he continuously jumped from one target to another. Each strike took the lives of creatures threatening the residents who were already fleeing in all directions. Meanwhile, the peasants rushed to the nearest buildings seeking shelter. The flock scattered across the sky, and everyone was overcome by the forced instinct to hide under protection. Even more bug monsters appeared endlessly. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful fire spell burst across the entire battlefield and engulfed a significant part of the swarm with explosions. Despite the explosions rumbling somewhere behind, Reiki Kolsnitsi kept pouring into the village more and more, so the threat still lived on. Watching as monsters swarmed and traced their circles, Kakeru and his companion noticed a strange point. It was there that the creatures kept converging again and again. In a moment, far more Kallio flashed in the very heart of the formation. Its appearance immediately stood out sharply against the entire swarm, as if there was its own separate cause. Analyzing what they saw, they concluded the gigantic creature was probably the queen. Wasting not a second, Kakeru dashed straight for the target. Surrounded on all sides by countless enemies, he cut through the swarm and pushed forward until he reached the queen. Kakeru broke through the swarm, dodging numerous attacks and patiently waiting for the right moment. He was moving forward, straight to the queen. At the most precise moment, his enhanced reflexes activated. A sharp strike broke the last barrier restraining the target. The Kallio queen was torn apart by the attack. As the monster fell, Kakeru realized finally the moment had come when the battle turned. Meanwhile, Melissa held her blessing and suddenly noticed something strange. The burning retribution that had so harmed her body ceased. Scanning the entire village, she saw dead Kallios scattered everywhere. Not believing the sudden change, Melissa stepped forward to understand what had happened. Under the moonlit sky, Melissa stood frozen over the battlefield, strewn with fallen Kallios. When the truth became clear, she realized Kakeru had destroyed a threat before which even armies would not dare to stand. She was breathless from what she saw. Kakeru approached closer and finally revealed what had been gnawing at him all along. Throughout the entire battle, his gaze had never left her. An unexpected remark threw Melissa off track. Shock froze on her face as she tried to understand what he meant. But instead of praising her strength, Kakeru reproached her for the habit of silently enduring pain alone more than for the fight itself. Her willingness to sacrifice herself angered him. Kakeru firmly rejected Melissa's belief that she had to carry every burden alone. In his opinion, her title as a scientist was no reason to suffer without support. Walking closer, he promised he would help her immediately as soon as she needed it. The unexpected sincerity completely stunned Melissa. Tears welled up in her eyes as soon as he said those words. For the first time, someone offered to share the weight she had been carrying alone. Trying to hold back, she couldn't. Melissa broke down and leaned on him. While he was calming her, Kakeru pondered her situation. Many admired Melissa, but almost no one truly stood by her when she needed help the most. Then Melissa's memories flared up again, how exactly the destruction of her village was etched into her memory. Kakeru gently pressed her to himself and acknowledged everything she had endured. His words reached the part of her heart wounded since childhood. In her inner world, the lonely girl Melissa once was finally smiled. The burden that had followed her for so long began to recede and melt away. Tears rolled down Melissa's cheek as she looked at Kakeru without looking away. Instead of speaking like a scientist, she spoke like an ordinary girl. Fully trusting Kakeru, she wanted to be close to the person who finally understood her pain. Melissa accepted Kakeru's promise and pressed herself into his embrace. For the first time in years, she allowed herself to rely not on her own strength, but on someone nearby. Her gratitude slipped from her lips, and on her face, a faint smile flickered, unnoticed but warm. By the next day, Melissa's energy finally wilted. She had pushed herself beyond the possible. Yet even then, an incredible endurance remained within her. Later, Kakeru came across a newly arrived demand. Unable to restrain himself, he became interested in its content, immediately seized the matter, and decided to figure it out on his own. Meanwhile, Melissa was recovering from the previous clash, not leaving the bed. Ignoring her protests, Kakeru decided to go on the mission himself and ordered her to focus only on resting. After Kakeru made his decision, Melissa stayed in bed to recover, while he prepared to leave and took on a new assignment. As soon as he disappeared behind the door, Melissa finally exhaled and fell into a quiet sleep. She knew nothing threatened her. Kakeru continued on his way without any worries. Late at night, Kakeru sat by the bed where several women were resting. And even after he had been with them, a strange, restless desire still remained inside him. He could not ignore this feeling. Recent battles resurfaced again, as did the colossal power he had used against countless monsters. Memories of how he had fulfilled requests for the scientist Melissa suddenly flared in his mind. Constant clashes forced him to rely on his own abilities, and excess energy accumulated, finding no proper outlet. Soon Kakeru's power surged upward. Shining wings burst out behind him, larger and more powerful than before. So, seeking a solution, Kakeru moved to a remote area and built a huge stone structure, preparing to release his energy in another way. Kakeru threw a flash of power into a huge stone structure. A shockwave rolled around, and scientists nearby immediately noticed it. As the energy continued to flow, Kakeru realized his overflowing desire was turning into pure power. Not understanding what exactly was happening, she felt a strange change within herself. Kakeru noticed her reaction, stopped, and tried to understand what was going on. The overflowing energy grew stronger and stronger. When Kakeru tried to calm the output, the scientists felt the influence strengthening with every moment. Soon both were overwhelmed by an unusual phenomenon. Kakeru's experiment worked. He managed to release the power, but along with it he caused an unexpected effect on his companion. The unusual energy still poured into Eleanor. Kakeru quickly realized that the power he released was hitting her differently than he expected, and the situation immediately escalated rapidly. Stunned by the strange power, Eleanor lost control over her feelings. The accumulated energy pushed her beyond the possible and left her completely exhausted. With relief, Kakeru finally waited for the excess power to be released. The mighty stone structure around him cracked and collapsed under the onslaught of this enormous outburst. Only then did he realize that Eleanor had fallen to the ground. Her appearance confused him as he tried to sort out what had happened. The next morning, Kakeru woke up in the mansion. When the incident was already behind, he quietly reviewed the unexpected results of his experiment. Waking up refreshed, Kakeru felt true relief. His strange training finally allowed him to sleep peacefully through the night. But as soon as he blinked, a little girl was sitting on his bed. Her sudden arrival confused him again, and he tried to understand who she was. Suspicion grew as Kakeru pondered how this child managed to infiltrate the estate under tight security, and so stealthily that no one noticed anything. Before he could delve deeper, the girl cheerfully called him her father. The unexpected statement instantly pinned him in place. He froze in complete disbelief. Seeking answers, Kakeru calmly questioned the child, but her words only deepened the mystery: who she was and where she came from. The mysterious girl pointed to Kakeru's sword and confidently said that it was her mother. Without any hesitation, the child declared that she considered herself to be that very sword. Kakeru could not make sense of this unexpected explanation. To prove her words, the girl transformed into a radiant sword right before his eyes. The incredible spectacle completely stunned Kakeru. And searching for an answer, he rushed to Eleanor, suspecting that she was somehow involved. But she was just as confused and refused to know anything about the child's origin, just to avoid leading him to the real reason. They reviewed the strange events of the previous day once more, but found no clear explanation. However, everyone suspected the strange power that erupted during the experiment was nearby and might have been the key. Holding the transformed sword, Kakeru felt an unusual connection. A little later, the child eagerly asked, "Say the name." Kakeru was flustered and began to stammer his answer, trying to gather his thoughts. Looking at her happy smile, he could not suppress his wariness, yet her innocent behavior slowly, step by step, softened his attitude. Meanwhile, the women around Kakeru gathered together after hearing this strange story. Each of them reacted in her own way to the unexpected turn of events. Eventually, Kakeru introduced the child to everyone as his daughter. Her bold statement stunned and further confused the entire group. Kakeru pushed away each guest and was about to expose where the child got such a strange statement, while the women tried to gather themselves and offered their own explanations. Raising the demonic sword, he declared it the girl's sword, her mother's. This seemed to take everyone's breath away. They froze and became even more bewildered. To reinforce his words, Kakeru asked the child to transform again. Several women prepared for another surprise. While the transformation was still ongoing up close, the girl immediately turned into a sword. Seeing this with their own eyes, the group finally believed Kakeru was truly telling the truth. When the shock subsided, the child joyfully greeted the others. Her direct innocence quickly eased the tension, and the group responded warmly. The women instantly accepted the mysterious child and began thinking about how to care for her. At the border of the Kingdom of Mercury, a horse brought a soldier wounded and unconscious from pain. The guard rushed to him as soon as they noticed his condition. Barely holding consciousness, the soldier managed to give an urgent report. Rumors spread instantly. A mighty red dragon suddenly appeared near the border. The creature was declared Olivia, the legendary dragon feared throughout the world. Her appearance meant one thing: a deadly crisis was approaching the kingdom. Kakeru learned the truth. The young girl was born from Elinor, the demon's sword. Outwardly she was human, but bore the same essence as her mother. The child quickly accepted everyone nearby. Later it became clear that Kakeru felt genuine affection for her. Her cheerfulness and innocent behavior made him treat her as if she were his own daughter. After some time, Kakeru decided to introduce her to someone important and prepared thoroughly in advance for the visit. Together they went to the lottery room through a radiant portal. Meanwhile, the other girl sat alone, overwhelmed with anxiety. She was already going to become a mother at such a young age. In the lottery room, the young girl noticed Elinor and, shivering uncertainly with the thought, asked herself if she was her mother. Elinor froze. The question came unexpectedly and confused her. Without waiting for an answer, the child rushed forward and wrapped her arms around Elinor. The sudden embrace took her breath away. Nearby, Kakeru watched with a smile as the girl joyfully accepted Elinor as her mother. Over time, Elinor relaxed her caution and responded with hugs. Her hesitation melted as soon as she held the child closer and listened to her giving her tenderness. A warm closeness flared between them. When mother and daughter finally came together, Kakeru quietly stepped aside, allowing Elinor to fully feel the moment. The stewardess in the lottery room scolded Kakeru for suddenly bringing family, but quickly changed the subject and showed a strange new lottery machine. The machine, she explained that participants can draw once a day and collect special prizes specifically from it. While Kakeru listened attentively, the child curiously bombarded her with questions about the lottery. Elinor stood nearby behind and quietly observed. After the explanation, the girl stepped up to the machine. Excitement flashed across her face. She learned that it could grant presents. The maid encouraged her to try. A sparkle flashed in her eyes, and the excitement grew minute by minute. The child impatiently awaited her first stroke. At the girl's request, sweet and all too unexpected, the maid suddenly became confused. Kakara, as if amused by her reaction, watched as the child impatiently tapped out the moment of her chance with patience. Without hesitating for a second, she reached for the lottery machine and made the first draw, one that could be felt even in the chest. In a moment, a charming little house appeared like a reward. Kakara stared in surprise. It had grown to a size that far exceeded its original dimensions. Burning with curiosity about the received reward, the girl rushed to the entrance and asked if she could go inside. Together they entered the little house. The spacious interior immediately impressed. And Kakara remembered, this building could be upgraded with special rooms and furniture if prizes from future lotteries were won. While the child joyfully explored the little house, Kakara said that the lottery had brought joy again. Elinor, seeing her delight, asked if he had already chosen a name. But Kakara thought it all through carefully while his daughter enjoyed the new home. The answer was not long in coming. He already knew what he would say. A gentle breeze slid across the cottage windows. The girl laughed from the heart and called her parents, enjoying the moment. With her bright smile, Kakara decided to name her Hikari. Elinor quietly approved the choice. The girl gladly accepted her new name. Kakara tossed Hikari into the air while the whole family once again experienced another moment full of happiness together. After naming Hikari, the family warmed themselves in the cozy moment for a long time and enjoyed their newfound happiness. Late that night, Kakeru was left alone, and it was then that Helena unexpectedly appeared in his room. Her focused face eloquently suggested something important was ripening now. Gathering courage, Helen revealed feelings she had long kept secret and asked Kakeru to listen to her. She spoke sincerely about her desire to build a deeper future with him and become part of a growing family. Stunned by her confession, Kakeru fell silent, and Helena nervously awaited his response. Helena stepped closer and finally spoke what she had carried inside for many years. Kakeru listened silently as her feelings poured out. She recalled their first meeting and how often he protected others without any hesitation. These memories slowly transformed into admiration and then into love. Even in the darkest moments, thoughts of Kakeru supported her. Memories of his kindness and courage sharpened her resolve. The next day, attention shifted to new matters. Reports of unusual incidents began to appear in several regions. As the investigation unfolded, details emerged about strange creatures appearing far from their natural habitats, clearly hinting an even greater mystery awaited them ahead. During the discussion, another report appeared. Witnesses swore they had seen a dragon, adding a new layer to the increasingly tangled puzzle. Dragons, despite their colossal power, were known as intelligent and peaceful. the group believed, most likely everything could be resolved through negotiations. Kakeru decided to investigate this personally before moving forward. He entrusted the safety of Hikari to others. After a friendly farewell, Kakeru set off confidently at that time. He thought this decision was right. Not much time passed before an unexpected confrontation erupted. Kakeru attacked a super powerful opponent and the investigation sharply shifted in a dangerous direction. At the Hikari estate, she watched the training and without looking away was captivated by the fighter's strength, and a new idea quickly matured in her mind. And with stubbornness, she declared that she wanted to train and someday become a great demonic sword like Elinor. Kakeru was completely confused, unprepared, and for a moment. But Eleanor did not stop her. On the contrary, she proudly praised Hikari's spirit and admired her aspiration. Kakeru immediately objected. He feared that this idea would not be good for his daughter, so he opposed it, although Hikari was burning with enthusiasm. The discussion continued until it was abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of Iris. Her urgent appearance immediately suggested the news was truly important. Iris rushed in panic to the estate and urgently sought out Kakeru. Her condition left no doubt something terrible had happened. And as soon as she calmed down a little, she explained the reason. A red dragon had appeared. While the city was being evacuated, her sister, along with the investigation squad, encountered the threat. Too late, the worst scenario became obvious. The rescuers failed to stop the dragon, so Iris desperately begged Kakeru to save her sister. Kakeru learned that Alina's squad had defeated dangerous red dragons. This message shocked everyone and revealed a threat that went far beyond ordinary dragons. A more detailed explanation described the red dragons as those already nearing death. Their power was becoming unstable, and their mind and wit were gradually disappearing. The group found out that most dragons met their end quietly because dragons were proud and intelligent, and such transformations happened rarely. Attention shifted to a dragon named Olivia. Unlike the others, she was obsessed with survival and transformed into a destructive red dragon. Meanwhile, an investigation squad of 2,000 soldiers reached a huge cliff near Ruse. In the depths of the ravine, the soldiers suddenly noticed movement ahead and panic swept the ranks as they rushed, trying to break free from the trap. Immediately after, the red dragon burst out from the foot of the cliff. Its gigantic body loomed over the fleeing troops and blocked their path. The commander ordered to build a shield formation. When the dragon charged, a massive wave of force crashed into the defensive line and swept away many soldiers. Despite losses, the troops quickly retook their positions. Several fighters survived the assault, leading the dragon to where everything was already prepared. When the monster was trapped, hidden weapons struck it from several directions. The military managed to lure Olivia into an ambush. On both sides of the ravine, soldiers finished preparing rows of cannons. At each position, the target was the red dragon, trapped below. Soon the giant creature was trapped, surrounded from all sides. Hundreds of soldiers lay in wait on the rocks while the dragon relentlessly searched for an exit. At the command, the cannons fired together. Explosions flared across the battlefield and struck the dragon from every side. But instead of falling, the red dragon unleashed a bloody counterattack. Shockwaves shattered the positions and soldiers were thrown off the cliffs. Despite the complete chaos, one armored warrior rushed forward, refusing to retreat. He closed in and launched an attack on the mad monster. The red dragon spread its wings and prepared to break free from the ravine. The soldiers quickly reorganized their strategy to stop it. The artillery and long-range weapons fired at the dragon's wings. The attacks did not cease for a moment, preventing it from leaving the battlefield. Behind the rocks, the commanders watched the results. The creature was weakening, so the operation seemed as if its plan was finally succeeding. But the veteran general did not relax. He reminded the soldiers the red dragon had destroyed entire cities and it must never be underestimated. Suddenly everything changed. Cracks and energy spread throughout the dragon's body, and the soldiers froze in amazement as this strange transformation unfolded before their eyes. In the headquarters tent, Helena received news. The battle had remained balanced for an hour. Before the order could be carried out, a messenger burst into the room with urgent news. His exhausted appearance screamed that a terrible disaster had occurred. The messages were revealed immediately. Irritated and grim, the main forces were retreating in panic. Helena froze as everything suddenly went wrong, contrary to their expectations. Soon, alarming rumors spread throughout the camp. Soldiers urged everyone to flee because a terrible presence was approaching. Outside, Helena saw from afar a figure descending through the ruins. When she realized that the battlefield had fallen, she froze in shocked incomprehension, staring at the threat that was already approaching. News arrived: all 2,000 soldiers had been wiped off the face of the earth. Helena's sister was still missing. There was almost no hope for her survival. When despair spread, Kakeru demanded information from Lena about Helene's whereabouts. Realizing that time was running out, he focused on the search even before it became too late. Later, a map appeared marking the battle site. The group identified the canyon south of Roisen as Helene's last known location since then. Since he had never been to this area, Kakeru could not use his teleportation ability. Instead, he arranged transport for others and decided to move forward alone. Meanwhile, Iris eagerly volunteered to accompany him. Kakeru agreed, understanding that the fastest option was to rush straight to the battlefield. While preparations continued, Kakeru informed Hikari that he would stay behind. The decision, unexpected by anyone, stunned the young girl. Hikari did not accept this and immediately protested, insisting on joining the journey. Kakeru quickly realized convincing her would not be easy at all. But suddenly another voice interrupted the argument. Everyone froze and turned, directing their gaze at the one who had just appeared. Hikari's mother stepped forward and firmly cut in. The battlefield is no place for someone unprepared for danger or death. Hearing these words, Hikari finally fell silent, though with disappointment. She lowered her gaze and suddenly clearly realized how serious everything had become. Kakeru dashed sharply toward the battlefield. Throughout the journey, anxiety for Helene did not let him let go of his thoughts. Meanwhile, the situation in the canyon was rapidly deteriorating. Exhausted soldiers huddled between the rocks, and uncertainty grew in the camp. Later, it became clear the reconnaissance team had disappeared. Galeon silently listened as increasing losses eroded hope for victory. Despite the mortal danger, she still held the evacuation helm. Her main task was to protect the civilians who had not yet managed to escape. Although 2,000 soldiers had already fallen, Helena did not want to leave the people of Leia. She firmly decided to fulfill her duty and prepared to stay until the evacuation was complete. Despite her own injuries, Helena refused to retreat. She held on until the very end, not taking her eyes off the civilians until everyone was evacuated. Without warning, Red Dragon thundered down before Earth impact shattered the ground and threw Helena aside. And barely rising, she suddenly found herself face to face with a huge monster. Fear gripped her chest. The dragon bore down on the entire battle with its immense weight. The massive form loomed and approached as if to remind Helena the situation had become hopeless, yet she still did not give up. Gathering her last strength, Helena forced herself to stand and thought of Kakeru. She searched within herself for the courage to keep fighting. Dented and exhausted, Helena stood before Red Dragon and, despite her condition, declared that she would protect the people of Leia at any cost. Aya's voice suddenly praised her determination. The unexpected words rolled across the battlefield and caught her attention. Without warning, a mighty blow cracked the earth. The attack swept through the area and struck the dragon directly. The massive creature staggered from the blow. For the first time, its advance was completely stopped. While Helena tried to understand what had just happened, Kakeru appeared nearby. He burst in at the last moment, grabbed his weapon, and prepared to face the dragon alone. Kakeru finally reached the wounded Helen. He stood between her and the dragon, loudly announced his presence, and prepared for battle. Seeing him safe, the tension instantly lifted from Helen's shoulders. Despair melted away, and Kakeru pulled her into soothing embraces. Police, after making sure she was unharmed, Kakeru apologized for coming late. Helen no longer reproached him, she only felt gratitude that he had come. In Yakaru's eyes, a fiercer determination flared. Protecting Helen was no longer enough. He decided to make the dragon pay. Meanwhile, others rushed to the battlefield. Hearing that Kakeru had already started fighting, they quickened their pace with the same urgency. As the cart rushed straight to the battlefield, the rest also hurried to reach Kakeru as quickly as possible. For now, Hikari stealthily crawled out of hiding from the storage compartment. Her face was stone cold with determination, even as those who had turned away from her were left behind. But instead of sitting safely, she decided to join the fight. Meanwhile, Kakeru prepared to confront the dragon in a clash of will and strength. In the carriage, the group argued about the rumor circulating about the red dragon, and each had trembling thoughts. One warrior burned with desire to fight, while another was nervous, wondering how they would endure the moment of facing such a dangerous creature. Soon the cart crashed into a narrow gorge. The warrior felt the dragon nearby and flared with excitement to test her own strength. Without any warning, a huge red dragon appeared. Its massive body blocked the way, forcing the travelers to stop while danger filled the canyon. Instead of hiding, a little girl suddenly climbed out, saw the path down, and immediately prepared to sneak to the battlefield. In a moment, she dared alone and rushed over the rocky ground, heading straight for the dragon while the others were still behind. From the cliff above her, it was visible how a clash was already flaring below. A young warrior jumped forward and collided with the dragon's sharp armor. Surprise flashed on her face as soon as she saw the fierce exchange of blows. The fighter moved much faster than she expected. Several powerful strikes followed one after another. Dust and debris scattered across the canyon as the attack continued. Despite the assault, the dragon remained standing in place. The warrior jerked back sharply and immediately realized the creature withstood the blows and did not sustain serious injuries. At that very moment, a dark figure grew behind his back right in front of the two threats. He understood the fight would be much harder than he could have ever imagined. The warrior stared at the dragon and noticed the wounds healed instantly as if they had never existed. Realizing the futility of ordinary attacks, he began to look for a way to end the clash with a single, decisive blow. Suddenly, the dragon dashed across the canyon with incredible speed. The warrior barely managed to dodge the surrounding rocks crumbled from the impact. At the critical moment, a little girl appeared and raised a magical barrier. Her spell stopped the attack literally at the last moment before it could reach him. The saved warrior exhaled and stood up again. The girl quickly glanced at him, but both remained composed while the dangerous enemy was nearby. Before the new plan could form in his mind, another fierce strike thundered nearby. Debris was lifted into the air, and they had to react instantly. Barely hearing the noise, the mage and the warrior rushed to the battlefield. Both knew the warrior needed support before the dragon overshadowed him. As soon as the request for help sounded, the mage immediately cast a lightning spell. A bright strike from the sky hit the dragon. Electricity covered the monster from all sides for a moment. It seems this attack finally created the breach they needed. To everyone's surprise, the dragon withstood the spell. The magic could not penetrate his defense, and the sorcerer froze in shock. Without hesitation, the warrior rushed forward. Managing to use the short distraction she launched, she made a fierce charge and pinned the dragon with relentless attacks, pushing it back. The warrior continued the pressure, but the colossal strength of the dragon proved not easy to overcome. Even her mighty blows did not stop his advance. After several exchanges of blows, she was pushed back, but she, struggling with the creature's size, still did not retreat from the fight. Nearby, a young mage covered the dragon with a massive spell and hurled a huge boulder at it. The strike, accompanied by a laugh like a bullfinch's, crashed down with incredible force. Despite her shock, the dragon withstood the blow. Dust rose and filled the canyon, but the monster broke out again unharmed. Seizing the moment, the warrior surged forward. His blade struck the dragon directly and finally tore a truly decisive gap in the battle. When victory was already looming very close, the dragon showed its true power. Its body was wrapped in strange magical circles, a sign of a deadly counterattack. In a moment, countless fireballs burst from the circles. The dragon unleashed a devastating storm that covered the entire canyon. Flames rained down from all sides. The team scattered in panic, and explosions tore through the battlefield without any pause. While the destruction unfolded right before his eyes, the warrior finally understood why the red dragons were feared. The monster's power was too strong even beyond his expectations. Undeterred, the young warrior dashed through the storm of flames. His stubbornness pushed him forward as he searched for where to strike back. While the firestorm did not subside, the warrior stubbornly charged ahead. A protective spell shielded him from the direct blast, so the assault continued. The dragon responded with another devastating strike. The ground cracked from the impact, and debris scattered across the canyon. Realizing that ordinary methods would not work, the warrior unleashed the power hidden in his sword. Dark energy burst forth and flew straight at the dragon. Shadow claws thundered out of the ground and grabbed the monster. Cracks crawled along the canyon walls, and the force holding it tightened increasingly around its body. He could not break free. The dragon was pulled down by the power of darkness. For the first time in battle, the creature was completely restrained. And as soon as the dragon was trapped, the warrior seized his chance. He rushed forward and drove the blade deep into the monster's body. Without stopping, he continued the assault. Each strike landed heavier than the previous one, while the dragon vainly tried to break free. A flurry of blows erupted on the battlefield. Countless swings cut the dragon from all sides, crushing its defense. Finally, the creature collapsed. Its gigantic body slammed to the ground with a crash. Debris flew in all directions, and the rest froze, only staring in silent shock. The warrior breathed heavily and slowly lowered his sword. The dragon showed no signs of recovery, and at that moment the entire group fully realized the impossible fight had indeed been won. When the team relaxed a little, strange magical circles suddenly appeared next to the fallen dragon. The unexpected reaction instantly drew everyone's attention. The warrior froze in shocked incomprehension. The monster was supposed to be finished off, but something dangerous was still unfolding. Strong energy gathered around the dragon's body. As the magic grew before their eyes, the company realized the creature was preparing one last technique. As soon as the spell ended, a wave of energy rolled through the dragon, and the magic it created was many times greater than anything that could be seen during the battle. Without a word in advance, the dragon unleashed a colossal attack. A dark sphere, raising a whirlwind, flew forward at inhuman speed, and the battlefield plunged into chaos again. The sphere rushed through the canyon, barely avoiding a direct hit, and the warrior suddenly realized if the sphere had hit, he would have died instantly. But it did not stop. It changed direction. Its unnatural movement threw him off balance, and it continued chasing its target. Next to it, the girl suddenly found herself in mortal danger. The attack struck before anyone could recover. Seeing the situation, the warrior dashed forward, throwing himself between the attack and the girl, deciding to protect her. The sphere hit him right in the head. Dark energy covered his body and threw him away, while the others watched in horror, unable to stop what had happened. Kakeru rushed forward at incredible speed, shielding the young girl behind him. A bloody shockwave raced across the rocky landscape. Dust and debris scattered as the impact gouged through the mountains. In a moment, a deep scar stretched across the entire terrain, a path carved by collision. Smoke rose from the broken earth. Soon Kakeru landed unsuccessfully and fell to one knee. His body was battered, but he stubbornly stayed on his feet while the girl, stunned, just watched. Her eyes filled with tears as soon as she realized Kakeru risked everything for her. She rushed to him across the devastated battlefield. The girl finally reached Kakeru and, trembling with tears, grabbed him. Seeing his battered state, she panicked while he forced himself to hold on and not lose consciousness. A faint smile barely moved on Kakeru's face. After confirming she was unharmed, he felt his strength beginning to fade. Without any warning, his body heavily collapsed onto the devastated ground. The impact echoed across the battlefield, and the girl instantly froze in shock. She rushed to him and, in despair, tried to wake him. When Kakeru finally stopped moving, fear overwhelmed her completely. Within moments, his companions arrived and saw he was lying unconscious. They too were gripped by fear as they crowded around Kakeru, awaiting the worst after the brutal battle. The giant monster stood motionless after the fierce clash, but no one relaxed. Vigilance was maintained until the end because no one knew if the threat was truly over. Kakeru's comrades quickly gathered around him and lifted the unconscious body. Not a moment to hesitate, they prepared to leave the battlefield. Soon the group loaded Kakeru onto a cart and began to retreat. The entrusted hero showed no signs of waking. In the cart, his allies watched him closely, and anxiety stubbornly grew. Questions spread further. His condition had not begun to improve. Meanwhile, the exhausted monster did not move at all. It seemed that both fighters had completely lost their strength and had fallen into a temporary sleep, a state similar to a coma. In the cart, Kakeru's companions used all their restorative items, but to their horror, the wounds showed no sign of healing. Suddenly, Kakeru was awakened in agony. His body convulsed spasmodically, and everyone rushed to restrain him so he would not harm himself further. After a painful struggle, his condition finally stabilized. Concern remained, but the group firmly decided not to stay longer in the dangerous zone. During the journey, one of the companions recalled important information received before the battle. This very memory suggested a possible explanation for Kokuru's strange condition. Later, the cart rolled toward the royal city. The boys were eager to find an answer and proper treatment, so without delay they rushed to the castle in the very heart of the kingdom. The group reached the royal capital and immediately saw a large military camp behind the walls. Preparations for another battle were already in full swing. Meanwhile, Kakeru was carried inside a medical tent. His companions did not leave his side. They watched over him and searched for a way to save him. Soon, a scientist named Melissa entered the tent. Her calm facial expression spoke volumes. She already understood Kakeru's condition. After examination, Melissa found out. During the battle, Kakeru was struck by the cursed breath of the red dragon. The explanation shocked everyone present. Melissa warned that over a long life, dragons accumulate a colossal amount of negative energy. Melissa said that the dragon's curse blocks Kakeru's recovery. Worse yet, the dark power continued to spread through his body and threatened to consume his soul. When the curse flared up stronger, Kakeru suddenly twitched in pain. Without any hesitation, Melissa stepped forward, embraced him, and began the dangerous cleansing. In a moment, she had already made a decision, firmly resolved to save him, but Melissa chose differently, to take the curse upon herself. Dark energy burst out of Kakeru and rushed into Melissa. The desperate flow shook everything around as the curse crawled out of his body. Feeling the weight of her wounds, Melissa still stood on her feet. Her comrades from Solon cult caught her. She vowed to save Kakura, no matter the cost. Even before the ritual began, Kakeru's accomplices placed their lives on Melissa. There was no other way, so they placed all their hopes in her hands. Melissa immediately took responsibility without any hesitation. Her determination softened the fear of those gathered in the tent. Later, she summoned the members of the Solonsky cult and prepared a great healing ceremony. Together, they united their power for Kakeru. When the ritual began, blinding light spread throughout the camp and prayers along with healing energy flowed to the center of the structure. Standing in those rays, Melissa remembered how Kakeru had changed so many lives. Relying on the support he inspired in others, she gave her all to save him. When the ritual reached its final stage, Melissa poured all her remaining strength into Kakeru. The enhanced healing spell activated and a brilliant glow sliced through the tent like a whirlwind. An invincible force surged into Kakeru, repelling the curse. As soon as they felt her outside, the others impatiently awaited the result. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared and the young girl instantly became the center of attention. People's hearts relaxed. Fear immediately turned into relief as soon as they embraced. Tears flowed like a river after confirming that none of them were hurt. Soon the group gathered again, reassured by how Kakeru cared for everyone's safety. They warmly welcomed the reunion with smiles and hope returned. While Kakeru lay unconscious, the young girl remembered his last concern. Even in pain, he thought of only one thing: to make sure she was all right. It tore her apart with guilt. She suddenly cried because she thought Kakeru almost died because of her, and again she blamed herself. The companion quietly calmed her and assured, "Kaikara will recover." The girl was still crying but slowly began to regain consciousness. Next to him, one of the members of the group, Kakeru, confessed in despair. She regretted that she could not protect him during the battle. Later, many developed the same feelings. Looking at their own helplessness in surprise, each silently decided to become stronger for Kyuker. After reflecting on the recent battle, one of Kakeru's friends made a firm vow, never to retreat again and to face future threats head-on. Soon troubling news reached the camp. A dangerous enemy was moving straight toward the royal capital, threatening countless lives. The group immediately began preparations. Orders were given to strengthen the city's defense, and civilians were relocated to safe places. Meanwhile, several people dispersed to gather reinforcements and get weapons. Everyone acted quickly. Danger was already approaching. Before leaving, they promised to protect Kakeru and the camp at any cost. Even without him, his comrades united to defend what was most important. At first, before setting off, comrades of Kakeru said words of support. Gathering together, they restored faith in Kakeru's recovery. Their determination grew stronger with every prepared minute despite the trials that awaited ahead. Soon everyone clasped hands and uttered the final oath. United by a common goal, they set aside their fears. When the group was ready to depart, Hikari suddenly heard a familiar voice. Following the warning, everything happened instantly a moment after it. While others focused on the approaching threat, Hikari, with the order to closely watch the women near Kakar, was surprised by such a strange advice. Hikari recalled the words she was warned with and quietly observed the battlefield, suddenly realizing the real battle would be much more brutal than she could imagine. While a skirmish raged somewhere, a giant dragon moved toward the royal capital. The closer the catastrophe approached, the more diligently the kingdom prepared for the inevitable clash. Having survived the dragon's devastating attack, the young man wavered between consciousness and memory. Dark energy spread through his body as the spirit of Melissa embraced him. Through the strange connection, he felt a hidden, shining power in his hand and finally understood its purpose. Memories of comrades filled his mind. He realized they were still fighting. Because of that, urgency removed the last hesitations. Determination hardened his resolve. Raising the shining power, he decided to share it with all who fought on the front lines. For now, Kaikara and others held the blow. The enemy once again covered the battlefield with another merciless, furious series of barrages. The red dragon flew like a whirlwind over the battlefield, crushing the defense with merciless force. Fear swept among the soldiers as wounded fighters fell around, doomed, exhausted. They had encountered a monster that no longer had the strength to resist humans, and some no longer saw any hope for victory. But soon everything got worse. The dragon broke through another defensive wall and the troops were forced to retreat, while artillery and mages, despite everything, held the attacks in despair. Far beyond the battlefield, Mercury, the royal capital Roizen, stood in the very heart of the conflict against the advancing red dragon. In the command center, officers gathered around reports and maps of the defense. It was cracking, and Helena was leading the troops at the front line. Urgent decisions had to be made without hesitation. In the command center, leaders quickly reorganized their forces. Orders spread instantly across the fortress. Soldiers prepared supplies and began to lead their units in a counterattack. Meanwhile, Helena held firm despite the fierce pressure. Trust in her allies kept her focused, so she continued to keep her gaze solely on the battle ahead. Soon a report arrived and it confirmed what was expected. All preparations were already complete. The operation was launched without delay. Outside, fires continued to consume parts of the city, and destruction stubbornly spread through the streets, extending black paths. Somewhere far away, civilians tried to escape the chaos. A weakened girl leaned on her companion as they struggled toward safety, hoping to reach evacuation transport before danger caught up with them. Among streets collapsing underfoot, a young girl found herself trapped under heavy debris. Seeing her plight, two sisters rushed through the ruins to reach her. United, they pushed against the rubble with all their might. Dust rose into the air and the debris slowly shifted. Finally, the captured girl was freed. Relief spread among them, and they quickly led her to the nearest evacuation wagon. But before they could step away, the older sister suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. Barely moving, she still tried to encourage the others and make them continue. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. Frightened by the rumble, three girls huddled together as the ruined city shook around them. When the trembling did not subside, the sisters fearfully raised their eyes. Their hearts stopped as a huge dragon appeared above the destroyed buildings. In a moment, the monster unleashed a terrible attack. A devastating force burst through the streets, and civilians were trapped with no chance to escape. Instinctively, the older sister pressed the younger one to herself, shielding her with her body. The deadly wave covered the entire area, burying the surroundings under chaos and debris. But it was not death that enveloped them, but a strange cold. The older sister opened her eyes and realized she was inside a frozen sanctuary where icy mist and snowflakes slowly drifted through the air. On their shelter rose a gigantic wall of ice between the city and destruction, like an unbreakable boundary. Behind the icy barrier, the sisters froze in shock, watching as the young girl suddenly rose into the air. Relying on the power Kakeru had passed to the girl, she launched a fierce counterattack, and right in the middle of the battlefield, huge ice spikes erupted from the ground, striking the red dragon. The wounded beast did not give up and fought against the pressure, while magical formations flared around it. The ice continued to bind it in chains, not allowing it to easily break free from captivity. Soon another ally joined the fight. A true torrent of lightning descended from above, and the pressure on the trapped dragon became so great that it was almost unbearable. Surpassing her own limits, the mage together with him unleashed an even more powerful storm magic. The attackers finally forced the dragon into defense. Even despite the combined attacks that the dragon endured above the city itself, the mighty protective barrier still held, and its defenders fought to hold the line. The lightning minority mage restrained the reinforced barrier with effort, but even with Kakeru's support, the pressure relentlessly pushed her right beyond her limits. Suddenly, Helena surged forward, leaning on her comrades to catch her momentum, and swiftly rushed at the dragon with unwavering determination. With an explosion of enhanced power, the whole battle flared up. The dragon braced itself, and Helena's strike hit with much greater force than before. Remembering past defeats, Helena calibrated her strategy. Instead of striking again and again, she gathered everything into one sharp blow to break through the dragon's defense. Colin gathered every ounce of strength given to Kakar into one point and prepared the decisive strike while the allies held the defense. Meanwhile, Tanya held the battlefield. Her enhanced ice magic struck the dragon, shackled its movements, and dissolved a breach for the next attack. While this was happening, the lightning mage unleashed another burst of electricity. Continuous strikes forced the dragon to hold pressure from several directions at once. Seizing her chance, Helena advanced without haste. The technique she chose was a push right to the core through mighty monsters, straight into their center. And then she unleashed a secret sword technique. A focused strike surged forward, pouring all power into the dragon's vital point. Helena's meticulously honed sword technique finally hit. The concentrated strike pierced the dragon's body and drove in much deeper than any previous attack. Dark blood gushed from the wound, and the monster tore into a frenzied roar, but it could not withstand the devastating blow. Its gigantic body began to collapse. Moment by moment, the battlefield seemed to shudder from the sheer force of the event, and the dragon, with a roar, crashed into the ground, scattering debris and covering the surroundings with shockwaves. Seeing the fallen beast, the soldiers erupted in celebration. Relief washed away despair, and victory spread among all the defending forces. For after the battle, the heroes stood shoulder to shoulder, united by the shared power of Kakar and coordinated efforts, so they defeated the Red Dragon. They believed victory was very close. The defenders prepared to finish off the wounded dragon. Suddenly, the dragon ignored its attackers. It forced its injured body to move with strength, leaving behind total ruin, and dashed straight into the very heart of the royal capital. While the heroes were reaching their goal, they tried to exhaust it by distance and flight, but still did not manage to stop the creature. By the time the dragon reached its target, time had passed and its body was swallowed by a furious explosive wave. The unexpected attack struck with incredible force. The entire battlefield was shaken by explosions. They rushed to look at the capital, and everyone searched for the source of that mysterious attack that appeared without any warning. When the crisis intensified, reinforcements finally reached the capital. Soldiers, adventurers, and citizens gathered together, resolute to defend their homeland. And among them stood Alexis and his comrades. Their arrival lifted the fighting spirit, as if reminding everyone, the city still has defenders ready to fight to the end. Alexis did not hesitate. He stepped forward and drew a clear line before the wounded dragon. He ordered it not to advance any further. Later, Olivia addressed the gathered troops, although humanity looked completely insignificant before such a monster. Side by side stood warriors and mages, and their determination grew again together. They awaited the one and only final battle to protect the city they loved. The commander prepared the city's defense and ordered the throwers to move to the second line. The weapons were handed over to the mages. They were fueled by rare ore and a powerful core. Before the attack began, it also strongly enhanced their magic. Everything was ready just as Ant had planned. The commander gave the signal, a moment, and the shining weapon was launched, rushing across the battlefield straight to the enemy. Several shells exploded in the air and hit their targets, followed by flashes one after another. Explosions tore through enemy positions and caused terrible destruction. When the attack ended, the commander praised the destructive power of the weapon. Meanwhile, others wondered, was it worth spending such an expensive thing so freely? And finally, seeing how the weapon worked, Alexis proudly declared that it was truly a profitable investment. She defeated the Red Dragon using products from her company. Reputation sharply increased, and everyone's confidence soared. The weapon, soon Homer gathered fighters and merchants, promising them unlimited access to the best weapons his group could provide. Meanwhile, Salami noticed Mew entering a crowded district. Surprised by her unexpected appearance, he approached, apologized, and had no idea why she had come. Workers were hauling supplies and equipment through the streets, and Salami, worried about her safety, explained that this place was dangerous, so Mew calmly replied, she came by her own choice. While they talked, Salami noticed how much Mew had changed. Her healthy appearance reassured him she felt good under Kakeru's care. Mew joyfully confirmed her decision, holding confidently, although danger raged around the city and preparations for battles were still ongoing. In Elsewhere, Alexis announced, everything is ready. As soon as the operation started, adventurers for the aerial assault swiftly took positions. Simultaneously, a large, magical, terrifying weapon trap was prepared. It was assembled on order from Homer's trading company. As soon as they captured the enemy location, operators made final adjustments. Then Ford was given the order to launch the attack. A moment and the massive weapon fired. Its projectile tore through the sky toward the target, initiating the next stage of the plan to defeat Red Dragon. Fortis ordered to activate the restraint mechanism. When Red Dragon flew closer, the special weapon spun up a gripping sequence. Soon the device released numerous restraining cables. They shot through the air and wrapped around the dragon, instantly binding its movement. The dragon squealed in struggle, while the brave ones meanwhile delivered a concentrated aviation strike from above. One explosion after another hit the dragon's body, bound by intertwined cables. It was not so easy for it to break free from this barrage. It endured continuous hits and continuous damage. But the battle was not over yet. Suddenly an explosion flared in the air, and it became clear how the mighty enemy intervened to protect the dragon and disrupt the strike. The warrior decisively stepped forward and disrupted the powerful attack. An energy pulse tore through the battlefield and struck the opponent, shielding the dragon. Soon the attack was successfully combined. Fortis immediately felt the plan worked. The enemy's movements were disrupted and the dragon still remained vulnerable. Wasting no time, the defenders gathered the remnants of their strength together. Explosions and magical attacks repeatedly found the trapped beast, and from the side an observer saw how the combined assault relentlessly brought the dragon to defeat. As the battle unfolded before her eyes, the young girl froze at how confidently the defender advanced. She realized ordinary people can become powerful if they unite to protect what truly matters to them. Watching the clash, Hikari pondered what it really means to protect something truly dear. No sooner had the thoughts settled in her mind than memories of the people nearby surfaced. Their kindness and support slowly pushed her toward the truth, what she truly desires to protect. Heavily wounded, the red dragon struggled with its last strength to stay in the air. Smoke rose from its body. Blows of the battle had finally taken their toll and showed their effect. The battle, in a moment, it was over. Kakura silently stared at the battlefield while the dragon prepared to depart, accepting the outcome of the clash. Their farewell was calm and respectful. After they had sorted each other out, understood who was Hathi, exchanged final words and parted, hoping to meet again in another life. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck the ground and a furious explosion erupted. The impact shook the battlefield and moment by moment drew all eyes to the place from which it originated. Seeing the explosion, the nearest fighters lost their step. They were caught off guard. While they tried to comprehend what had just happened, confusion overwhelmed them. In a moment, the maimed dragon fell like a stone. Even amid smoke and debris, a presence appeared, holding an evil spirit within. The creature slowly revealed itself before their eyes. Dark energy enveloped its body, and the dragon became significantly more dangerous than before. Just as the dragon opened its jaws, an excessive magical force arose around it. Fortis felt that too much magic had concentrated and understood. A new threat was already at the doorstep. The defenders froze in shock when the dragon changed. Its body transformed into a more terrifying form, and everyone was stunned by the unexpected continuation. Fortis instantly grasped the truth. The dragon had become even stronger, and the magical energy enveloping it only confirmed the danger had grown to the limit. Without any warning, the dragon unleashed a colossal spell. Dark power spread across the sky, and the storm born from it covered the battlefield with a solid wave. In a moment, the city was hit by an attack. Explosions rose throughout the district buildings, and defensive positions fought one after another, allowing no pause. Chaos quickly spread among the defenders and civilians. People rushed about, trying to escape, while the dragon continuously smashed the city, sweeping away everything in its path. The dragon's destructive attacks swept the battlefield. The defenders could not protect themselves as dark energy and explosions flew in all directions, tearing the space apart. In mere moments, everything turned upside down. The soldiers and commanders realized that the true power of Red Dragon far exceeded their expectations. Far from the battlefield, frightened civilians listened to the ominous blasts. Somewhere in the heights, explosions echoed throughout the city, sowing fear and complete uncertainty. Despite the panic, some residents stubbornly held on to hope because they remembered the power of Kakeru. They believed, eventually he would defeat the dragon and save the kingdom. Iris soon approached the frightened civilians. Learning that Kakeru had once saved them, she carefully listened to others. They told stories about the legendary wielder of the demon sword. In the shelter, concerned townspeople shared stories about Kakeru's past achievements. Tales of his victories passed from person to person, further fueling hope. As more and more people began to speak out loud, confidence returned step by step. They said if anyone could defeat the dragon, it was the legendary wielder of the demon's sword, Yuki Kakeru. Near them, two girls quietly prayed for the safety of the city. They relied on Kakeru and fervently begged him to protect everyone. Throughout the city, among the frightened inhabitants, similar hopes spread. Countless people silently turned to prayer, begging Kakeru to save the kingdom and defeat the dragon. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, those who remained thought of him gripped by fear and devastation. They stared at the place where their last hope still held and waited for Kakeru to come. Throughout the battlefield, survivors and defenders repeatedly whispered Kakeru's name despite the chaos around. They held on to the hope they cherished most. Before moving, Fortis closed her eyes and whispered a sincere prayer, one that called Kakeru in time and asked him to save the kingdom from the merciless threat. When countless voices merged into one hope, mysterious lights flared up across the area. The warm light continued to spread around her, and through it, Hikari felt the power of human desire to protect someone extremely dear to them. Quietly observing, her companion noticed something had changed in her. At that moment, Hikari found her own answer for the first time about the meaning of the fight and what is truly worth protecting. Reflecting on everything these signs had taught her, Hikari finally found the answer. Determination became visible immediately as soon as she accepted the very meaning of protecting others. Next to her, a mighty spirit turned its gaze aside. Sensing a crisis, it called for help from a person capable of turning the tide of battle. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed across the sky, a merciless gleam spread over the city, and allies and enemies, as if on command, stopped to all raise their heads together. When the pillar of light descended, a thrilling joy spread among the defenders. Many immediately understood the long-awaited hero had finally responded to their hopes. In the radiant beam, Kasura finally appeared. Pressed by colossal power, he stepped onto the battlefield to face the dragon and protect the kingdom. Kasura finally stepped onto the battlefield with a confident expression. He immediately apologized for being late and instantly drew the attention of everyone present. Relief spread among his allies. As soon as they recognized him, Eleanor, Hikari, and others felt hope return as soon as Kakeru appeared. Meanwhile, Hikari rushed forward, filled with excitement. Seeing Kakeru again after placing her faith in him, she felt true happiness. Wasting no time, Kakararo reached for his weapon. His hand gripped the hilt tighter as he prepared to face the mighty enemy looming as a threat over the city. In a moment, dark energy engulfed him like a whirlwind, wrapping him in irresistible power. Kakeru surged forward with all his strength and headed toward the decisive battle. Kakeru drew two demonic swords and unleashed all his power. Gaining new determination, he prepared for the final confrontation with the transformed dragon. Soon he charged onto the battlefield just as the dragon turned to catch his gaze. The decisive clash of two mighty opponents began. After the terrifying battle, Kakeru first rushed to check on Hikari. A moment later, Hikari flared up and rushed to him. When they reunited, Kakeru realized his strength had grown because within him he carried the power and desire of both girls. Far away, even when resting, the dragon and similar creatures hear the conflict. Kakeru understood Hikari's determination was the cause of this battle. Soon the tension and the mood faded. Hikagi answered proudly and the whole team shared a joyful moment, recalling the recent fight. Meanwhile, the creature rose from the ground, noticing the changes in Olivia since their last meeting. It froze in anticipation of what was to happen next. Kakara closely watched her and noticed the creature's strength had grown. Olivia explained that the power of Red Dragon keeps her alive even despite her current condition. While he listened, Kakeru could not shake the feeling of presence he sensed during sleep. This memory directly touched Olivia and suddenly he understood something important. A prickly gleam ran across his face as soon as he locked eyes with Olivia, and the wounded creature below had not yet lowered its defensive readiness, remained ready to fight. Without hesitation, the monster released its power and shook the battlefield with a sharp explosion of energy. Kakeru did not retreat, took a step forward. A spark flared in his eyes as soon as he recognized in Olivia that same steadfastness and prepared to face her strength with all his might. Kakeru released a colossal surge of power and caught Olivia's determination. The battlefield trembled because his strength rose to an incredible level. Next to Hikari recognized her fear, but still stubbornly decided to stand firm and protect the people she loved most. Seized by that stubborn intention, Kakeru lunged forward. The blade flashed in the air and he fully committed to the fight. Olivia, glancing over her shoulder, proudly noted how Hikari had grown. Kakarot accepted the moment with confidence, yet did not take his eyes off the fight. Meanwhile, several observers raised the alarm. Olivia had become significantly stronger than before, and her true power had not yet been revealed. The monster suddenly dashed across the entire battlefield with incredible force. From afar, others could only shout as Kakarot went into a one-on-one attack. Instead of retreating, Kakarot stopped the creature flying in attack. He struck it right in the head. The unexpected defense stunned both the monster and the spectator. In an instant, he disappeared from sight, and countless streaks flared around the creature. Tore his body, not even allowing him to react. The jump startled the crowd, the overseers even shuddered. Kakarot's movements were so swift that no one could properly follow his attack. Even after the colossal damage, Kakarot did not stop. With a confident smile, he prepared for the next strike while the shattered monster was still trying to stay on its feet. Kakarot maintained relentless pressure, striking from above and cutting deep wounds on the massive body of the creature, not allowing it to recover. But suddenly, a creature unleashed a storm of black lightning. A fierce attack spread across the battlefield, forcing everyone to freeze in anxious observation. Not retreating, Kakarot turned his arm and launched a multitude of spinning blades into the sky. They surged forward like a wave, shattering lightning bolts, strike after strike. When the explosions began to subside, he stood in the center of the battlefield, calm, steady. There was not a trace of panic on his face. Far in the sky, the spectators froze in amazement. The power of Kakarot exceeded all expectations. The monster gathered colossal energy and once again prepared its devastating flame attack. Without hesitation, he rushed to the city walls. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and he took a position between the attack and the people. Something opened above, and the creature unleashed a whole stream of destructive power. The observers froze in shock when Kakarot chose to shield the entire city instead of saving himself. Sam, next to him, Olivia and Hikari stood shoulder to shoulder, prolonging the fight. They faced a barrage of close-range fire and did not let the city fall. All uniting their strength, the three tore down the massive barrier. Their joint determination surged forward, and they fought to protect every citizen behind them. The clash between the monster's breath and the barrier reached its peak. Both forces pressed against each other, and the battlefield trembled with wild energy. The sky tore apart with a gigantic explosion. Light and shock waves burst outward, so everyone had to watch the result from afar. When the smoke finally began to clear, the city was still standing. Kakarot remained ahead, and Olivia and Hikari stayed close and harmed. Over the battlefield, a monster burst out with a desperate roar. The body was covered with cracks. The tension of the battle was growing steadily. Sighing from wounds, the creature still did not fall. Its determination did not break, and it prepared for a new round of battle. Seeing that the monster was still standing, Kakarot decided to finish the fight. Olivia noted the creature's incredible endurance, and Hikari froze in amazement. With a jerk of speed, Kakarot was thrown into the air. Gathering strength, he crashed straight into the wounded monster for the decisive blow. The creature desperately flailed in defense, but Kakarot met the blow head-on. Their forces clashed in collision, and neither side was willing to yield. Seizing the start, Kakarot broke through her defense and rushed forward with devastating force. After this followed a merciless avalanche of knife strikes. Kakarot tore through the battlefield, cutting from both sides and driving the monster closer to final defeat. Kakarot's relentless attack continued. Each strike fell with devastating force, pushing the wounded creature deeper into despair. Soon he stopped before the maimed creature and called the name Olivia. Kanjuro looked at the opponent with respect, not hatred. Despite the brutal fight, he acknowledged the strength and spirit of the dragon. Facing such a mighty enemy became an unforgettable experience for him. The time came to deliver the final blow. Kakarot declared the fight over while the exhausted monster still tried to stay conscious. Gathering every last drop of strength, Kakarot raised his weapon high above his head. The battlefield trembled. He was preparing a strike that was to put an end to this long war. Kakarot unleashed his highest attack. A pillar of destructive force crashed onto the battlefield and completely knocked down the exhausted dragon. In the fading light, the spirit of the dragon appeared before him. Not anger but calm after their furious clash. The struggle had not yet quieted. In a moment, the dragon's body broke through the last wave of energy. The remnants of its power vanished as the fight finally came to an end. The brilliant light slowly faded over the battlefield. Kakarot sank to the ground and watched as the last traces of the attack disappeared. Here, standing calmly among the ruins, Kakeru said goodbye to Olivia. The long battle with the defeated dragon was finally over. After the fight, Kakeru was left alone, and countless lottery tickets drifted in the sky. He held the tickets in his hands and suddenly felt an unexpected relief, as if everything had finally come to an end. For a moment, his thoughts froze and a forgotten memory surfaced. The vision snatched Olivia's memories. Kakeru saw the one who was once incredibly important to her, a figure connected to a distant path. That man had long gone, but Olivia still waited, enduring loneliness through hundreds of years and still hoping for reunion. Understanding the truth, Kakeru discerned the source of his obsession and calmly, with quiet distrust, looked at his own actions. After Kakeru heard Olivia's memories, he brushed off the dream as if from a painful attachment to a distant past. The last words she left behind trembled in his head for a long time. Kakeru wondered whether Olivia had confused him with someone else or simply transferred her own feelings onto him. To him, despite this possibility, he acknowledged her devotion and remembered the long years she endured. The cheerful girl soon appeared and came with a large egg that was found where the dragon disappeared. Finished learning that mighty dragons can be reborn in the form of eggs, Kakeru immediately understood. The story of this creature was not yet over. Suddenly, without any warning, the egg cracked and split. Kakeru shuddered from surprise when a small creature jumped out of the shell. The newly born dragon burst into joyful cries and immediately attracted everyone's attention. The girl happily picked him up and admired his tiny figure. Watching the scene, Kakeru suspected that the hatched creature was the reincarnated form of Olivia. Fortunately, there was no sign of danger from the young dragon. The hatchling quickly settled in the girl's hands. Nearby, others watched this quiet moment with relief and a smile. When calm returned to the battlefield again, the clash with Red Dragon Olivia finally ended, leaving behind only a new countdown, a new beginning. After the battle, the survivors gathered among the ruins. So many feelings poured into the group, and the chaos finally subsided as if it had been turned off. The news of Red Dragon's defeat spread across the world with incredible speed, and just as swiftly as an echo, it caught the fear that had held generations for years. Very soon, all eyes were once again fixed on Kakeru. All over the world, they spoke of the wielder of the demonic sword who achieved the impossible. The story spread from kingdom to kingdom. Nobles, travelers, and common residents alike buzzed about the victory and its consequences. When the excitement finally subsided, Kakeru quietly walked through the corridors and reflected on everything that had happened. Finally, the long struggle was truly over. And just as Kakeru left the celebration, he was overwhelmed, complained about the exhausting official reception. A bunch of glances from numerous dignitaries drained his patience. Since his comrade pointed out that this was inevitable, after the victory over Red Dragon, Kakeru became a famous hero throughout the kingdom. While he was still walking down the corridor, another trouble was spinning in his head. After the recent battle, his accumulated desire had jumped to an uncomfortably high level. Most of his companions remained busy clearing up the aftermath of the conflict. When people were scarce, Kakeru found it increasingly difficult to find a way out. He could not decide what to do next. He walked forward alone, carrying this problematic situation on himself. One-on-one, when Kakeru entered the room, he saw several of his comrades were already waiting for him. The group openly admitted that they noticed his condition after the recent battle. All his resistance and anything escaped their attention. Instead of leaving him to deal with it alone, they discussed it among themselves and decided to support him together. Kakeru accepted their kindness with sincere gratitude. As the night went on, the atmosphere heated up and became livelier, so no one was planning to rest anytime soon. Over time, new companions joined the gathering, and the evening turned into an unforgettable celebration, memorable already after the end of the long war. During the celebration, Kakeru spent time with one of his companions and sincerely thanked her for helping defend the city during the recent battle. The next day, everyone gathered for a meal. Exhausted faces showed without words how eventful the previous night had been. After that, Kakeru pondered the future and concluded their growing group still needed to expand before the next challenge arrived. Kakeru was offered to become a royal guard and, gaining a high rank, to climb the career ladder, but he refused without any hesitation. Not much time passed. One of the nobles again tried to lure him with promises of status and power, but Kakeru refused again this time. He was not released from new requests. Merchants and influential factions asked for protection, but constant attention only exhausted him, and Kakeru refused everyone. In the tavern, Fiona noticed that Kakeru looked exhausted. Throughout the region, nobles and lords repeatedly visited his estate to hire him, so he had to keep avoiding them all the time. Meanwhile, rumors about Kakeru spread everywhere. His fame grew, and more people moved to the city, hoping to be near the legendary hero Dragon Slayer. A month passed since that fierce battle against Ulma. Kakeru and his comrades stood firm, survived the clash, and on the way met many new allies. Anyway, despite his achievements, Kakeru spent his days in the mansion, dealing with endless visitors. Their incessant requests drained his strength and left him in no mood to work. When he was resting alone in the tavern, suddenly he heard someone nearby calling his name. He turned to the source. Kakeru noticed a figure in a hood among the visitors. The strange voice immediately made him wary. Holding his weapon at the ready, Kakeru introduced himself and demanded to know the purpose of the visit. The mysterious stranger calmly said, "Altair," and thus began an unexpected meeting. Altair explained that this journey brought them to the famous hero Dragon Slayer. Hoping to receive a blessing, the cloaked guest asked Kakeru to shake his hand. Kakeru, although feeling uneasy, still agreed. Confident that he could handle any danger alone, he extended his hand and firmly shook the one offered. As soon as contact was made, Altair lunged forward. Knife claws dug into Kakeru from under the hood. A terrifying maw opened. A bloody scream echoed through the tavern. The attack immediately made the tavern shake due to Kakeru's devastating power. Bright spectral hands flared around him and suddenly appeared in the light. They rushed at the attacker from all sides, instantly launching a swift counterattack. Kakeru quickly realized the attack was planned from the start. When the creature began to drain his strength, he immediately responded, striking with his own weapon. To the surprise, the attacker did not retreat, remained calm. In the figure in the hood, Kakeru, resistance, it seems, was truly to his liking. In the moment while the cloak was being removed, Kakeru froze in shock. The mysterious guest began to reveal a completely different appearance. A beautiful woman emerged from beneath the disguise, and she was enveloped in radiant energy, while her long hair fluttered in the air. Then veins suddenly appeared and wrapped around her body, and the crowd froze, not believing their eyes. Kakeru realized this strange encounter was not over yet. The mysterious woman returned to her true form after absorbing part of Kakeru's colossal power. Seeing her truly for the first time, Kakeru immediately froze in place. Her beauty and mysterious aura drew his gaze moment by moment. But suddenly it was as if a wild desire burst out through him, and at that very moment, a special power, long connected with his luck, responded unexpectedly. A glowing number flashed on Kakeru's body, and he was confused. His unique ability activated on its own, so he could not understand why. Meanwhile, the woman expressed gratitude for the help that allowed her to regain consciousness. Standing before the stunned hero, she offered to repay the favor with something in return. Kakeru asked Altair about the condition that had sharply worsened. For the first time in a long while, his seemingly endless energy noticeably declined. Then, with a playful expression, Altair admitted that she had absorbed a large portion of his power. The explanation completely stunned Kakeru. Panic overwhelmed him immediately. Realizing how much power he had lost, Kakeru desperately demanded the return of his might. Instead, Altair urged him to recover and challenge her again later. Kakeru, deciding not to retreat, swore that he would regain everything he had lost. Some time passed, and finally his strength returned. Filled with confidence, Kakeru rushed forward again, eager to meet Altair face to face. Later, Altair appeared before Kakeru again and asked for another handshake. Such a strange request immediately made him wary of her intentions. As soon as he agreed, Altair absorbed energy from him again. A strong surge rushed to her, and Kakeru was stunned by how quickly it happened. While Altair joyfully absorbed the energy she needed, Kakeru again felt his strength fading away. Disappointment instantly displaced his former confidence. Then Altair revealed the truth. Restoring her youthful body required a colossal amount of energy, far more than ordinary people could provide. Only Kakeru could boast such incredible strength, so Altair asked for permission to stay close to him. Fiona came and saw Kakeru sharing a room with Altair. The unexpected sight immediately shocked her, while Altair calmly observed her reaction. After Fiona learned Altair's identity, she was shaken by shock. She could hardly believe that the famous sorceress lived next to Kakeru. Her confusion quickly faded, only excitement remained. Fiona explained that Altair was a legendary advisor, historically associated with many great heroes. There were even more stories. Fiona told how Altair influenced various eras. Meanwhile, Altair accepted praise easily and showed little interest in her own reputation. Finally, the mysterious woman properly introduced herself. Her simple agreement put an end to all doubts about who she really was. Having learned more about Altair, Kakeru sought advice from the legendary enchantress. Altair, instead of answering directly, dismissed the idea with a strange explanation, and this answer confused Kakeru even more. Before the conversation could develop, Fiona suddenly jumped forward with urgent news. A summons had come from the castle. Kakeru must appear immediately. In a moment, the squad reached Mercury Castle. Representatives and royal families from many nations had already gathered there. As they passed through the main hall, Kakeru noticed that everyone was holding the expectations of Altair. He couldn't shake the feeling that she influenced everything around, and he began to wonder what role Altair really played in the world. While Kakeru was walking the castle corridors, he was suddenly informed of the news. Altair had arranged for him to receive the title of Baron. Kakeru was completely stunned. The announcement became even more shocking when several kingdoms recognized this title. Kakeru learned that he had been granted noble status in many states at once. Laying out all the details, he realized the offer concerned the 5 great kingdoms of the world. Altair's influence had become so vast that it could no longer be ignored. No, although Kakeru was impressed, he still asked how such an achievement could be made so easily. But Fiona was certain this was within Altair's power. Altair explained the title as if it were payment for the energy she had received. However, Kakeru still did not believe it and suspected that she pursued a much deeper goal. Altair assured Kakeru that her plan would benefit him. Even being distrustful, he still followed her deeper into the castle to find out what exactly she had prepared. Soon a huge hall appeared before their eyes. It was filled with nobility, rulers, and influential figures from the 5 great kingdoms for a large-scale meeting. Among the guests were powerful representatives and renowned princesses from several states. And later, more royal figures appeared. Altair introduced the honored guests. Kakeru quickly realized almost every influential kingdom had sent someone. While they were walking down the corridor, Altair revealed her true intentions. She was not going to give Kakeru power just like that. Her plan was to use his new noble title to push a bigger goal. When they passed the castle, Altair finally voiced what she truly desired. She was not seeking power or position. She only wanted to use Kakeru's new post to bring him together with the queens and princesses of all 5 kingdoms. Kakeru entered the grand hall alongside Iris and Helen nobles, and royal guests watched as they approached the gathered princesses. The princesses greeted them and sincerely expressed gratitude. All eyes immediately focused on Kakeru. Her achievements were noticed in several kingdoms. Representatives of several nations announced their decision to defeat Red Dragon Olivia, and Kakeru received the title of Baron as a special award. Preparation for the ceremony quickly got underway. Since the honor came from several countries, the award was presented in a single joint assembly. Before the event started, Kakeru glanced at Iris. His compliment confused her. She blushed and became flustered, while he calmly smiled. Kakeru continued teasing Iris even after praising her appearance. The unexpected attention threw her off and immediately made her nervous, and he noticed this, barely smiling with amusement. Queen Rika Colomba and Princess Oratridica Kamatoria arrived at the gathering place. Tension flared when Aura accused Colombo of the conflict between their countries. Rika calmly dismissed these accusations and immediately pointed to another cause of the dispute. The dispute had not yet flared up when Oros, the parliamentary secretary of Colombo, stepped forward and supported his queen's position. Oros told the story of the disputed border town and insisted, "The situation is more complicated than a simple invasion," so he tried to steer the conversation towards political facts. Max was confused when questions started pouring in one after another about more and more refugees entering neighboring lands. Tension hung in the air. Iris stepped forward and reminded everyone that this meeting was convened to honor Kakeru's achievements. While the crowd tried to calm down, Kakeru carefully watched what was happening and finally understood. The conflict between the 2 states would not be resolved so easily. The ceremony continued. The kingdom of Syracuse was introduced. Kakeru hoped to meet the princess, but it was not her who appeared before him. First, several senior officials. Instead, one of the representatives stood up and apologized for the previous disrespect. Then he explained that special circumstances prevented the royal family of Syracuse from leaving their country. The representative of Syracuse officially presented a medal on behalf of his king. Kakeru accepted it, but this exchange was too restrained, unlike the previous ceremony. While the event continued, Kakeru expected the next kingdom to bring another refined royal guest. However, Syracuse sent only experienced officials, and he had no idea why exactly. Later, the kingdom of Aegina stepped forward. The first princess, Selina Gina, appeared before Kakeru proudly and confidently. When the medal was offered, Selin unexpectedly refused to give it. But it was not a simple refusal. Selene criticized the journey and belittled Kakeru's achievements, which immediately raised suspicion she behaved too straightforwardly. Selina announced that her mission was complete, so without any hesitation she left the ceremony, and her maid repeatedly bowed and apologized to everyone present. As she walked away, Kakeru remained calm. Iris noticed how the princess behaved, and he agreed. Some royal persons turn out to be even more troublesome than expected. The ceremony continued. New medals and titles were awarded. The organizers one by one concluded the official recognition of Kakeru's achievements. A little later, the celebration moved to the banquet hall. Looking at the collection of medals, Kakeru felt satisfaction, a rare honor to receive titles from several nations. Altair explained that the titles he received granted freedom to travel, seek support, and negotiate cooperation between countries. Altair explained that the new titles would bring Kakeru not only privileges but also duties, so he might be drawn into the affairs of other states. After that, she spoke about a greater advantage, and Kakeru immediately clung to the idea that foreign princesses would be easier to meet. It became clear where his thoughts were really focused. Seeing his reaction, Altair teased him and easily dismissed his ambitions. Her response instantly shattered the dream he had imagined. Instead of encouraging him, she simply made it clear he was still very far from what he desired. Soon enthusiasm returned again, and Kakeru decided to greet the gathered princesses, while Altair silently observed his predictable determination. At the banquet, a servant approached Kakeru and politely offered another drink. As soon as he took the glass, Kakeru quietly watched the servant disappear. Suspicion still flickered in his mind as he followed every movement of the man through the crowd. Suddenly, the servant showed hostile intentions, and Kakeru reacted instantly, noticing the danger earlier than the others managed to realize what was happening. In a moment, the attack stopped. The one who was about to kill lost control, and the guests, stunned, watched from the side without looking away. Without any hesitation, Kakeru splashed the drink on the man's head and immediately revealed the threat. His calm reaction stopped the incident before it could harm anyone at the celebration. The exposed killer reacted instantly. As soon as he was seen, before anyone could exhale, several figures in masks jumped around the banquet area. From all sides, the intruders rushed to the center of the gathering, and panic swept through the crowd like a wave, while Iris gave the guards orders to protect the guests and identify exactly who was attacking. Without wasting a second, Kakeru grabbed a weapon and rushed forward. He dismissed the words that the attackers came only for him. He saw that other important targets were also under threat. Meanwhile, the knights are forming defensive lines around the queens and princesses. The killer struck first and with terrible speed cut down several guards. The celebration instantly turned into a battlefield. Chaos erupted throughout the courtyard. While the fight unfolded in the yard, one masked killer slipped past the guards and aimed at Queen Rika. At that very moment, another attacker appeared behind the young royal heir. No one blinked until the danger became obvious. The strike looked unstoppable. Kakeru rushed forward and pulled the girl to himself, shielding her from the attack. His weapon intercepted the assassin's claws at the last moment, just as they were about to reach the target. Giving the enemy no chance, Kakeru counterattacked. The assassin vanished from reality instantly. He fell on the spot before the crowd could recover. After he took the territory under control, Kakeru apologized for the terrifying incident, although he himself was splattered with the consequences of the fight. The battle raged on the edge, but after the rescue, the young princess hardly worried about the danger. The guards quickly took her away, and Kakeru was already preparing to meet the rest of the attackers. Somewhere far away, Selina stood her ground and held the defense against the approaching assassins. Her fierce determination did not allow them to break through to the position. In a moment, another disguised enemy crashed in from the side. His attack threatened to overwhelm the defenders with a wave of panic. Before the assassins could strike, Kakeru arrived and in one swift attack cut down several at once. the battle immediately turned in favor of the defenders. Watching the scene, Selena finally realized Kakaru's strength. While the fight raged around them, the nearest enemies hesitated. While the battle seemed to be under control, a giant monster appeared in the yard. The guests were frightened and began to panic, while the local knights rushed to meet the new threat. Threatened, seeing the creature, Kakaru stepped forward without hesitation. Selena shuddered at his appearance, but he accepted the challenge with joy. The monster mocked Kakaru and, gathering tremendous strength, rushed into attack. Massive blows shattered stone columns and scattered debris across the battlefield. On the field, Kakaru did not retreat. He met the counterattack head-on, and as he charged forward, breaking the pressure, he forced the creature to defend itself. Confidently, Kakaru compared the monster to Olivia. In his opinion, the enemy was by no means equal to the power of the dragon he had already defeated. The princesses froze in shock when Kokuru completely defeated the attackers. His display of strength surpassed everything they could have ever expected. Meanwhile, several surviving killers tried to retreat from the battlefield. Before he could leave the field, Iris stopped him and pointed to the wounded guests. Agreeing with her assessment, Kakaru decided to focus on protecting the civilians. Quarrels broke out in the hall. The nobility accused each other of organizing the attack. Instead of accepting these accusations, Kakaru considered a broader conspiracy. Alter suggested that the attack might have been arranged to set the kingdoms against each other, while the real culprit remained in the shadows. After the battle, Helen went out to the crowd and apologized for the security failure. She promised Mercury would take care of the wounded and restore order. To avoid sparking a new outbreak of conflict, Helen firmly stated that the attackers were monsters, not envoys of any kingdom. For the victory over the attackers, Mercury awarded Kakaru a new title. The unexpected promotion raised him from Baron to Viscount. A mysterious wave rustled through the hall as another award was added to Kakaru's collection. His influence grew so rapidly that it was impossible to look away from him. Shortly after, Helen entrusted him with hunting the fleeing enemy and Kakaru accepted the task. He set out to find the one behind the attack. After Kakaru accepted Helen's mission, he coordinated his plan with her and, satisfied with the result, confirmed everything to the end. Helen approved his decision and sent him on his way. Meanwhile, his companions weighed the advantages of the new rank. Expanded power would allow them to act simultaneously in several kingdoms. Guided by instinct, Kakaru found traces of the fleeing enemy. Staying on the trail, the group moved toward the kingdom of Colombo to continue the chase. Kakaru arrived in the kingdom of Colombo and entered the royal audience hall. The queen awaited him there. Her face did not change even a bit while she sat on the throne. Several officials praised Kakaru for defeating the demon and protecting the important queen from another state. After the audience's speech, the officials expressed their gratitude. Kakaru accepted these words and then sighed with relief. The saved queen was unharmed. Soon they showed a new trouble. Demons were hiding inside the kingdom. Worried about the state's reputation, the officials asked Kakaru to quickly take care of this as well. During the hearing, Kakaru noticed the queen. Without any emotion, she was watching him intently from a distance and silently calculated the situation. During the journey through the city of Kot, Kakaru and his company noticed the noisy Colombo below. While the carriage rolled forward, Kakaru focused on the mission, thinking over the plan, first to gather information about the hidden demon tribe and only then to proceed to action. Later, his gaze stopped on the strange behavior of the queen. Kakaru felt that she lacked the confidence and presence one expects from a ruler and began to inquire what was wrong with her. A knowledgeable companion revealed the truth. Although the queen sat on the throne, the kingdom was actually controlled by 3 influential officials. Additional details uncovered an even darker story. After the fall of the previous king, these officials exalted the queen and tightened their grip on the country even more. As soon as Kakaru learned the truth about Colombo, he understood the queen had little real power, and the kingdom was ruled behind the scenes by 3 officials. Companions, determined to investigate further, he left his companions in the tavern and decided to return to the castle alone with A. With a plan in his head, Kakaru half ran through the palace to meet the queen and not let anyone interfere. Sitting down in a quiet corridor, he came across a hall strangely empty. Kashanov's confidence melted as he glanced around. In a moment, Kakaru entered the audience hall and suddenly saw the queen sitting there alone. This unexpected sight stopped him dead. Kakaru approached the queen in the empty audience hall and was surprised. No servants, no guards nearby, she was alone. During the conversation, he learned that she was ordered to stay in the chamber until sunset and almost never leave her place. The reasons quickly became clear. The queen was following strict instructions from officials, fearing their disapproval if she acted on her own. Alone, shaken by her situation, Kakeru decided to help. He stepped forward and offered to take responsibility for her safety outside the hall. After a short pause, the queen considered his proposal. At first, curiosity flickered in her eyes and slowly understanding dawned. Maybe, finally, she would have a chance to escape the palace. The queen finally took his hand. For the first time, she decided to leave her designated place and follow him. Soon they reached a quiet inner courtyard in the estate. The new scene quietly captured the queen's attention. Next to Hikari, someone was playing loudly near the fountain, while another companion was relaxing. The queen watched everything with interest, as if absorbing the lively atmosphere with her eyes. After a short time, Kakeru returned with the queen. Her appearance confused the others. No one thought she would leave the palace. Leading her further, Kakeru took the queen beyond the estate. Together, they stepped into the central district of Meteora, and this became her first true adventure outside the royal confinement. From the balcony, Kakeru showed the queen the royal palace and the entire surrounding area, as if unveiling a world map right beneath their feet. They climbed to the highest point and the queen looked at the vast panorama of Meteora. The place silently stunned her. Countless buildings stretched into the distance, breathtaking. Later, Kakeru learned she almost never left the palace. Her only previous trip outside the city was a visit to the Kingdom of Mercury. Wanting her to have more freedom, Kakeru encouraged her and suggested traveling together with him, so he spoke much more simply, without unnecessary ceremonies. After Kakeru informed the others, he prepared to leave. The Istateth queen went with him as their walk gradually moved away from the city. When the preparations were complete, Kakeru made sure the queen was ready and left his companions behind. The two of them set off on a private journey. In a moment, Kakeru carried her through the sky, far beyond the city limits. She looked down at the endless expanses of land spread out beneath them. As they flew further, the queen suddenly felt a world far wider and deeper than she had ever imagined. Kakeru relentlessly led her through distant lands, firmly determined to show places where she had never been allowed. Eventually, their journey reached a strange landscape full of unusual formations and wonders. Enchanted, the queen quietly admired another new part of the world. Kakeru led the queen through several exceptional places, from ancient ruins to crystal caves filled with crystals. By the end of the day, they stood on the hill from which distant mountains unfolded. The queen quietly recalled how much of the world she had already managed to see. Their journey eventually took them beyond Mercury. As soon as she realized she had left her homeland behind, the queen quietly accepted the unfamiliar landscape. Resting in the middle of the endless field, she caught herself thinking about the infinite grass stretching in all directions and wondered who tended it. The same Kakeru explained, no one cared about this field. When the queen heard that nature could exist untouched, she was surprised by it once again. During a walk through the steppes, Kakeru showed the queen a mountain capercaillie that lives freely in its natural habitat. She watched this creature for a long time and attentively. His appearance suddenly reminded her of meat from royal banquets. And for the first time, the queen realized that food and living animals are directly connected. Kakeru explained that both animals and plants survived on their own in the wild end. The queen was fascinated by this because she had never even thought about it before. They continued talking until she suddenly became attached to the mountain beasts and admired their size and appearance. Suddenly, Kakeru raised his hand up. A huge dragon flew over them, and the queen saw an even more amazing creature. The vision of the dragon ignited excitement in the queen. For the first time, a genuine glow of joy flashed across her face, and Kakeru immediately noticed this change. Watching from a distance as she smiled easily and freely, Kakeru suddenly realized how different she was from the emotionless ruler he had met in the palace. When dusk was already falling, the queen asked Kakeru to take her to one more place before they returned. Her curiosity about everything beyond the familiar grew stronger with every minute. Kakeru brought her to the city market where merchants and travelers swarmed. They walked through the noisy streets side by side, swallowing the lively noise of the city. Looking at the crowd, Kakeru noticed something unusual among the townspeople and carefully examined the situation, as if searching for a reason hidden among the usual movements. The queen walked through the market and involuntarily compared the silence and peace of her homeland with the noisy city she once saw in Mercury. Theory: if one looked a little more closely at the streets, she would notice, despite the crowds and daily hustle, many people looked depressed. Kakeru explained that continuous wars laid a heavy burden on the country. Taxes increased, military drafts drained forces, and resources dwindled, all of which painfully affected ordinary citizens. As they continued walking through the city, the queen learned how constant clashes with neighboring countries had gradually exhausted both the economy and the population. Hearing this with her own ears for the first time, she silently went through all the sufferings of her people in her thoughts and felt how deeply she understood the kingdom she ruled. Returning from the market, Coralva could not forget what she had to see. The faces and condition of the people stubbornly would not leave her mind. Later, 3 officials reported that the kingdom was peaceful and prosperous. Sitting on the throne, the queen silently listened to their confident statements. While the meeting was underway, officials loudly praised the country's successes and were already preparing to switch to other matters without the slightest hesitation. Recalling everything she had to learn outside the palace, the queen finally dared to speak. She directly asked whether the difficulties that had befallen the kingdom were related to the ongoing war. And the officials immediately brushed off her concerns, insisting that the country was thriving. Their response only widened the gap between words and what was actually happening. Relying on what she saw during the journey, the queen compared Colombo to Mercury and openly asked why her people looked significantly less hopeful. At her words, the anger of one of the officials suddenly flared up. The sharp surge of emotions confused the queen. She had almost never before challenged their authority. Seeking to regain control, the leadership officially dismissed her concerns and cut off, saying that such issues were not within her responsibility. The argument tore at her chest with painful memories. Images of past punishments and endless pressure flashed in the queen's mind. She was overwhelmed by a wave of fear. Unable to resist the pleas imposed over the years, she sat down on the floor and apologized incessantly while the officials watched her closely. Returning to the audience hall, the officials forced the frightened queen to repeatedly say apologies again and again. Under their pressure, the queen could only obey. Tears welled up in her eyes as she tried to respond as expected of her. After they broke her resistance again, the officials expressed satisfaction. Her role for them was reduced to only one thing: to obey and not question their decisions. Nearby, in the shadows, Kakeru hid and he saw everything. It was then that he finally understood why the queen had lost her emotions and freedom. He could no longer remain silent. Kakeru stepped forward, realizing that these very officials were responsible both for the queen's suffering and the kingdom's decline. He confronted them face to face in anger. Kakeru entered the royal hall and moved toward the throne. The officials were stunned by his sudden appearance, while Rika still stood with a broken heart before the rulers. A harsh look spread across his face. Anger grew as soon as he saw the state they had forced her to endure all this. Approaching her, Kakeru ignored the commotion around. He knelt beside Rika and focused solely on her safety. Tears welled up in her eyes. Relief washed away the fear. Kakeru calmed her and vowed to protect her from further suffering. The tension eased and Rika relaxed her facial expression. Looking at his calm smile, she finally felt safe next to the one who came to save her. Kakeru confronted the officials and demanded explanations regarding Rika's imprisonment. Standing before the throne, he exposed the hidden orders of the kingdom. The officials present grew increasingly uneasy, while Rika silently watched from behind. Their attempts to justify this policy only fueled his anger. Kakeru rejected their arguments and challenged the very notion that these actions could benefit the nation. His voice echoed through the chamber as he declared that neither Rika nor the people desired such a future. By the official's command, the guards rushed inside. An unexpected silence followed. The officers were confused. Events were not unfolding as they had planned. The soldiers stirred as soon as they recognized Kakeru's reputation. Their confidence wavered and the officials panicked, trying again to seize control of the situation. Turning back to Rika, Kakeru calmly placed the decision in her hands. The unexpected request confused her and left her uncertain. He reminded her both he and the kingdom's soldiers exist to serve the crown under watchful eyes waiting. Rika struggled to choose her own path. No sooner had she parted her lips than an official rushed forward in desperation, trying to force the matter by strength. Violence and fear spread through the corridor. Next to Rika Kakeru, he remained composed and encouraged her to trust herself until finally the time for a decision came. Rika fell into deep thought. Memories of her father surfaced before her eyes. His last wishes, his trust, and the burden he left behind weighed heavily on her heart. Tears streamed down her cheek as she recalled the day, how she stood by his bedside. The responsibility for protecting the kingdom was entrusted to her alone. Suddenly she was enlightened. The uncertainty that held her back began to retreat as soon as she realized what exactly she had to do. Rika stepped forward before the gathered soldiers and officials and raised her hand. At last she accepted her role. Confidence flared in her eyes again as soon as she took on the duty of the rightful queen of the kingdom. Standing before the court, Rika finally voiced her true dream. She declared that she sought to end the war and return happiness to the people of the kingdom. With new confidence, the young queen gave her first order. The officials responsible for the betrayal were ordered to be arrested right before the assembled army. The angry furies broke loose among the accused, refusing to be held any longer. Rika firmly cut off their influence and declared her own authority. Kakeru watched with satisfaction as the queen stood on her own feet. As soon as they realized their position was crumbling, the officials, cornered in a last desperate attempt, resorted to magic. The accused officials unleashed forbidden techniques. Dark energy spread through the hall, stunning the soldiers and revealing how deeply corruption was rooted within them. Noticing the curse, Kakeru immediately recognized its origin. The technique revealed a secret connection between the traitors and the demonic tribe. In an instant, the officials became gigantic and powerful forms, their bodies filled with unnatural strength, and they were already preparing for battle. Fight! Rika calmly delivered the verdict. Receiving her order, Kakeru stepped forward without any doubt. In a moment, Kakeru slipped through the attack and struck, knocking them down, ending their desperate resistance before it could threaten the kingdom. The cursed exile who remained alive watched in horror as his allies fell one by one. Panic crushed his confidence as he realized Kakeru had easily destroyed their forces. Kakara shifted his gaze to the last conspirator. The official trembled under pressure, realizing she had now become the next target. Despair pushed the man, and he unleashed even more dark power. Black energy spiraled above the battlefield, and he cast off all restraints. Kakara sensed the approaching danger. He rushed forward to stop him. The hall shook from the impact, but the other soldiers still could not recover. The traitor absorbed the life force of his own followers and transformed again. The transformed traitor boasted of his forbidden power and claimed that his hardened body could withstand any attack Kakara could deliver. But Kakara did not draw his weapon. He calmly threw it aside. He decided to face the monster with bare hands, disregarding the advantage of his legendary sword. A confident smile flashed across his face as he directly challenged the enemy. The unexpected decision momentarily confused the traitor. The enraged monster lunges forward with devastating force. His gigantic figure shakes the hall every time he rushes to crush Kakeru. Remaining perfectly composed, Kakeru raised one hand. Not retreating a step, he was preparing to stop the attack with sheer strength. The monster unleashed a devastating blow, pouring all the stolen power into a single attack aimed directly at Kakeru. Without moving from his place, Kakeru took the hit. Upon impact, he shattered the creature's arrogance. Pain rippled through his body like a wave. A harsh, radiant smile slid across Kakeru's face. Noticing his opponent falter, he instantly shifted from defense to offense. His fists moved faster than the eye could follow. An unrelenting avalanche of strikes from all sides crashed onto the monster. Choking under the endless pressure, the creature could only endure the punishment. His massive body trembled as Kakeru completely dominated the battle. Kakeru's relentless assault shattered the monster's defense, finally breaking through. The traitor growled in pain as the barrage of blows pushed him beyond endurance. His huge body crashed into the wall with a swing, leaving a deep crater behind. Once a mighty official, after this devastating defeat, he barely moved. Fear displaced pride. He begged for mercy and desperately denied his own responsibility for past crimes. Kakeru, approaching the fallen traitor, made it clear to him excuses would no longer change anything. The damage caused by the conspiracy could not be simply ignored. Blocking his gaze, he again glanced toward Rika. No, not the betrayal itself. Kakeru could not forgive the suffering inflicted on that compassionate queen who truly cared for her people. Rika stepped forward and asked why the former ally chose such a destructive path. The fallen official still clung to ambitions despite the damage already caused. Without hesitation, Kakeru put an end to the matter. The last resistance of the merchant broke. His power was completely erased. Quiet silence once again filled the hall. Relief overwhelmed Rika, and tears flowed. The long struggle was finally over. Far from the kingdom, a strange flying creature sensed the event. Its gaze snapped toward the castle as if a new threat was about to emerge. A few days later, Rika gathered citizens in the royal square. Rumors of a new threat to the queen were spreading farther and farther. She once again stood before the crowd and announced that the corrupt officials had been defeated. At the same time, a truce with Kamatria was declared and relief and celebration spread throughout the kingdom. After the announcement, Altair ordered an investigation of Oroz's estate and his associates to uncover the truth about their actions. The search revealed evidence linking the group to secret conspiracies with demons and confirmed suspicions of a broader plot. Additional investigations uncovered forbidden magic and insidious plans to seize 5 kingdoms. When the investigation ended, Kakeru sat alone in a quiet room and pondered how ordinary people could go astray, even though everyone lives in the same world. His thoughts sharply veered in another direction as soon as he remembered the limited time lottery. A new stack of tickets had already come into his hands. Before he could act, a familiar figure approached him and gently diverted his attention from these plans. A young woman appeared before him, uncertain of her own worth. But instead of rewards, she refused, so Kakeru focused on what truly mattered to him. Noticing her hesitation, he calmed Rika with his actions. The distance between them disappeared, and the moment ceased to be doubt. It became trust. Kakeru calmed Riku while she hesitated about her own actions. He reminded her, mercy even to those who caused pain's true strength. His reassurance dispelled her doubts. Gasping with excitement, Rika accepted his support and believed in herself again as a queen. Calm slowly returned to the kingdom, and the castle stood silent after the upheavals that shook the land. Somewhere else, Altair remained tense. Despite the ceasefire, she could not help but notice how quickly Kamatria agreed to the deal. Relying on knowledge about the warrior people, she recalled their glory of relentless battle sand. From this, the sudden readiness for peace increasingly smelled of suspicion. When the conflict finally seemed to subside, Kakeru and his comrades agreed. It was time to return to Mercury after being away for so long. Later, the group safely reached the familiar Estateth. Journey ended, and a quieter period began after it. Wanting to rest, Kakeru suggested first taking a bath, and the others, exhausted from their travels, gladly embraced the idea. While 2 young women enjoyed the bath, an unexpected presence suddenly appeared nearby. The room seemed to chill sharply with surprise. In an instant, Kakeru realized what had happened and froze in astonishment. A wave of confusion quickly swept the area, and everyone around frantically tried to figure out how to react. The discomfort in the bathroom ended quite unpleasantly when Aura panicked and threw Kakeru out of the room with incredible force. She did not hold back. Embarrassment or chaos already swirling in her head only fueled her. Aura's sharp outburst could have destroyed the bathroom before anyone could calm her down even a little. When the commotion finally subsided, everyone gathered in the mansion. Relief came with the apologies, and the tension that had gripped the room minutes before receded. During the conversation about Kakeru, it became clear Aura had stayed behind and did not leave after the ceremony, and this again stirred new questions. They barely began the explanation when the moment of accountability for the previous incident surfaced again, as if her irritation had not completely disappeared. While the conversation was ongoing, Aura mercilessly criticized Kakeru's behavior. But due to another misunderstanding, an awkward pause arose again before the group returned to the real problem. Altair explained Aura came for help because he was busy with an investigation. Meanwhile, Aura herself stayed in the mansion and waited. When Kakeru inquired about the matter, Altair admitted the truth. Someone was hunting Aura, and the conversation instantly became serious. The revelation made Kakeru recall the recent demon conspiracy, although one enemy had already been defeated. But the main instigator of the attacks could still be operating somewhere else. As soon as Kakeru heard about the danger, he immediately promised support and listened attentively while Aura prepared to tell everything she knew. When Aura thanked Baron Yuki for agreeing to help, the tense atmosphere in the room finally began to ease. Suddenly, without any warning, a strange shadow spread beneath Aura. Kakeru instantly sensed danger and realized the threat was not at all what it seemed at first glance. In the darkness, the killer suddenly emerged and launched a deadly attack. A sudden blow stunned everyone as Kakeru intercepted the attack before it reached Aura. His blade cut through the assailants and shielded 2 women. In the heat of the clash, the intruder was exposed. Kakeru recognized the enemy from a previous encounter, saw the killer, and prepared to find out who had sent him. The assassin again rushed into a furious rage. Kakeru had to dodge, preventing others from being hit. Before the enemy could capture the foreigner, he slipped back into the shadows and tried to escape the estate. I watched the killer flee and see the aura trembling. The realization that the pursuers had tracked her even there turned into pure fear. When Kakeru asked her, aura revealed she was not the only target. Her sisters had also become victims of similar attacks. Hearing this, Kakeru immediately focused on the main threat. He activated his aura, read the information, and intended to find the enemy before the next strike. Aura, though bound by fear, did not disappear. She broke down at one point and sought protection from Kakeru. He held her while the others watched as things rapidly grew more serious. Reviewing the attack, Kakeru concluded that the clawed killers and demons were connected. Their trail seemed to lead to Kamatria. When the mystery narrowed down to a single point, Kakeru made a decision. The group prepared to set out for the kingdom of Kamatria and confront the threat directly. The cart rolled along the island road while the two sisters rested inside. The path was smooth and quiet, but Aura sat silently. Worry was frozen on her face. Soon emotions overwhelmed her. She was filled with feelings, and tears appeared as she stubbornly fought the loneliness hidden in her heart. She could no longer endure. Aura revealed her fear. Many claimed that she was not a true child of the kingdom, and it cut her to tears. Hurt, hearing those feelings, and Letta gently embraced her. She comforted Aura, reminding her that she belongs to the kingdom and that she remains its most precious little sister. Those sincere words eased the sadness. She felt accepted and loved and smiled again, warmly responding to her sister with care. Aura dreamed of a happy moment with her sisters. She was wrapped in care. She laughed heartily and drank in the warmth of their embraces. Suddenly the dream began to fade. Her sleeping mind clung again to those precious memories, and tears quietly welled up in her eyes. With the dawn, Aura opened her eyes right in the middle of the wagon. The long road along the path, the island, stretched on as she slowly regained consciousness. Kakeru noticed that she was no longer asleep and checked how she was feeling. While gathering her thoughts, Aura confessed she had dreamed of her sisters. The memory remained in her heart just as vivid. She longed again for the same warmth. Aura approached Kakeru closer and he froze, stunned by her unusual request. After Aura woke from her sleep, she sat next to Kakeru. Despite feeling calmer now, memories of her sisters still lingered. As the wagon rolled toward the royal city, Kakeru recalled Aura's past. In the kingdom of Kamatria, there were 13 princesses, but not once was a prince born. Long ago, a talented sorceress named Eileen arrived at the royal court. After Eileen noticed the curse on the king, she used magic to remove it, and soon the long-awaited son finally appeared in the world, so the royal family was filled with joy. The happiness did not last long. One by one, Aura's sisters died under circumstances that seemed quite ordinary until Aura was left alone. While the conversation was ongoing, Kakeru suddenly realized the deaths of the 12 princesses could not be just a coincidence. After a brief pause of hesitation, Aura named the one she suspected the most, and the confession stunned everyone in the room. My God, she explained that 2 years ago her father abandoned many royal duties and spent most of his time with Eileen. His sudden change made her doubt even more seriously. Soon the king spoke irrationally and began accusing his own children of conspiring against him. Fear spread throughout the royal family. Convinced that Eileen was manipulating the king, Aura believed her sisters were becoming victims one after another, and no one could stop the growing disaster. Kakeru connected the evidence and concluded the appearance of the killer and Eileen's suspicious actions hinted that she was much more dangerous than she seemed. While the group searched for evidence, they argued about a secret soul cult and a ritual capable of revealing someone's true traits. And as the important royal ceremony approached, everyone clearly felt time was running out. Meanwhile, preparations continued in the capital. The young 14th prince was about to be declared the next king, and Eileen was to become his guardian. Realizing the consequences, Kakeru understood. Eileen would effectively rule the kingdom through the child ruler, so he decided to intervene without delay. The squad set off for Clades, the royal capital, where very soon the fate of the future kingdom would become known. The group reached Royal Palace Square, where a silence hung over the crowd before the storm. The ceremony that would decide the fate of the kingdom was about to begin. Hidden among the spectators, Kakeru carefully scanned the stage and patiently waited for the right momento act. Then, as planned, making her way through the crowd in the square, Aura moved closer to the palace. Despite her disguise, anxiety grew as she prepared to meet her family again. Soon, the ceremony began. Oria immediately noticed her father standing before the people. Next to the king stood Eileen, calm and confident. While the crowd celebrated, this pair appeared before the kingdom, unaware that Kakeru and his allies had already made their move. A moving maneuver hidden among the crowd, Kakeru closely watched Eileen as she addressed the kingdom. Her composed appearance only fueled his suspicions. As the ceremony continued, a voice interrupted the proceedings. An unexpected disruption immediately drew all eyes to the palace entrance. Aura stepped forward and stood against Eileen before the gathered townspeople. Her sudden appearance stunned the crowd. Everyone thought she was still far away. Understanding that the plan depended on her, Aura gathered her strength while Kakeru ordered her to keep Eileen occupied as long as possible. Before Aura could act further, the king pointed at her from the stage. Right before the entire kingdom, he accused her of treason, and the ceremony instantly turned into chaos. Chaos erupted before everyone's eyes. Approaching the crowd, the king publicly accused Aura of conspiracy and intent to seize the throne. Under Eileen's influence, he painted her and Kakeru as dangerous conspirators. Aura desperately tried to deny the accusations, but her words drowned in the air. Against the king's statement, they held almost no weight. Doubt instantly spread among the spectators, and as soon as the rumors started to spread further, many began to ask, had Aura secretly desired the throne from the very beginning? The situation sharply deteriorated as soon as the king ordered the arrest of both Aura and Kakeru. The armed guard immediately closed the circle and surrounded them from all sides. Watching the chaos unfold, Eileen struggled to contain her excitement. It seemed to her that victory was very close. She savored how deeper despair was rolling over Aura. Despair. As the soldiers closed the circle tighter, Kakeru did not allow Ori to lose hope. He reminded her, Eileen wanted her to surrender to despair, to doubt. Those words reignited Aura's determination. Remembering her sisters and the people who had been deceived, she found the strength within herself and continued to fight. A step forward, Aura openly challenged Eileen. Filled with anger and sorrow, she swore to expose the truth and avenge her fallen sisters. Having decided everything for herself, Aura gave the signal she was ready. Meanwhile, Melissa took position above the square while Kakeru prepared the next stage of their plan. Without hesitation, Melissa activated her magic. A sparkling power spread around, preparing the stage for Eileen's secrets to become visible. In response to Kakeru's signal, Melissa cast a sacred spell over the palace square. The glow spread throughout the entire capital. Seeking to expose the hidden evil, they rushed forward. The light of revelation covered the crowd. Citizens froze in confusion. The radiant energy enveloped everyone it touched. Eileen immediately reacted to the spell. As the holy glow intensified, signs of torment began to appear on her, and she struggled with all her might to withstand its power. Unable to hide any longer, Eileen revealed her true form before the kingdom. Horror swept across the square, and demons revealed themselves among the crowd, and the townspeople finally saw the truth that Eileen had hidden with her lies. In front of the entire kingdom, Eileen removed her mask and showed her monstrous form. The form finally reached the king and the townspeople. While panic spread across the palace square, Kakeru openly acknowledged Eileen's demonic nature. Burning with rage, Eileen threw off all masks and openly declared her intentions, ordering the demons to slaughter everyone and seize the kingdom by force. By Aof's command, the demons lunged forward, rushing at Kakeru and Aura from every side, and the luxurious palace square instantly became a battlefield. Before the attackers could defeat them, Melissa and her allies struck back. Powerful magic surged throughout the area, halting the demons' advance and protecting the crowd. Proud of her broken conspiracy and mad from the collapse, Eileen herself took on Kakeru. While her followers held the line, she vowed to destroy the one who exposed her. The demon launched a furious attack, expecting to overwhelm him with force. Eileen did not slow down. An unrelenting hail of attacks rained down one after another. Each strike cut through the ground, but none found their target in her opponent. Kakeru moved faster than Eileen could react. He slipped past the defense and struck again and again. The fight immediately shifted in his favor. A powerful blow hurled Eileen through the palace wall. Against the backdrop of crumbling stone, the demon broke free from the banquet hall. Kakeru pushed him out with his incredible strength. After being pushed back, Eileen looked at Kakeru with growing frustration. Despite her injuries, she stubbornly held on and had no intention of stopping the fight. Suddenly, the demon tried to flee the battlefield. Kakaroo quickly reacted and rushed to stop her before she could break free. As soon as the chase began, Aura insisted that he take her with him and decided to wait for the end of this clash. She followed Kakaroo without hesitation. Kakaroo and the young woman watched as demonic soldiers stormed the castle's corridor hall. Focusing on his enhanced hearing, Kakaroo caught movements across the entire area. He quickly assessed the situation, but the fight around did not subside. The mental map whirled out almost 50 demons scattered throughout the castle. He knew Alina was far deep inside, so he rushed to find the fastest solution. While Kakaroo had not yet moved, a young woman stepped forward. She gathered holy power and prepared a sacred strike against the approaching demon. And as soon as the radiant energy flared, its sacred arrow struck flawlessly. The demon was thrown back and the path forward finally opened. And when holy attack completely wiped out the demon, Kakaroo and the others watched as the creature disappeared, another proof of the power of sacred magic. Magical praise from Kakaroo suddenly confused Aura, and shame spread across her face, even though she tried to belittle her own victory. In the distance, the great demon did not stop the assault. The monster mocked the castle guards, breaking their defense with incredible force. The body, squeezed by soldiers, suddenly received new wounds. Spears struck it from different sides, forcing it to twitch and react. Seizing the moment when the clash shifted, Kakaroo saw demons falling one after another. Defenders began pushing them back, slowly gaining the initiative. Aura gathered the castle warriors, and the soldiers surged forward again, holding on with renewed determination. Kakaroo accepted their request and handed them the fight for the fortress. Alongside Oro, he moved deeper into the castle while the defenders held the line. As Kakaroo advanced, several demons fell along the way. He immediately realized, even with teleportation, clearing all enemies in such a vast area would take too long. As he raced through the corridors, he pondered whether to gather a few more allies for the upcoming battle. A moment later, huge doors opened before them. Behind the entrance rose a giant serpent like a demon, radiating destructive power as it attacked Kakaroo and Oro. Kakaroo confronted the demon serpent and during the awards ceremony confirmed her involvement in the murder. The demoness revealed her goal, to overthrow humanity and place demons above the kingdoms of the world. As soon as the truth was spoken and emotions nearly tore her from her place, thoughts of family and Eileen flooded her mind, but Kakaroo stopped her in time, preventing reckless action. Aura, having recovered somewhat, gathered herself and sharpened her resolve. She quietly called upon the power of her sisters and prepared for the battle already knocking at the door. Under her gaze, the demon serpent threw a whole series of dark magical circles across the hall, a clear signal. A dangerous confrontation was beginning. The demon serpent activated dozens of magical circles throughout the cell. The giant trap unfolded as quickly as its intentions. The room was covered by the trap, proving the attack had been prepared long before Kakaroo and Aura entered. When the barrage thundered, Kakaroo immediately pressed Oro to himself and shielded her. Explosions and magical volleys rolled over them from all sides, leaving no second to breathe. Despite the attack striking again and again, Kakaroo withstood it thanks to his incredible resilience. Noticing an opening, Aura could no longer remain under protection. She threw sacred projectiles that pierced the demon's body and disrupted its movement. Kakaroo confirmed that the sacred attacks worked. Meanwhile, the serpent demon became enraged and prepared a new wave of dark magic to continue the fight. Kakaroo devised a new plan and ordered Aura to keep unleashing her holy magic. Carrying her in his arms, he dashed forward with all his might while the serpent-like demon had not yet ceased its attacks. The demon perceived the fight as a game and filled the hall with destructive spells, but Kakaroo skillfully dodged every volley while simultaneously closing the distance. He kept moving, constantly dodging explosions in the same way and seized the perfect moment to strike while Aura was distracted and waiting for his signal. At the right moment, Kakaroo gave the order, and Aura immediately released another sacred attack directly toward their target. The strike landed just from behind and confused the serpent demon. From the balcony, Kakaroo encouraged Aura to continue the attacks. Sacred Blast hit the serpent-like demon each time, forcing it into defense. Having caught its movement, Kakaroo grabbed Aura and rushed forward. A moment of surprise flashed across the demon's face. Kakaroo only managed to blink unseen, then immediately jumped up, delivering a powerful slap. A flashed blade cut across the demon's face, leaving a deep wound. The creature went mad from the injury, the monster roared, and dark blood splattered across the corridor. The strike landed and Kakeru, without changing his pace, calmly retreated along with Aura. His unexpected phrase confused Aura, and the demon's rage, ready to retaliate, only grew stronger. The angry snake demoness lost self-control from the wound. Fierce misfortune overwhelmed her as dark energy gathered around the body thicker and thicker. At that moment, a gigantic magical circle flared up above the hall. Kakeru and Aura froze, watching as the demon prepared a far more dangerous spell. Recognizing the technique, Kakeru was caught by a memory of the curse that drains life. Another enemy used the same one, and the scale of this version was many times greater. Later, somewhere in another part of the castle, others noticed a giant magical circular spread as soon as it became clear that its effect extended far beyond the battlefield. Soon the allies throughout the castle began to lose strength. Their bodies withered as the spell steadily and continuously drained energy to feed the demon. As the spell expanded, the heroes realized its range was not limited to the castle. Life and with it magic was continuously draining away, and this power was spreading throughout the kingdom. Dark energy covered the comatorium from above. Numerous magical circles hung over the ground while the spell absorbed power from everyone who came within its reach. Throughout the kingdom, both common citizens and soldiers are falling. Their bodies quickly weaken, stolen energy flows to the source of the spell. In a moment, this effect reached Aura too. Kakeru managed to catch her before she fell and saw how the power was melting away from her. Meanwhile, the serpent demon absorbed the gathered power. After years of preparation, she finally activated the gigantic spell and grew stronger with every moment. The snake demon accused Kakeru of her injury. Her rage grew and her body began to change. Several giant snake heads grew around her. She, protected by Kakeru, fought against the aura and broke through life, sucking out the curse. For now, the transformed demon loomed over them, and its power was even greater. Kakeru instantly assessed the situation. If the spell is not stopped, eventually everyone in the kingdom will perish. Having decided to put an end to the battle, he prepared another assault, and Aura gathered the last crumbs of strength to support him. Without any hesitation, Kakeru rushed forward. His strike hit the snake's head directly, cutting it in half as he made his way to the demon itself. Kakeru himself rushed into a furious duel. Sword and technique, enhanced by flame magic, and the blazing strikes cut through the snake heads that were squeezing the demon in a ring. To me, explosions filled the hall as soon as the attack hit the target. For a moment, Kakeru even thought he had broken through its defense and reached the main forces. Instead, the demon was reborn almost instantly. The life-draining spell restored its mangled body and even enhanced the form into which it had transformed. Impressed by the result, the demon celebrated her new resilience. Confidence returned as soon as she realized that ordinary attacks could no longer stop her. Kakeru quickly analyzed the situation. Although the regeneration seemed endless, he concluded that it was sustained by stolen life force. It was this that supported the demon. While Kakeru was looking for a way to defeat the demon, he noticed Aura blaming herself. The fight continued, and the more it went on, the more exhaustion and guilt weighed on her. Tears blurred Aura's eyes, and thoughts of Aileen and her fallen sisters surfaced again. Revenge was near, but the body grew weaker and did not allow her to act. Suddenly near Kakeru during the fight, a bright light flashed, a phenomenon that disrupted both the scuffle and his composure. In a moment, the light, like lightning, seized the entire area and threw several people to another place. Everyone was confused. Kakeru found himself next to familiar faces from another time. A few moments passed, and he realized they had already reached the mysterious lottery space, the place connected with the beginning of his journey. A sudden party broke the crisis. A mysterious lottery host appeared and announced, inside the strange lottery kingdom, the premiere of a special product will take place. Although the battle continued, the Lord still ignored its intensity and met Kaku and others as unwelcome guests at an unexpected event. Kakeru immediately tried to break free from the battlefield and return back, but that group barely paid attention to this unexpected performance. The mistress quickly caught up with them and explained, time flows here differently than usual. She insisted that they could return without losing a single second. Before leaving, Kakeru noticed something among the prizes. The local exhibition caught his eye and made him stop to take a closer look. Turning back to the battlefield, Kakeru remembered that mysterious reward that had just caught his attention. A new idea flashed in his mind. The cursed demon rushed forward with devastating force, standing alone, while Kakar calmly faced the crowd, not retreating a single step. Suddenly pieces of the serpent's heads were cut into parts. The demon did not understand what exactly happened, so he rushed to search for the source of the attack. Chaos spread across the battlefield as invisible strikes continued. Even the demon could not comprehend what kind of technique it was. Finally, Kakeru revealed the answer. Behind his back, while he confidently prepared to explain the power he had obtained, a mysterious figure appeared. Kakeru froze before the terrible scene when a radiant woman flashed behind his back. Her uncontrollable aura filled the space and everyone nearby shuddered in shock. A few minutes ago he entered the mysterious lottery hall hidden inside the timeless void. He was led through a strange place and Kakeru quietly looked around. Soon a new skill lottery was introduced into the game. Powerful combat boosts were drawn there, making this event much more valuable than ordinary lotteries. The guide explained Kakeru accumulated too many unused lottery tickets during his habit time, and that is exactly why he was brought there. After the guide tore apart his unwillingness to use the tickets, he pushed Kakeru to use them immediately and he seized the chance, triggering an unexpected turn of events. Kakeru finally decided to use the lottery tickets he had kept for a long time. Determination displaced hesitation. He entrusted the lottery process to Hikari and Ileana. Both girls eagerly took on the task and prepared a special lottery machine. In an instant, Kikar found himself facing an incredibly strong opponent. Without wasting a moment, he rushed forward and immediately launched a direct attack. Energy flared above the battlefield as he crashed into the fight at high speed, cutting through space. His onslaught did not weaken any deeper, straight to the target. Closing the distance in an instant, Kakeru shortened the distance in a moment and dealt a decisive blow to the enemy. A hail of attacks fell before the opponent could react. In fact, the attack of Kakeru's hit the target and next to it appeared a strange silhouette, as if the strike had appeared by itself. The enemy noticed something wrong and got confused by the unexpected damage. Additional attacks struck from different sides without warning, and the source could not be determined. The enemy was hit again and again and vainly tried to respond. And while the assault continued, the enemy realized the attacks were linked with the newly acquired ability Kakeru. Kakeru revealed his new skill allows the shadow to attack alongside him. Each strike immediately transitioned into the next. The pressure on the opponent doubled. The reward turned out to be an extremely powerful win, the grand prize of the lottery. Having spent all the tickets, Kakeru named the ability Double Slash and eagerly awaited to test all its power. The newly created shadow attracted attention as soon as everyone saw its appearance. Resembling a leaner, the strange figure showed that the lottery skill copies the form of its user. Kakeru and others briefly discussed the unexpected result. Gakari amused himself with the situation, but Alina reacted with noticeable confusion. Outraged by the continuous attacks, the enemy unleashed all her strength. Multiple serpent, like the heads of a snake, one after another sprang forward as she rushed like a whirlwind across the battlefield. Kakeru instantly repelled the attack. His strikes and shadows merged into one rhythm. Synchronized blows struck the opponent, causing her advance to falter. A powerful explosion burst from the combined pressure. The opponent was pushed back while Kakeru maintained control, pressing the advantage with the newly acquired skill. Yet the enemy unleashed a hail of blows across the entire hall. Kakeru easily dodged the attack, tracking her movements from above. Having slipped out of sight and cooled down from rage, the enemy scoured the battlefield. Meanwhile, Kakeru prepared to test the true power of his newly acquired ability. He dashed forward, dove into the shadow nearby, and struck the immortal body of the enemy. Determined to finish the fight, Kakeru intensified the attack. A real net of intersecting slash strikes spread across the battlefield and cornered the enemy within reach. Under a barrage of combined strikes, the sky was torn from every direction. The cuts trapped the enemy so that he endured the relentless attack while Kakeru pressed forward without hesitation. Kakeru's bombardment did not cease for a moment. Even the enemy's immortal body began to show signs that in the endless stream of attacks it was about to give in. As the damage accumulated, the enemy finally realized its regeneration could no longer keep up with the level of wounds. Refusing to surrender, she gathered a colossal amount of dark energy and strange symbols flared above the battlefield, as if a mighty ability was just beginning to manifest. The gathered energy condensed into a colossal mass of black sludge. Its presence spread through the hall, and the battlefield instantly became much more dangerous. Kakeru immediately noticed the strange substance and approached closer to see what it was. She stubbornly refused to admit defeat. The enemy transformed her immortal body into an even more terrible likeness of a monster. Kakeru carefully watched the transformation and understood, if it continued like this, the situation would become truly dangerous. Firmly deciding to quickly end the fight, he called for Hikari's help. Before he could do anything, a giant serpent suddenly appeared beside him. The beast revealed itself, lurking right in the whirlpool of battle. Chaos! The opponent launched a sudden attack and managed to disarm Kakeru. When his two demonic swords were knocked from his hands, she decided his strength had sharply declined. Elinor immediately moved to Kakeru's side, remaining calm even after he lost his weapons. She showed no sign of worry and confidently prepared to continue the fight. Although she lost her advantage, the enemy admitted Kakeru's combat skill was superior, yet she still had no doubt eventually his endurance would run out. Kakeru accepted the challenge without hesitation. Both sides froze in preparation until the fight turned into a clash of endurance and stubborn determination. The enemy again launched a furious assault with his snake, continuously attacking like a pack of spears. Kakeru cut through the barrage of strikes and continued targeting vital points without slowing down. Countless cuts filled the battlefield as his double strike multiplied the damage. Dark energy and debris scattered across the hall as the attack reached its peak. Under relentless pressure, the enemy's massive body began to sag. After numerous swift attacks, Kakeru finally tightened the pace. Elinor stood nearby, and the dark energy enveloping the battlefield gradually weakened. It was believed that his endurance was already at its limit. The enemy declared victory. She decided that Kakeru would no longer be able to continue the fight after such a prolonged assault. Stop! Just as her monstrous form began to tear apart, accumulated damage forced the body to return to its original appearance. When the battle was practically decided, she calmly approached Kakeru, and the hostility filling the battlefield quickly disappeared. Acknowledging his strength, the defeated woman openly praised Kakeru. She was impressed by both his power and character. She invited him to join and rule the world together. Aileen continued to lure Kakeru with promises of power and comfort, but Kakeru calmly rejected the offer and declared that he would end this battle once and for all. The statement confused Aileen. She believed that her immortal body would endure further but could not comprehend what Kakeru was planning. At that moment, Hikari stepped forward and, clutching a dazzling light in her hand, sliced through space with a sharp motion, diverting Aileen's attention away from Kakeru. Hikari boldly named her goal and immediately took Aileen in her sights, while Kakeru was gathering the final piece of his strategy from the side. The chaos of the light magic force torn from Hikari intercepted Kakeru's skill and unleashed a devastating blow aimed at breaking Aileen's immortal body. Grasping the power borrowed from another's skill, Hikari felt a furious surge of energy spreading through her body. In an attack that had not yet ended, Furious tried to stop Aileen, and Kakeru immediately rushed to protect Hikari and created a passage for her. While Aileen advanced forward, Kakeru intercepted the attack and called Aura. The battle moved to the final stage of their plan. At Kakeru's signal, Hikari gathered an even greater amount of holy power. Countless streams of light swirled around her and filled the hall. The accumulated energy burst out immediately and hit Aileen directly. Weakened by the enormous holy attack, she screamed as the decisive blow finally landed. The holy glow flooded Aileen from all sides. While the purification continued, she realized regeneration no longer works and is no longer able to resist the attack. Kakeru admitted that the power she underestimated was Aura's holy magic. Electric pain covered Aileen as her immortal form began to collapse. The cleansing energy destroyed the source of regeneration and mercilessly pushed her to defeat. A giant detonation erupted on the battlefield and erased the remnants of dark energy. Watching the aftermath, Kakeru acknowledged Aileen's power and beauty, even as the battle finally ended. Several gigantic magical circles disappeared from the sky and beams of light descended throughout the kingdom. The inhabitants rejoiced the ancient threat had finally vanished. In the shattered palace, Kakeru and his companions saw how the spells were falling one after another. Perhaps she was nearby. She quietly moved towards Kakeru and leaned against him. Relief displaced the former tension as calm gradually returned. In a moment, gentle healing magic enveloped Aura. While she was recovering, it became known an important message arrived from her father. Hearing this, Aura gathered her courage. A new confrontation awaited next, and she would have to face it alone. Kakaru encouraged Aura to stop running from her own pain and to accept the burden left after her deceased family. His support pushed her determination and strengthened her. Standing behind him, Aura tried with all her might to pour out her emotions. The battle was already over, but the weight on her heart did not let go. And suddenly tears flowed down her face. The reality of victory finally reached her, and she realized the revenge she sought had been fulfilled. Seeing both her grief and relief, Kakaru acknowledged her achievement. His praise helped her accept what she had done and move forward. Later, Aura knelt before the aging king while her companions watched. She was preparing to face the future of the kingdom with new resolve. When Aura stood before the king, silence fell in the hall. Her companions watched intently as she tried to comprehend the expression on his face so anxious. The king sat in despair, crushed by the burden of the consequences of his past decisions. Those nearby understood he no longer acted as before. He was enveloped by regret that squeezed his heart, and he admitted the mistakes he had made against his family and Aura. His confession revealed the full depth of his guilt. And she froze in shock when he tried to explain why he acted that way. His version contradicted everything she believed. She believed him. He insisted that deception and manipulation controlled his decisions, and that the tragedy was the result of outside influence. Aura froze in place. The truth about the kingdom's tragedy suddenly turned into a demonic curse. Meanwhile, the king collapsed into remorse instead of taking responsibility. Then he shifted the blame, pondering the decisions that destroyed his family. Guilt soon overwhelmed him completely. Kneeling before Aura, he desperately begged forgiveness for the suffering he caused. At that moment, another witness could no longer remain silent. Anger flared because the royal excuses only added fuel to the fire of outrage in the room. Nearby, the Kakaru group remained calm. They clearly saw the king was used, but it was his weakness that allowed evil to take hold. When the conflict finally subsided, Oro received one last request to protect and lead the kingdom. After that, she spent time with her younger sister in a quiet forest. For the first time in a long while, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Very soon, the younger girl found something exciting and led Aura deeper into the forest. Curiosity displaced sadness and lingered in her heart. Climbing higher among the trees, they found a special place despite her sister's nervousness. The atmosphere moved along without any hesitation. At the top, the sisters sat on a ledge and looked forward together. Around them was a quiet, scenic silence, or the future calmly embracing them, and the family was still beside it. Two sisters reached the top of the forest and then stood still, gazing into the expanses of the kingdom. From that height, they admired the beauty of the land, the stretches of forests, gentle mountains, and kind-hearted people. The hearts of these people reminded them why the kingdom was worth protecting. Renewed with determination, the younger sister declared that she wanted to protect the kingdom by becoming part of the royal family, despite all future difficulties. Then she turned to Aura and asked for support when the day came to bear that responsibility. Hearing these words, Aura smiled warmly. The sisters silently shared a moment together with hope and a promise to protect their homeland. Aura listened to the king's plea and refused to forgive him. The pain caused by his actions remained too deep to erase. Despite her anger, she decided to support her younger brother as the new ruler of the kingdom. She, with a confident step forward, announced that her choice honored the will of her fallen sisters. The sisters around the hall, her companions, silently observed. Meanwhile, the king wept desperately and begged forgiveness from his daughters in Aura. Finally, emotions broke through Aura. Tears ran down her cheek as she was torn between resentment, grief, and the duty she chose and decided to carry on. A little later, after the crisis, the elder visited the residence of Aura just in Kakar. The kingdom began to recover, and life gradually returned to its usual rhythm. While he waited inside the manor, he noticed someone approaching. The silence around hinted an important meeting was about to begin. Soon Aura appeared in formal attire and personally thanked Kakar for saving the kingdom. As a reward, she announced, the kingdom decided to elevate Kakar's noble status and grant him larger lands. Not clinging to titles, Kakar showed a completely different interest. His unexpected response threw Aura off balance and made her freeze in confusion, speechless. After that, Kakar confidently led her through the corridors of the estate. His intentions remained unclear, so with each moment a trembling anxiety grew inside her. But later Kakar confessed his interest was directed straight at Aura. The realization stunned her and immediately embarrassed her. While he carried her down the corridor, Aura tried to respond at least something. She was surrounded by onlookers, and this made her even more confused, trying to gather her thoughts. Finally, Aura said the feeling she had hidden for so long. Her sincere confession revealed the attachment to Kakar was born the day he saved her. Kakar woke up in the elite guard's residence and slowly got used to the morning. Nearby, Aura quietly watched him from under the blanket. A barely noticeable blush appeared on her face as she enjoyed the peaceful start of the day. Noticing her reaction, Kakar smiled. This warm, relaxed calm between them made the morning feeling lighter and more relaxed. Soon both prepared for their duties. Aura wanted to continue learning about the kingdom, while Kakar had important matters waiting to keep him busy. Before leaving, Kakar laid out his next tasks. First, to seek help from Delphina, then return home and report the latest information about the demons. After Aura heard Kakar's plans, she sadly lowered her gaze. Deep in her heart, she wished he would stay a little longer, but she knew departure was inevitable. Memories of her lonely past surfaced again in her mind. Although doubt still lingered, Aura gathered the remnants of determination and silently expressed gratitude for everything Kakar did. When Kakaru was about to leave, Aura came to terms with what had happened. She decided to handle her duties herself and do everything as best as possible until he returned. Seeing her reaction, Kakaru revealed the truth. He would disappear for a short time. For a while longer, he intended to continue helping both EO and the kingdom. Relief instantly enveloped Aura's heart. Tears shimmered in her eyes, but Kakaru gently calmed her and the smile returned to her face again. Aura gathered all her courage and confessed her feelings to Kakaru. His confession became a turning point in their relationship even before he returned to his duties. Having released her emotions, she took a step closer and said him a brief farewell. A moment later, Kakaru left the residence. Somewhere else, a lonely girl entered the damaged hall and stared upwards. She noticed a strange hole in the ceiling and carefully examined the place. Dark energy suddenly flared above the chamber. A complex magical construct grew right before her and she involuntarily held her gaze, examining the bizarre design. Watching the spell, she felt how incredibly powerful it was. While preparing to investigate the mysterious phenomenon further, questions flashed through her mind. Who created it? Altair struck the strange structure of the spell and shattered part of it. Yet even after that, the residual energy stubbornly proved the magic was much more powerful than everyone had expected. After examining the fragments, she concluded not a single summoner could have composed such a gigantic formula on their own. Her discovery convinced her other forces are involved. Before continuing, Kakaru arrived and asked if her investigation was already finished. Before returning, Alti kept her suspicions to herself and did not burden Kakaru with conclusions that could not be proven. Left alone with her thoughts, she quietly replayed everything over and over. Doubts did not let go, and the clues she gathered indicated the conflict had not yet reached its end. But Alta looked back at her past and bitterly asked herself when exactly her simple desires were hidden under the weight of expectations placed on her as a great sage. Memories of rulers, advisors, and countless people who came for advice floated before her eyes. Over time, responsibility slowly displaced the life she once longed for. Tired, she stood alone with her own thoughts and suddenly realized the original dream was much simpler than the role she now had to bear. Several weeks passed and life in the kingdom continued to move forward, while new plans finally began to take real shape. Later, Kakaru and Altair noticed a group undergoing military training. They were interested in the gathering itself, and Kakaru learned that a private army was being organized for future needs. He surveyed the training ground and explained his goal: to create an elite guard unit. He needed disciplined soldiers who could follow orders and effectively apply tactics. The force had already grown to 200 fighters recruited and trained thanks to the efforts of Delphina and Nana. During training, the soldiers showed promising results. Their preparation greatly impressed Kakaru, all thanks to careful instructions. The unit firmly established basic skills, and the level of mastery exceeded that of ordinary recruits. The ranks were replenished, but despite their progress, Kakaru noticed a weak spot. The soldiers obeyed orders, but true devotion and unity had not yet properly formed. To took on this problem, organized a demonstration fight. Nana, Ai, and Tanya joined the exercises while Kakaru prepared to challenge the entire army alone. Elite guards gathered for training, and Nana urged them on until they proved the value of their hard work. Watching from the side, Kakeru finally understood how Nana was able to skillfully gain the soldiers' favor and loyalty. Toe raised the stakes. Kakeru issued a challenge, promised freedom to anyone who could hit him with even one strike, and immediately heated up the entire force to the maximum. Confident in his own strength, Kakeru added additional restrictions to make the test fairer, and the unexpected conditions confused those nearby. He did not stop and added Altair as a target in the trial. The soldiers responded with enthusiasm, eager to seize the rare opportunity and snatch victory. Kakeru assured Altair that he would protect her during the training exercise. Her sudden confession immediately drew attention and caused confusion. Kakeru completed the trial and did not stop there, raised the reward. His promise caught on with everyone nearby and ignited passion to the limit. At Nana's signal, the training started. The elite guards rushed forward together, eager to show their strength against the commander. Later, while others were distracted by the rewards, Nana remained focused on the exercise's goal and tried to keep them serious. In a moment, the difference in strength became obvious. One soldier was quickly subdued and he flew away, while the rest froze, stunned by Kakeru's undeniable power. In a matter of moments, Kakeru swept away the trainees and scattered many of them sprawled across the field. A fierce smile flashed across his face, a wave of excitement swept over him. Without slowing down the exercise, Kakeru pushed himself into a truly serious confrontation. Sensing his intention, Nana realized the training had entered a new phase. The guards quickly recovered and prepared for a tougher battle. The battle is at the command post. Nana ordered the wounded to retreat and told the rest to regroup in the nearest trees. While the soldiers carried their wounded comrades on stretchers, Kakeru watched with satisfaction. Discipline, coordination, and obedience clearly proved that training had truly made them fighters. When the first phase of training was completed, Altair stopped Kakeru and asked a direct question about his true purpose. His behavior seemed much harsher and more determined than a usual elite guard inspection. Kakeru did not deviate from the answer. The recent clashes changed his perspective. From encounters with powerful enemies, he realized a simple thing: one cannot postpone tension and calm down. And one more thing, he wanted to strengthen himself not for his own sake, but so that the soldiers would finally clearly understand who their leader was. Kakeru and Altair went together after the guards into the forest. There their unit prepared an ambush and carefully laid traps throughout the area. Soon the counteroffensive began. Hidden networks, camouflaged positions, and coordinated strikes all targeted Kakeru's. Battle became much more organized, and this was its start. The battle raged on, but the elite Vartachi launched coordinated attacks from both sides. Kakeru held the pressure without the slightest difficulty, while Altair calmly watched as the soldiers grew into a true team. When the clash subsided, Kakeru and Altair moved through the forest together. Noticing how she was getting used to Mercury, he asked how the last few months had gone. Months, Altair told about her quiet life in the kingdom. Delicious food, gentle weather, and access to books made the new circumstances unexpectedly pleasant. Their conversation became easy as soon as Kakeru offered to bring more books. In response, Altair jokingly asked for one more luxury for herself. The conversation sharply turned towards Altair's distant past. Kakeru was struck by her kinship with High King Rotodos. Altair began to tell where she came from, how she served the legendary High King Rotodos, a ruler revered for wisdom, leadership, and achievements. That era still came to an end. Rotodos died and his empire collapsed. When its position disappeared, Altair was forced to seek a new path. Many years later, she traveled through various lands. Her knowledge enchanted rulers and noble lords, so the fame of Altair as a great sage spread far and wide. But this glory eventually became a burden. Despite all achievements, Altair grew tired of carrying expectations wherever she went. While the conversation could still continue, the forest was suddenly pierced by a sharp cold end. In an instant, huge ice crystals erupted from beneath the ground. The ice attack burst out of the forest and forced Kakeru and Altair to jump back from the sharp crystals. As soon as the attacker became recognizable, Kakeru immediately became alert. Tania appeared and raised the elite guards for battle. Under her leadership, the soldiers moved together and prepared for a coordinated assault. When the fight broke out, the guards shifted their attention to Altair. Watching the plan unfold, Kakeru faced a challenge and the training test moved to a new stage. A squad of warriors cornered Altair, and sharp crystal pillars suddenly rose from the ground. The trap closed around him while Kakeru watched from afar as everything unfolded. Several fighters forcibly focused on Altair. She was tightly surrounded from all sides, and as soon as the opponents approached closer, she realized that escape was becoming increasingly difficult. When the attackers decided that victory was near, a wave of excitement overwhelmed them completely. Meanwhile, Altair looked furious. She was trapped and left right in the middle of the assault. Without warning, the dark chains suddenly aimed at her. Thick rings tightly wrapped around Altair, intercepting any movement and leaving her completely bound. In a moment, the bonds were undone and she was thrown high into the air. While the crowd gawked upwards, Altair was caught and carried away, and the attackers celebrated their luck, or so they thought. Hikaru finally found herself next to the bound Altair. While she struggled in the dark bonds, he calmly approached and prepared to help in his own way. The zone watchers complained about the unfairness of the situation, but one girl with character did not even think of retreating. Despite the failure, she dared to challenge Kakeru directly. Persistently gathering her strength, the girl unleashed an icy spell. Sharp ice arrows tore through the battlefield, and she rushed straight toward her target without hesitation. Kakeru responded with powerful fire magic. A whirlwind of flames burst from his hand and surged forward, countering the attack head-on. The fury of the clash ignited between ice and fire. The strike spread across the field with light and power that engulfed the fight as both attacks collided and cut each other off. The collision filled the field with a thick haze. They covered themselves with fog. Kakeru remained calm while the rest charged forward, believing they had gained the advantage. Flames surrounded Kakeru as he carefully analyzed the situation. Nearby, Altair was still bound, furious to find herself trapped in the same snare again. Several warriors broke through the mist with water attacks, confident in their team's coordination, and tried to surround Kakeru from multiple directions at once. Not retreating, Kakeru relied on his sharpened senses. In the fog, he saw every movement and intercepted blows even before they could reach him. The attack quickly broke off. Kakeru broke through the formation and rushed forward, and the water spears and soldiers could not stop him on the battlefield. Kakeru laughed and looked back at the battlefield while Altair was still holding back nearby. It seemed he was more amused by the fuss around than worried about the danger. Accepting the challenge, Kakeru raised a finger and made his move. Meanwhile, Altair helplessly watched as the battle continued without her. One of the warriors rushed forward and plunged into a direct attack. Kakeru reacted instantly. He struck first and drove the attacker back before he could gain momentum. Not even speed stopped the pressure. The remaining fighters charged together, their attacks hitting, but Kakeru withstood the blows and stubbornly pushed through the barrage. Dust and debris swirled in the air as the exchange of blows grew increasingly fierce, and they did not retreat. The battle finally subsided. He stood amid the ruins. Kakeru thought that most of the enemy fighters had already fallen and only scattered threats remained behind. Meanwhile, the fighting ceased. Kakeru freed Altair and lifted her into his arms. Although she was tired from being held for so long, as soon as she was released, she immediately began making demands. A brief moment of relief vanished as soon as Altair sensed danger. A warning echoed through the space, causing both of them to freeze and look around. Suddenly, giant icy walls burst from the ground. They surrounded their fortress from all sides, blocking every possible escape route. Turning something off, Kakeru realized they were trapped inside a huge ice dome and immediately prepared for a new attack. A powerful lightning strike crashed down from above and thunderously hit the very battlefield. It carved a huge crater in the ground, forcing everyone nearby to witness its devastating power with their own eyes. The force had not yet subsided. Dust and sparks trembled over the chasm. Electric energy continued to crackle over the ravaged terrain. The strike had not yet fully faded. From afar, several fighters froze and, risking a smile with admiration, admired the power of this attack. Soon the group had already celebrated what seemed like a complete victory. A stirred joy overwhelmed everyone because they decided their opponents were already finished. Their festive moment was abruptly cut off. Kakeru jumped out of the broken ground unharmed, and it became clear the fight had only just begun. After he defeated the previous opponents, Kakeru stood calmly and two exhausted girls settled nearby. Silence spread among the fighters. No one took a step forward. After seeing how their strongest comrades fell so easily, many lost confidence. At that very moment, Captain Nana approached the field. Her companions praised her progress, and Kakeru thought hopefully about the duel with a stronger opponent. The opponent, without any hesitation, Nana accepted the challenge. She drew her weapon, took a stance, and prepared for a serious fight. Excitement swept away the previous tension. Both Kakeru and Nana eagerly awaited the moment to test their own strength, thus the decisive clash began. As soon as the match started, Kakeru asked Altair for a signal. She calmly raised her hand, marking the official start of the long-awaited match. The crowd quickly rolled back to a safe distance. Excitement rippled through the crowd as everyone watched Kakeru and Captain Nana. As soon as the signal sounded, both fighters rushed forward. Kakeru unleashed his power, and Nana drew her sword and prepared a precise technique. Without hesitation, Nana unleashed a rapid series of slashing sword strikes. The attack covered the entire battlefield and with incredible speed closed in on Kakeru. As if not retreating, Kakeru took the attack head-on. To the crowd's surprise, he managed to block the blows flying at him and remain standing. Nana took off so fast that she disappeared from sight. Just as Kakeru was about to regain consciousness, she was already behind him, and the spectators froze at the insane speed. From all sides, blows rained down continuously. Kakeru held the defense, but at the same time clearly realized Nana had become stronger than during their previous encounters. Carried by her own determination, Nana did not slow down and pressed on relentlessly. Every movement of hers reflected focus and persistence, aimed to catch up with and match the teacher. The clumsy but relentless exchange continued across the entire battlefield. Nana gathered speed and technique, forcing Kakeru to hold the defense as her pressure inevitably increased. Suddenly, the air was torn by strong gusts of wind. Nana emerged in several forms at onset. The crowd froze in shock and could not understand which one was real. Nana continued the attack, pushing Kakeru back with incredible speed. For a moment, it seemed that she had finally gained the upper hand. When the blades clashed, Kakeru remembered the comrades who helped him grow. Their support and stubbornness strengthened his resolve in battle. Meanwhile, the spectators watched intently. Drawing inspiration from their allies and memories of past clashes, they felt how much everyone had changed since the very beginning of the journey. Kakeru remembered several important allies who led him through the toughest trials. And among these memories, Altair stood out the most. He thought about the people who opened new possibilities and horizons for him. Throughout the duel, Kakeru felt deep gratitude. Kakeru gathered all his strength and rushed forward. Deciding to repay the trust of his comrades, he unleashed all his power without any restrictions. Sharp cries echoed across the field as Kakeru dashed towards Nana, unwilling to retreat. She met him with a direct attack and prepared her strongest technique. Together with the dark energy that swept over Kakeru like a whirlwind, he released his full power. The raging might immediately elevated the duel to a completely different level. At that very moment, Nana executed her final sword technique. The strike cut through the air with incredible speed and precision. The two techniques collided in fierce explosions. Shockwaves rolled across the field, and the spectators watched the decisive clash with bated breath. The decisive confrontation reached its peak. Both Kakeru and Nana focused everything into a single exchange, not retreating as their attacks crashed into each other. When the strike subsided, Kakeru broke through Nagli's defense. Her shield saved part of the power, but the devastating blow still pushed her back. Fatigue quickly caught up with Nana. It became increasingly difficult for her to stand. She leaned forward, and Kakeru timely approached and supported her, preventing her from falling. The duel ended with mutual respect. Kakeru praised Nana's performance, and she gladly accepted the words, having just given her all. Nearby, the spectators silently stared at the devastated battlefield, and the huge crater behind it showed just how fierce the clash between master and student had been. After the fierce battle, the soldiers slowly got up and gathered together. The tension that had held them until then melted away as they exchanged relieved glances and accepted the outcome. One by one, the fighters approached Kakeru and Nana. Despite losing in the training fight, respect for both warriors only grew. Nana officially announced that the training exercises were completed, and having ensured that there were no more objections in the group, brought the competition to a calm end. Kakeru smiled and praised everyone for their efforts and encouraged them to move forward together. While the gathering had not yet settled properly, Hikari suddenly appeared from above. Her unexpected appearance threw Kakeru off balance and surprised everyone nearby. Hikari crashed into Kakeru and knocked him to the ground before anyone could react. Her attack instantly shattered the restrained mood hanging over the battlefield. Instead of worrying about the duel, Hikari stubbornly joined the gathering. She wanted to be noticed, and she dreamed of receiving the same recognition as everyone else. The crowd initially shuddered with anxiety and misunderstanding, but suddenly Altair laughed to tears she couldn't hold back because she was amused by Kakeru's situation. The teasing continued. Altair jokingly showed how thoroughly Kakeru was defeated by the energetic newcomer, and her laughter grew louder. Eventually, the whole company joined in the laughter. Even Kakeru admitted the joke was apt, and the day ended on a cheerful, light note. Kakeru and Altair returned to the estate after a day spent outdoors. The area is still noisy. People bustle between groups and activities. During the walk back, Altair reflected on the day. Despite a few difficulties, she suddenly clearly understood she hadn't had such a pleasant time in a long while. Meanwhile, the girls who had previously targeted Altair stepped forward and apologized. They admitted their actions had gone too far and sincerely regretted it. Instead of holding onto resentment, Altair accepted the apology. The mood quickly warmed as the conversation shifted toward a playful request for fine wine. The misunderstanding finally dissipated. Everyone gathered calmly, around friendly faces, and Altair finally felt relief next to Kakeru and the rest. Altair quietly pondered her own path. For the first time in years, she realized she had indeed found a place where she could truly live, not as the legendary sage everyone expected to see her as. When the group approached the huge estate, the feeling grew even stronger. Around were companions who accepted her. Altair took a step forward, and suddenly the feeling of belonging lifted in her chest. Late that night, she relaxed in her room, while Mai Tu helped gather everything for her evening. Then Altair cast a small spell. A soft light embraced her as she calmly finished the preparations. A sudden knock broke the silence. Altair did not lose composure. She remained calm and waited for her guest to enter. Late that night, Kakeru visited Altair just after she said that a worry that had not left her since lunch was troubling her. He became curious about its origin, so he agreed to help. When their hands joined, an incredible surge of spiritual energy poured from Kakeru. The power struck Altair completely by surprise. The power continued to flow into her, far beyond anything she had anticipated. Unable to remain calm, she struggled to withstand the sharp pressure. Kakeru quickly understood what was happening and immediately apologized. Yet despite this, the energy around them did not diminish. During recovery, Altair concluded that Kakeru possessed an incredible amount of spiritual power, possibly even more than the highest levels she had known before. Kakeru did not succumb to any influence of the extraordinarily powerful spiritual energy that filled the room. As soon as she studied him, she asked herself how he could withstand such colossal power. Kakeru admitted, the result corresponds to what he had already believed for some time. He gathered his thoughts and explained, energy is the force that pushes living beings forward and makes them continue their journey through life. He connected that strength to his own experience, convinced that his struggle, victories, and determination to survive only strengthen it over time. While Altair listened, memories of battles, comrades, and trials surged again. All that he had endured convinced her that a mighty drive for life can change even fate itself. After Kakeru's explanation, Altair realized the desire to live can continue to grow stronger along with a person's experience and determination. To prove his theory, Kakeru released only a fraction of that power. The room shook as a gigantic burst of energy erupted from him, much stronger than anything Altair could imagine. The relentless show suddenly broke off with a sharp remark from a nearby viewer. What sounded like deep insight was quickly reduced to a simpler explanation. But still, Altair remained stunned. He felt the very essence of life force, and by ordinary standards it seemed impossible to strengthen it any further. Then Kakeru revealed his true intentions to use that power for Altair and stay by her side forever. Overwhelmed by emotions, she froze. Kakeru reminded Altair of the desire they had shared before. Not perceiving her as a legendary figure, he decided to see only Altair in her, and she accepted these words, tears bursting from her eyes. Eye to eye, as soon as he heard her answer, Kakeru promised, from now on everything he does will be for her. The sincerity of his feelings reached her immediately. After a short pause, Altair gathered courage and honestly said that she had a request. Blushing with shame, she confessed this would be her first time and asked Kakeru to be attentive to her feelings. Feeling her nervousness, Kakeru gently accepted it. Their distance disappeared as soon as they embraced, and they began a new shared chapter. Kakeru reminded Altair of the wish she had shared earlier. Instead of seeing her as a legendary figure, he decided to see her simply as Altair, and she accepted these words, holding back tears in her eyes. Realizing her response, Kakeru promised, from now on, everything he does will be for her. After a short pause, Altair gathered all her courage and confessed. She has a request she wants to voice. Blushing with shame, she confessed that this would be her first time and asked Kakeru to be attentive to her feelings. Catching her nervousness, Kakeru gently embraced it, and as soon as they hugged, the distance vanished, opening a new chapter for them together. Late that night, Kakeru and Altair discussed the information they had managed to gather. Although their version remained shaky, they suspected Island might be receiving support from an invisible ally. For a moment, silence fell, and although it was complete uncertainty, Altair felt Kakeru trusted her, so she values this, as he shared honest thoughts. Smiling softly, she reminded him that she was no longer the distant great seer. Beside him, she just wanted to be Altair. Holding her tightly in his arms, he turned his attention to the threat ahead. Kakeru. A month later, winter came. Snow was falling on the city streets. Kakeru continued searching, stubbornly trying to decipher the enemy's next move. While Kakeru continued to investigate recent events, he learned more about Fiona. Unlike her cheerful older sister, after a traumatic experience in the past, she became silent and reserved. Meanwhile, Fiona worked diligently in the restaurant. Her mood brightened each time visitors showed interest in the new menu she helped prepare. Watching everything from afar, Kakeru pondered his long history with both sisters. Their importance to him did not allow him to turn away from what had happened to them. Suddenly, a stranger in a hood burst into the restaurant and immediately asked about Fiona and Marie. His words confused him. Fiona answered cautiously and immediately revealed their location. Kakeru felt the guest looked nothing like an ordinary person. The hooded stranger suddenly broke away and panicked rushed to Fiona. Her surprise at his unexpected impulse instantly drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant. Before the situation could escalate, Kakeru intervened and stopped the man just as the stranger regained control of himself. Both recalled that they had met before. Moreover, having cleared up the misunderstanding, the visitor introduced himself Theo Customes, a military commander serving the kingdom of Silicosa. Theo admitted that he came precisely to bring Fiona and Mari back to Silicosa. This made Kakeru wonder why the military leader was looking for them. The truth stunned those present. Fiona and Marie are not ordinary sisters, but the hidden daughters of King Silicosa and the rightful heirs to the kingdom's throne. The revelations shocked everyone present. Fiona, Marie, and even Kakeru could not comprehend the statement that the sisters were heirs to an entire kingdom. Refused to accept the story without evidence. Yaker immediately began interrogating Theo. Theo showed the national relic which, according to him, reacts only to members of the royal family, and the artifact will reveal the truth as soon as Fiona touches it. Despite trembling, Fiona still accepted the request. As soon as her hand touched the treasure, the artifact twitched in response. A powerful flash of reaction spread throughout the room. The result left everyone speechless. The Tisixcarbia shone so brightly in Fiona's hands that it was no longer possible to deny Theo's words were true. To remove any doubts, Theo asked Marie to touch the treasure as well. The artifact reacted immediately, confirming that both sisters share the same royal bloodline. Theo knelt before Fiona and Marie, overwhelmed with emotions, and begged, "Return to Silicosa, inherit the throne, and save the kingdom from the crisis that is relentlessly growing." The revelation of Kakeru struck so hard that he froze. The usual sisters he had known for so long suddenly became princesses, and the path ahead now led straight to the kingdom of Silicosa. Kakeru listened as General Theo spoke about the trouble in Silicosa. Anxiety grew faster and faster as he learned the kingdom had already fallen under the control of invaders. According to Theo, the attackers belonged to the kingdom of Cropolis, a hostile state that seized these lands. And for years, Cropolis repeatedly pressured and attacked Silicosa, causing the tension between the neighboring states to only increase further. 4 months ago, enemy troops secretly entered the capital. Their sudden raid succeeded, and the king was killed. Without their leader, the royal army lost coordination. Chaos spread throughout the kingdom, and the conquerors quickly captured Silicosa. Later, Theo realized the invaders are destroying the royal bloodline of Silicosa. After that, all those remaining in the royal family were hunted and captured throughout the kingdom, which was under occupation. Rescue from the capital. Theo gathered the soldiers who were still alive and formed resistance forces, and even despite the numbers, injuries, and low morale, the movement stalled as if on its last breath. Seeking hope for his people, Theo begged Fiona and Marie to join them. Their royal heritage could unite the scattered survivors. Members, the general bowed his head and desperately begged for support. Kakaru silently observed, weighing every detail in this situation. While reviewing the history in his mind, doubt quickly grew in Kakaru. Several fragments did not fit together, so he began to suspect that Theo's words were not entirely true. Kakaru silently reviewed Theo's story. The kingdom looked almost destroyed, and sending the sisters back into such danger was simply impossible. Meanwhile, Fiona and Marie sat tensely and could not find peace. Being representatives of the royal bloodline, they knew the enemy would never stop searching for them. Understanding their confusion, Kakaru ended the conversation for today. Theo accepted this decision and prepared to leave. When the tension eased a little, the sisters gathered their thoughts and returned to the main question, where they came from. So they spoke with Theo, asking him to tell about their mother. Theo could only offer fragments of the past. He recalled rumors. Supposedly a court servant was carrying the king's child, but where exactly the truth ended no one knew. Theo unfolded the explanation. The court deliberately created that rumor to hide the royal child, and she disappeared from the capital shortly after the servant was released. He assumed that could have been their mother. The woman nearby carefully weighed every possibility. If the servant reached Mercury and opened a shop, then most likely support reached her before she left Salakoza. Lisa, hearing this, Marie immediately apologized for any suffering she might have endured because of their family history. This gesture surprised everyone in the room. Fiona and Mari recalled their childhood. Troubles happened, but still they remembered the warm life together with their mother. These memories softened the atmosphere. Looking at the sisters, Theo felt confident. Their mother never regretted the path she chose. After the conversation ended, Theo apologized for disturbing everyone and promised to return another day. The sisters at Kakaru watched him leave. When he disappeared, only uncertainty remained. Mari found it hard to come to terms with the sudden revelation about her royal origin, and Kakaru warned that Theo would probably keep coming back. Gathering courage, Fiona returned to Kakaru with a serious expression. She wanted to hear his sincere thoughts on the matter. Instead, another question slipped out. Looking at the whole row of princesses beside him, Fiona asked what exactly Kakaru thought about royal power. Embarrassed, Kakaru tried to justify himself. Although several princesses had appeared in his life, he insisted it was not intentional. Meanwhile, Mary suddenly seized a thought and decided this way she would get closer to Kakaru. Despite the danger, she declared her intention to become a princess. Determination blazed in Mari's eyes, neither fear nor status. Her decision was born from one desire, to support Kakaru, no matter how difficult it seemed. Fiona was left speechless for an unexpected reason. Even Mari found it hard to clearly explain what exactly she felt. After a minute of reflection, Fiona honestly admitted this thought also flashed in her. Becoming a princess seemed like a way to stay close to Kakaru. Memories of Kakaru's achievements surfaced in Fiona's mind. She recalled his courage and accomplishments, and her admiration for him only grew stronger. When Fiona pondered the achievements of Kakaru, his figure suddenly began to merge with the images of those heroic princes from the fairy tales her mother once told her. The memory lingered in her heart. If becoming a princess meant staying close to Kakaru, then suddenly she did not want to close her eyes to this path. It seemed to deserve consideration. Returning to Mari, Fiona finally accepted the truth they stubbornly avoided. They were sisters' blood of the same uncertain fate ahead. No longer wishing to step aside, Fiona declared she would go with Mari. One by one, the sisters prepared to face all the difficulties that awaited ahead. No longer wishing to step aside, Fiona declared she would go with Mari. One by one, the sisters prepared to face all the difficulties that awaited ahead. Kakaru said and suddenly realized the sisters were ready to risk their lives. Their determination convinced him that he could no longer look away. Considering the danger, Kakaru made a decision. Since the enemy would continue to pursue Fiona and Mari, avoiding the problem was impossible. With confidence, he agreed to help. Kakaru declared he would support the sisters and help them claim their places as princesses. An expression of relief immediately lit up their faces. Fiona and Mari gratefully thanked him. He accepted their request. West, soon preparations for the journey ahead began. Far from the peaceful town, travelers and soldiers were making their way through the lands while greater events unfolded one after another. Cold, the group set out on the road to Silicosa. Soldiers marched alongside the carriage while Fiona and Mari rode under vigilant protection. As the road stretched ahead, Kakeru walked beside the column. Theo noticed his face and could not even imagine what was running through his mind. Inside the carriage, the sisters discussed the trip. The long road bred anxiety about food, supplies, and the days still ahead. Kakeru quickly solved the problem. Confident in his own abilities, he promised to bring fresh ingredients, while Fiona and Mary meanwhile began to cook. Just as the journey was about to continue peacefully, armed bandits appeared. Panic broke out in the wagon convoy, but Kakeru remained completely calm. The escort reacted to the ambush instantly. Their commander gathered the soldiers and ordered the front platoons to engage in battle, while the rest guarded the carriage. Under her command, the archers lined up in ranks. Coordinated volley fire sent arrows flying towards the advancing bandits. At that very moment, powerful magic shattered the silence over the battlefield. Lightning struck the attackers, scattering their formation and sending the rest into complete confusion. Seizing the advantage, the guards charged forward. Their disciplined assault quickly trapped the remaining enemies, not allowing them to recover. Within moments, the threat was gone. Theo praised the soldiers' skill, while Fiona and Mary, sitting safely in the carriage, watched with admiration. Courage. After a few days, the group finally reached their destination. Ahead stood a battered fortress, a hidden stronghold of resistance. The battered fortress became the headquarters for the rest of Silocos's forces. Inside its ruined walls, tents and soldiers filled the ground. When they entered, Fiona and Mary looked around the base with interest. Kakeru quickly realized the army operated from the abandoned ruin. Wounded soldiers and exhausted survivors lay everywhere. The harsh state of the resistance proved a ruthless fact. The kingdom was worse than the hopes that had inspired confidence. Shortly after arrival, Theo gathered everyone's attention. The returned general prepared to announce news in the camp that was meant to shake everything. Before the assembled soldiers, the royal treasury was presented. Their reaction immediately confirmed Fiona and Marie are descendants of the royal Silicosa line. When the artifact flashed with bright light, Theo officially introduced the Resistance Sisters. The stunning news spread throughout the fortress right up to the very walls. Theo seized the moment to inspire his forces. He declared that the royal line still lives and called on everyone to reclaim the lost kingdom. The soldiers responded with incredible support. Fiona and Mari stood tensely, and cheers in honor of the new princesses rolled through the entire base wave after wave. Observing the crowd, Kakeru noticed their devotion. Theo explained, the people of Selikos see the royal family as a living symbol of their nation. While the soldiers celebrated the return of the royal dynasty, Kakeru remained cautious. Their renewed fighting spirit fueled faith, but many trials still awaited ahead. Meanwhile, Fiona and Marie began to feel the burden of their new roles. Seeing this, Kakeru decided to support them on the difficult path ahead. The next night, Kakeru arrived near Jin City and from afar surveyed the territory fortified to the teeth. From the heights, he surveyed the streets, gates, and guards. Thanks to careful observation, it was possible to discern the city's structure and the features of its fortifications. Looking back at the scattered settlement, Kakeru realized Jin is a major trading hub. This very fascination will give him a valuable base and strengthen future military operations. Assessing the situation, Kakeru decided to take the city into his own hands. He moves forward with only his personal guard while the royal army rests. Orders had just been given. 2 of his personal guards quickly appeared before him, ready to take on the mission that was about to begin. Peggy was praised for her work as a scout. Kakeru confirmed the terrain and enemy positions matched her report. Soon Peggy's biography was revealed. Once due to illness, she could no longer live her life, became a ghost, and now worked side by side with Tanya, happily fulfilling her duties. When the preparation was completed, Kakeru ordered 2 maids to continue gathering information. Deep in the forest, a great force awaited him. Nana stood ahead. She had gathered the troops and prepared them for battle. As Kakeru approached, Nikki greeted him formally. The assembled soldiers awaited the upcoming assault, and the disciplined commander maintained her respect unwaveringly. Kakeru inspected Nikki's platoon before the operation. Although she was short in stature, she managed to earn recognition for exceptional dual-wielding and sword skills, as well as strong leadership among the personal guard. Hearing that the soldiers craved battle, Kakeru expressed his trust to Nikki. Not long after, Kakeru stumbled upon another group waiting for him in the forest. Several allies immediately stepped forward to greet him as soon as he returned. Among them were Julia, a sorceress, a priest, and Agni, a skilled fighter. Both had become valuable companions since past adventures. The officers gathered together with the rest of the party and reported that their condition was excellent. Impressed by Kakeru's strength, they decided to stay together and support the upcoming campaign. Kakeru glanced again at Io and noticed how much she had improved since their first meeting. Meanwhile, Agni reminded everyone the party had gathered for their own reasons, no matter how she felt about it. And yet, before the battle, the squad stuck together. Nearby, Julia quietly felt jealous because of Kakeru's closeness, and Aya simply dispelled the tension with her reaction, and for a moment, the air felt lighter. Soon Kakeru looked at the assembled troops. The equipment was ready, the formation practiced, and the determination visible to the naked eye. Understood, standing before the army, he laid out the plan step by step. The enemy would outnumber them, but they would create a distraction and capture Gahan before the resistance could fully recover. Before the assault began, Kakeru reminded his forces to conserve supplies and prioritize recovery if anyone was wounded. The plan was approved and Kakeru was ordered to demonstrate power. The sound of a mighty response echoed through the forest as the soldiers swore allegiance to the mission. Next, Kakeru was granted by AI the ability to control storm magic. Energy surged around her body as she prepared to unleash the first strike. From the height looming over Gekken, Io unleashed a devastating lightning storm. The bolt struck the city walls and exploded with incredible force. In an instant, explosions tore through the fortifications and debris rained down over the entire area. Shocked guards scrambled for safety, and panic engulfed the whole city. The lightning strike destroyed part of Jin's walls. Ash and rubble filled the air as the city's defensive structures collapsed under the sudden blow. Inside the city, among the guards, confusion boiled. Rumors of the destroyed fort had reached here too, but no one truly understood what had caused this disaster. Faster, without hesitation, Kakeru's troops broke through the passage and immediately went on the attack. The defenders had not yet gathered together when the frontline fighters had already burst into the city itself. A fierce clash erupted in the streets. Enemy soldiers tried to resist, but the invader troops broke through and swept away the first line of defense. When the battle flared up, the invader forces split into separate platoons. Each unit moved toward its target, accelerating the capture of Gashan. While the attack did not subside, Io and Nana exchanged brief words of support and then each went to their own sector. Meanwhile, Kakeru secured himself on the hill and saw the entire city from there. He was driven by the satisfaction of the strike, so he decided to simply observe how far his troops could advance without additional intervention. The operation was going according to plan. After the southern fortress was destroyed, the invader army entered Jin and divided forces to expand the offensive. On the eastern side, Nana led 5 platoons through the city. Her group advanced confidently, holding key points along the route under control. Simultaneously, Io ordered another 5 platoons to head to the western quarter, while both flanks pressed forward. Control over Guyan gradually shifted to Kakeru's side. But according to the plan, the eastern and western forces were supposed to capture their objectives before regrouping at the northern fortress. Meanwhile, Kakeru personally made his way through the city. Enemies swarmed around him. He walked confidently, relying on comrades, let them carry out their tasks. Without engaging in battle near a large force, Kakeru stayed close to Hikari and another ally whom he trusted unconditionally. At the eastern fortress, Nana led her fighters to the walls. The troops surged forward and she herself stayed at the forefront, breaking through the enemy defense until it faltered. A strong blow broke the fortifications and debris scattered across the battlefield. As soon as the defense wavered and fell, Nana's troops broke deeper into the fortress and took control of this sector. On the western front, Io gave the order for her troops to advance. Powerful attacks struck the fortress, the walls trembled and its defense began to crumble. As the destruction spread, the attackers realized the fortress would not hold long. The confidence only grew stronger as the enemy tried to respond. Soon defenders poured out in a stream from the damaged stronghold. They could not be trapped. They were preparing for a direct confrontation. Julian and Julia held the front with protective magic, while Agni stepped forward to meet the advancing soldiers. Their coordination enhanced the assault force. Seizing the moment, Agni rushed straight into the enemy's midst. One powerful strike scattered several opponents at once and broke their formation in a single push. Attack! With zeal, Agni rushed to the front line and fought with the enemies, accepting every challenge and pushing further into the very heart of the battle. Almost without slowing down, Nikki carved her way through several soldiers with incredible speed. Her relentless onslaught scattered the defenders and opened a corridor for the allies. The battle raged on, and the messenger flew at full speed to the northern fortress. Keenly sensing that the enemy was calling for reinforcements, Io immediately ordered the first platoon to follow him. Disturbed by the development of events, Io was already about to intervene personally. But Nikki's subordinates persuaded her not to interfere herself and to leave it to them to continue the operation. According to their decision, Io remained with the main forces ahead. Another large group of defenders advanced, and the attackers had to prepare for the next clash. From the city walls, two girls spotted. The first platoon moved towards North Fort, deviating from the original plan. Seeing that the events were taking a serious turn, the girl in glasses immediately sprang into action. She headed to Lady Nana and at the same time sent a message for Master Kokru to be informed of everything immediately. Defense. At that very moment, enemy forces rapidly advanced on North Fort, and the reports confirmed the worst. Intercepting them before they reached the fortress was impossible. Far from here, Kakeru assigned the mission to Nikki and his personal guard. The commander's confidence inspired the unit. They were preparing for their first major battle. Without pause, Nikki led the attack on North Fort. As soon as the gates opened, the personal guard rushed forward decisively to secure victory for Kakeru. As soon as Nikki entered North Fort, she dashed forward without hesitation until the enemy managed to regroup. Her sudden appearance confused the guards as she directly blocked her own path to the gate area. Within moments, she was already in the inner courtyard. Standing among the soldiers, Nikki was in the midst of chaos while confusion spread among the defenders. Without slowing down, she charged through the ranks. Several enemies fell before they could even blink, and the hall quickly drowned in chaos. From all sides, Deal flashed as Nikki fought simultaneously against several opponents. A powerful blow thudded into the ground debris, and soldiers scattered in all directions, and he confidently landed right in the middle of the ruins. Nikki took control of the territory and opened the way for Kakeru's forces. After Nikki leveled the fort's defenders to the ground, he encountered a gigantic warrior inside. In a moment, the enemy revealed himself. It was Sayatsa, one of the generals of Acropolis 4. He held a huge axe and stood motionless like a stone wall, immediately declaring that he would crush Nikki in battle. Nikki did not retreat. On the contrary, she gripped her weapon tighter and, without blinking, looked the general straight in the eyes, while behind her, her Kokru personal guard lined up, ready to support. The female knight faced the gigantic barbarian warrior, one-on-one right by the fortress gates. Fear crossed her face as soon as she recognized the enemy. It was Sayasa himself, the terrible barbarian ruler, and the platoon immediately prepared for battle. Later, Kakeru entered the military briefing inside the castle. The commanders explained that Sayasa was one of the 4 generals of the Kingdom of Acropolis and the overseer of Jin. Then they revealed his past. Before joining the Kingdom of Sayasa, he ruled the northern barbarians and led numerous battles against neighboring forces. While the meeting lasted, they recalled the history of the kingdom's unification, so Kakeru managed to understand more deeply the power and influence of Sayasa. The commander explained that the kings of the 4 former independent states became the best generals of the newly founded Kingdom of Acropolis. Their identities were revealed one by one. Herodotus, Tonith, Miltos, and Sayasa stood like 4 mighty warlords of the kingdom. During the hearing, Kakeru learned that each general had colossal power, and Sayasa was considered the most powerful both in terms of pure, raw strength. After the report, Kokoro accepted the explanation and realized the threat these warriors posed. The conversation immediately shifted to how to deal with Sayasa. The knight responded fervently to the order. While the formal ceremony lasted, Kakeru maintained a slight discomfort, although he expressed objections. Sayasa appeared before the defenders, revealing that devastating presence for which he was famed across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the knights prepared the final plan. When their resources were almost exhausted, they gathered all remaining forces for one last attempt. At the commander's signal, the soldiers rushed forward from all sides. The coordinated assault was meant to catch Saza before he could break through. Instead of retreating, the barbarian met the challenge. Excitement spread across his face. In battle, he saw a worthy hunt. Trying to stop him, the woman knight launched another attack, trapped on all sides by attackers. Saranza did not move and prepared for the clash that was about to explode. Sayaza tore a loud roar from his chest, shaking the entire battlefield. The shockwave scattered debris and forced the surrounding knights to take cover. Making his way through the chaos, he proudly displayed the fur of a giant wolf he had defeated long ago. History revealed where his confidence and strength came from. Sixth, without slowing down, Sayaza swept his weapon through the attackers. It seemed several knights along with the Twilight were rolling back as he continued to crush the defensive line. Meanwhile, the defenders together released arrows and unleashed magical attacks. The fire and spells hit without fail, yet the barbarian still stood on his feet as if nothing had happened. Seeing that this attack had limited effect, the woman knight immediately realized her strikes were still insufficient to bring him down. Even despite his wounds, Sayaza did not stop or slow down. His relentless assault surged like a wave. Knights around him fell one by one. A sweeping blow and several soldiers were thrown back. The woman knight barely stayed on her feet while her allies tried to hold under this attack. Back, just seeing that their leader was in danger, another knight rushed forward to come to the rescue. A moment and the chance vanished as Sayaza went on the counterattack. His strike smashed several knights to the ground, and the battlefield was instantly covered with wounded defenders. When the resistance was finally broken, Sayaza stood before the exhausted woman knight and looked at her as if she were his last target. The woman knight acknowledged the chasm in strength between herself and Sayaza. Yet she still refused to abandon the wounded comrades despite the danger ahead. The surviving allies solemnly forced her to flee and handed the kingdom the last restoration item, but she did not retreat. She decided to stay on the battlefield. Determination displaced hesitation, and she ordered the rest of the soldiers to retreat. As soon as the decision was made, she prepared to meet Sayaza one-on-one. Alone, filled with excitement from the challenge, Sayaza launched another devastating attack. Back in a moment, his beasts roared again. A destructive shock wave exploded, covering everything around and spurring the final clash. The lonely knight crashed through the ruins, not retreating despite the devastating onslaught of Sayaza, who demanded attacks. Quickly closing the distance, she tried to strike. Sayaza effortlessly tracked her movements and prepared a counterattack. Before the strike hit, a hidden dagger struck him. It tore from the darkness straight to the target. The unexpected projectile momentarily threw him off focus. After that start, the knight rushed forward and immediately launched a direct attack. Her blade reached closer than any attack before. But Sayaza reacted in time and intercepted the blow. The failed attack left the knight vulnerable. As long as the fight lasted, everything was going in his favor. The knight seized the moment of revelation and launched a direct attack. For the first time, she managed to break through Sayaza's defense. Enraged by the attempt, Sayaza immediately retaliated. Her overwhelming strength pushed her back before she could secure the advantage. When the battle turned against her, the knight understood defeat was very close. Yet she still stood firm and looked her opponent in the eyes. Suddenly on the battlefield, a black-haired figure sprang up. Kakeru snatched the knight from under the blow and at the last moment pulled her out of the path of death, flying straight at them. Shock spread on both sides. The surviving soldiers froze in stunned stupor because Kakeru's sudden appearance turned everything upside down. Kakeru grabbed the wounded knight and criticized her for ignoring his orders. Even in that state, she sighed with relief as soon as she realized he had come to save her. The heroine, in a moment, Kakar praised her efforts in survival. His words gave her a bit of confidence after the brutal fight. The battle raged on right on the battlefield. Kakeru revealed his identity to Sayaza, and the barbarian finally learned the famous magical swordsman had already arrived. The news about Kakeru's appearance quickly spread among the soldiers. Some were startled, but Sayaza just waved it off, saying it was just another opponent. He did not hesitate with the opponent. He cut Yakura first. The sudden attack caught Sayaza by surprise and immediately turned the course of the battle. Kakeru stepped forward, dragging the wounded knight behind him. Sayaza's confidence vanished as soon as the battle suddenly turned in a completely different direction. In a moment, Keisaker and his companions reached the fortress. They apologized for the delay, and their appearance immediately boosted the defenders' fighting spirit. When instead of worry, Kaker calmly reassured everyone, his relaxed mood clearly made it clear. the situation was still completely under control. Having surveyed the battlefield, he ordered the wounded soldiers and the first platoon to retreat. His own group would finish the rest of the skirmish. While the evacuation was ongoing, Kakeru shifted his gaze to the invaders. Supported by allies, he prepared to face the enemy face to face. Closer, Kakeru declared that the battle was over. His confidence shattered the invaders' charge and became a signal their advance was finished. Soon a powerful light flared above the fortress. Panic arose among the enemy soldiers. The circumstances abruptly broke their plan. By morning, everything became clear. Guillaume was returned and the former overseer froze, struck by how quickly he had lost. Standing before the restored city, Kakeru dedicated the victory to all who fought for it. Their joint efforts made up the kingdom's success. Later, the wounded soldiers were covered in the camp, and the rest of the army rested. Thus, the hard-won campaign ended quietly and peacefully. After the victory, the former senior of Sayasa questioned Kakeru about the battle. Learning that Sayasa was there, he could only honestly acknowledge Kakeru's striking result. Attention shifted to the first platoon. Kakeru ordered the rest to calm the townspeople and restore order after the chaos that shook the city. Meanwhile, the defeated platoon still held on gloomily, not recovering from their own result. Seeing their frustration, the senior knight decided to speak with them personally and help them regain confidence. Kakeru arrived at the camp, full of warriors who had survived the kingdom's recent trials. Soon he went to the first platoon's tent, and his appearance instantly drew attention. As soon as Kakeru entered, the women immediately stood and saluted. Their coordinated, disciplined response spoke for itself. Instead of affectation, Kakeru urged everyone to relax and take their seats. Just a few moments passed before the group gathered around him inside the tent. When the tension subsided, Kakeru turned his gaze to Nikki. While the platoon listened quietly, he was about to explain the reason for his visit. Kakeru questioned the first platoon about their recent operation, although he ordered them to regroup and attack together. The guards hesitated before finally explaining. They had seen a messenger heading to the northern fort and feared the opportunity would slip away if they waited. While their explanations dragged on, the tent held a heavy anxiety. Kakeru listened silently, and the platoon could not gather evidence to justify their decision. Nikki finally revealed the true motivation. Kakeru had once saved them, so they sought military victories and wanted to prove they could be useful to him. Understanding their state, Kakeru remained calm. Nikki took the blame for the incident upon herself and asked that any punishment fall only on her, not her subordinates. After Kakeru heard Nikki's explanation and accepted her apology, he quietly reflected on what had happened. Instead of punishing, Kakeru reached a different conclusion. Their mistake was not due to bad intentions, but due to a lack of strength. The unexpected response stunned everyone in the tent. Kakeru announced that he would personally train the platoon so that similar incidents would not happen in the future. He explained that their loyalty and desire to help him were already evident. That was why he wanted them to become stronger and achieve even greater accomplishments. Relief swept through the group as soon as they realized there would be no punishment. The tense atmosphere melted away. Tears glistened in Nikki's eyes as she promised she and her platoon would become much stronger in the future. Later, somewhere near Kyukuru, the soldiers lined up and repeated the oath again, and their old guilt turned into determination. Seeing that everyone was alive and ready to work, Kakeru felt relief and satisfaction. The incident no longer seemed like something worth dwelling on. The training was postponed to the next day so the platoon could properly recover. Just as it seemed the meeting was finally over, someone nearby froze in hesitation. Nikki stepped forward. She was grateful to Kakeru for his kindness, but still felt responsible as the platoon leader and wanted to lift this burden from herself. Nikki still felt responsible for the platoon's mistake, so she asked Kakeru to punish her alone. But how else without showing anger? Kakeru pressed Nikki to himself and calmed her. The sharp burst of emotions threw the soldiers around off balance. Seeing what was happening, the platoon fighters quickly detached themselves and left the tent, leaving the two their privacy. Alone, Kakeru did not leave Nikki. He gently held her in calm, and the tension in her slowly subsided. While Nikki explained why she was waiting for punishment, Kakeru found out where the rumors came from. Her thoughts were prompted by someone's hints from the side. When he unraveled the misunderstanding, he continued to gently soothe the embarrassed platoon commander. Nikki lowered her head and admitted her feelings, stubbornly blaming herself again and again. Kakeru firmly brushed off her self-flagellation and reminded her, her worth is undeniable. He praised her courage, leadership, and determination to protect her subordinates, and it was these qualities that convinced him she should lead the first platoon. Tears welled up in her eyes as Nikki listened. Kakeru promised to support her and help the entire platoon become stronger. Gradually, the guilt receded. A little later, he asked her to behave naturally with him, and overwhelmed with relief and happiness, Nikki hugged him. The evening passed quietly. As long as the two of them were together, their bond grew even stronger than before. While Nikki spent time alone with Kakeru, the rest of the first platoon secretly watched them from outside the tent. The surprised group immediately appeared before her eyes. An awkwardness swept through the tent. Nikki suddenly realized that her subordinates had seen everything. Unable to hold back, the soldiers began teasing their leader. Their jokes only confused Nikki even more. The very next day, the kingdom met the allied army right within the city limits. Citizens gathered in crowds to celebrate their arrival. Later, Fiona and Marie were officially introduced to the public. This acquaintance became another important step in restoring order throughout the kingdom. Before the assembled citizens, the kingdom's leaders announced that they had decided to reclaim the capital from enemy control at all costs. Applause erupted from the crowd as soon as Fiona and Marie received unequivocal support. At the same time, soldiers and recruits began to gather in large numbers to strengthen. And throughout the city, reconstruction knew no rest. Workers patched up ruined walls and buildings, gradually restoring the defense of the capital. Later, Kakeru visited Theo and checked on the preparations. The meeting quickly turned into an acquaintance with several important allies. Theo introduced Kakeru to two respected figures, Katram, commander of the Imperial Guard, and Milko, a veteran knight once known as the strongest warrior of the kingdom. During the conversation with veteran commanders, Kakeru learned Fiona and Mari actively support the kingdom after their public appearance. Mari did not stay in the palace. She joined the townspeople and soldiers, personally preparing food and encouraging everyone working to protect and rebuild the city. Her kindness infected the people, their confidence grew visibly, and thanks to her efforts, the warriors once again became determined to reclaim their homeland. While the work continued, Mari managed to organize food preparation with impressive speed and efficiency. The residents were stunned to see their queen helping directly. Feeling her dedication, they willingly offered support whenever she needed it. While helping with food preparation, Mary politely asked the workers for assistance. Later, Kakeru entered the kitchen, visited Fiona and Mari, and saw how diligently they worked for the good of the city. It made a strong impression on him. Some nobles and soldiers were shocked. Members of the royal family were cooking themselves. Fiona, however, saw nothing unusual in this helping people. She explained that they cook according to recipes passed down by their mother to support citizens during the kingdom's restoration. As more and more people tasted the food, morale steadily rose. Workers regained strength and felt ready to continue rebuilding the city. Fiona and Mari explained, although they themselves cannot take up arms on the battlefield, they decided to support the kingdom in every way possible as soon as they can. To prove it by deed, they presented their special food to the gathered soldiers and officers. Even though the presentation and challenge aroused curiosity, the group still tasted it with uncertainty. As soon as Kakeru tasted the dish, reactions changed instantly. Even skeptical commanders acknowledged its quality, and Kakeru himself watched everything intently with admiration. Around Harand nearby, Hikari enthusiastically took up the kitchen chores, but her sudden involvement quickly caught Kyukar's attention. The workers praised Hikari's help, yet still harbored concerns for her safety. Even after warning Sand, a lively atmosphere persisted near the kitchen all day. Today, without any warning, a huge army rose from beyond Acropolis. Their sudden march toward Jin immediately created a sense of mortal danger in the air. Ranger, having just noticed the approaching force, quickly realized the enemy decided to attack, although they knew well that powerful defenders were here. Command, standing on the city walls, gave Kakeru the alarm order and prepared for battle. Casting a glance at Jin, he firmly resolved, the city must withstand the upcoming assault. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. A resonant wave spread through Jin as residents fled through the streets. Rumors spread. The Acropolis army was already near, and the kingdom immediately plunged into a state of extreme emergency. Inside the castle, commanders reacted without delay. They ordered the southern gates to be reinforced, despite the territory still recovering from previous destruction. Meanwhile, Kakaru met frightened residents and allies near the walls. Although the enemy had already appeared, he remained composed and encouraged them so that no one would try to place the entire burden on them. Gathering the defenders together, Kakaru demanded attention and, while little time remained before battle, prepared to explain his strategy. According to intelligence reports, Kakaru concluded the enemy would most likely strike the weakened southern fort. Calculating the probable route, Kakaru ordered his personal guard and Nana's squad to hold the southern fort that was where he expected the fiercest battle. The assembly was tense when Chrome stepped forward and openly challenged the strategy. Instead of accepting the order, he voiced his disagreement before the gathered soldiers. Standing before the Silakosan army, Chrome acknowledged the strength of Kakaru's guard, yet he reminded everyone their own forces were still recovering. Determination flared on his face as he declared that the Silicon army must fight with its own forces without relying on anyone else. Soldiers ignoring objections, Chrome insisted his soldiers must take the defense of the southern fort themselves. His stubbornness surprised the crowd and made them doubt Kakaru's plan. Kakaru accepted Khrom's request and allowed the Seleukosan army to defend the southern fort. Instead of continuing to argue, Kakaru shifted everyone's attention to other urgent matters. While preparations continued, civilians were evacuated and defenses throughout the city were put in order. While others deployed, Fiona quietly assessed the situation. In her opinion, Chrome's army was still too exhausted to overcome the massive force of Acropolis alone. Such concerns immediately spread among the spectators as soon as they began to question why Chrome chose this path. Even Kakaru froze in thought, listening as doubts grew stronger. Later, Chrome gathered his soldiers before the southern fort. Standing before them, he expressed gratitude and immediately prepared the army for the hard battle that awaited ahead. Forward, before the distorted fortress, Chrome addressed his warriors and determination rippled through the ranks as they prepared to face the advancing Acropolis army. The army, raising their weapons, reminded everyone of the kingdom's suffering. His words stirred determination in their hearts to reclaim the honor and future of their own nation. After this, a solemn oath was proclaimed. Chrome swore allegiance to the king and vowed to destroy every enemy threatening the kingdom. His fierce proclamation ignited the spirit of the army. The soldiers erupted with thunderous support, ready to follow him no matter the cost. Soon the troops marched from southern fort, and battle cries spread over the battlefield as the Silicosan army advanced toward the enemy. The fight broke out when Chrome led the attack on the enemy warbeasts. The Silicone soldiers surged forward, determined to stop the approaching force. So ahead of his men, Chrome struck the nearest beast with sharp, powerful attacks from all sides. The soldiers fought desperately to hold their positions. Despite resistance, one giant monster crashed through the battlefield. Its power stunned the nearby fighters and forced them to retreat. Another beast charged into the defenders, scattering soldiers across the field. The front line wavered under relentless pressure. Refusing to retreat, Chrome rushed straight at the charging enemy, and his furious counterattack was the army's last attempt to halt the beast's advance. The blazing charging war beast broke through the battlefield and, sweeping wildly, slammed into the defender's flank. Dust swirled in the air, and the soldiers struggled to contain the onslaught. One soldier rushed forward and blocked the creature's path, knocking it off course. His sudden actions stunned those nearby and momentarily stopped the beast. Seizing the moment, the warrior leapt onto the beast and struck with all his might. The blow forced the giant creature to collapse to the ground. While the defenders had not yet recovered, new war beasts burst in from behind. Their arrival threatened to crush the already exhausted front line. Far from the battlefield, two young women looked from the city walls. Between them, anxiety grew as the echo of battle rolled from the southern fort. From the city walls, two young women gazed into the distant fight, and with each minute the anxiety only increased. She could not sit still. One of them rushed away with a plan to seek help in Kakaru, and the sister dashed after her through the castle corridors. Inside the castle, an elderly man unfolded an explanation about Chrome's stubbornness. He was capable, devoted, yet still rarely changed his mind once he had made a decision. While the battle raged outside, memories of Chrome surfaced one after another. His loyalty to the king brought both admiration and bitter, daily anxiety from everyone who was near, relentlessly. Even in the heat of danger, Chrome fought on, holding onto reckless determination. Protecting the king remained the sole goal driving every step he took. In the castle, the elder opened the burden that Chrome had carried for years. Hearing the story, Fiona felt a wave of emotions wash over her, and the thought that Chrome sought death on the battlefield instead of living with his pain filled her with bitterness and regret. Kakeru did not listen quietly under any circumstances until the truth became clear. After that, he shifted his gaze to Fiona's reaction, reading Chrome's motives. She could not remain silent. Fiona entered the room, and her concern for Chrome overrode any doubts about whether to interrupt this conversation. Holding back tears, Fiona admitted that she understood Chrome's feelings. Yet she still could not accept that he was ready to lay down his life until death itself, so she urgently sought help from Kakeru. Kakeru calmly listened to the request brought to him. While the debates continued, the battle at the southern fort grew increasingly desperate. Dead soldiers lay all over the field, and broken weapons lay around. Despite his wounds, Chrome held the front line. Exhausted soldiers watched with their eyes the next wave of enemies and battle beasts advancing. Without laying down his arms, Chrome gathered his men together again. His stubbornness forced the defenders to keep holding on and fighting, despite the overwhelming enemy advantage. Breaking forward, Chrome throws himself into battle again. Even after severe wounds, he continues to strike the enemy, pushing forward even his own broken body. Forward, on the battlefield, Chrome pushes the weary soldiers further. Blinded by the thirst for revenge for the fallen king, he orders them to cast away all fear of death. Suddenly pillars of light descend over the battlefield. Both armies freeze as an unknown power bursts forth in the very heart of the clash. Chrome stood frozen in shock while mysterious magic covered the area. The unexpected intervention stopped the course of the battle. In a moment, reinforcements arrived and began a coordinated attack. Archers, mages, and elite warriors stormed the field and pushed the enemy back. Explosions and devastating blows rolled across the battlefield, and the crowd decisively changed instantly. Chrome realized the legendary warrior's magic sword wielder had finally arrived. As the fight shifted, Kakeru appeared on the fortress wall, bringing reinforcements. Standing next to Kakeru, Fiona called out to Chrome, praised his efforts, and asked him to leave the rest of the fight to those who came to help. Chrome froze for a moment, still clinging to the resolve to sacrifice himself for revenge and the honor of the kingdom. Fiona decisively rejected such a way of thinking and reminded everyone, every life within the kingdom has value, from nobles to ordinary citizens. Her words finally reached Chrome. Exhausted and wounded, he listened as she begged to entrust both the battle and his life to others. Fiona stepped forward and gave Chrome a new purpose instead of sacrificing himself for the past. Only upon realizing those words did Chrome freeze in place. The burden he had carried for years suddenly began to waver. Memories of the fallen king surfaced in his mind, and finally he understood. The kingdom must be under his protection, not his own endless hunt for death. Accepting Fiona's will, Chrome acknowledged his mistake, and the fierce determination that drove him through the fight finally faded. His exhausted body gave in as if a moment, and that's all. Before he could fall to the ground, Kakeru caught him and assured everyone that Chrome had simply lost consciousness. After Chrome collapsed, the elder thanked Kakeru for his intervention. Watching Fiona from afar, Kakeru quietly reflected how much she had grown up. Tears still stood in Fiona's eyes, but relief displaced her former fear. Chrome survived, and the burden no longer seemed as heavy as before. Once the urgent crisis was resolved, Kakeru turned to the battlefield and decided to protect the Queen's kingdom. He planned to defeat the remaining enemy forces himself. As soon as he rushed forward, a dark force surged around him. Enemy soldiers froze in shock, and Kakeru challenged their reckless attack on the city. Moments later, massive black strikes erupted over the battlefield. Panic arose in the enemy ranks, for Kakeru's overwhelming power shattered their formation. When Kakeru's power crushed the enemy soldiers, he realized their true target was Fiona and Mari. Letting them go would mean allowing future attacks to repeat, so he decided to end this threat once and for all. Dark energy swept across the battlefield as Kakeru unleashed it without any restrictions. Enemy troops and battle beasts were smashed under the pressure. There was no resistance left anywhere. In the mountainous region of Silicosa, Kakeru and his companions walked along a forest path. Someone was clearing the way ahead. Hikari rushed forward with boundless zeal, and the rest stayed behind, keeping a steady pace. Kakeru watched the energetic Hikari from a distance. Their cheerful antics dispelled fatigue as the group ventured deeper into the forest. Soon the path became steeper. Noticing that the female warrior was falling behind, Kakeru reached out his hand to help her climb more easily. But the warrior responded with a frankly unwilling refusal. She seemed not to want to accept the gesture. When the march resumed, another companion assured everyone of her condition. Meanwhile, Kakeru pondered the situation and could not understand why among the women walking with him, he seemed unpopular. During the forest journey, Kakeru's group discussed the next destination. Their goal was Adria, the capital of Silicosa and the center of enemy control. A detailed explanation followed, and Kakeru and his squad were assigned the task of eliminating the leader responsible for coordinating enemy forces throughout the region. The strategy was based not on defense, but on rebuilding the weakened Silico's army. Allied forces were to gradually converge and reclaim lost territories. Recent battles near Jessen inflicted severe losses on the Silicosa army, which forced. To prevent this outcome, Kakeru's team prepared a covert march through the mountainous region all the way to the occupied capital while the enemy remained focused elsewhere. Before heading to the capital, the commander ordered trusted guards and soldiers to stay in Dijon. Meanwhile, the raiding squad was created. Several skilled companions gathered in the forest. Each was chosen to participate in a dangerous mission. Additional fighters from the royal guard and army joined the group, experienced hands and supporters, and the forces were already ready for a long campaign. Confident in his own strength, Kakeru insisted, "The squad has enough power to reclaim Silicosa without engaging directly in battle with the enemy army." Exactly a week after they left, Gitten had passed. When night fell on the forest, the group set up a temporary camp and rested before continuing toward the occupied capital. A week had passed since the start. The squad stopped in a forest camp, sharing food around the fire. Kakeru approached Io and wondered if the long march was exhausting her. During the evening break, Kakeru closely noticed. Several women gathered together and ate nearby, and this habit of sticking close to each other immediately caught his eye. The smaller companion pointed this out and explained that the women always stayed close together, even though there was plenty of space to spread out. The conversation turned to the role Kakeru played in the group. Some participants directly called him the best supporter and protector during the campaign. Very soon, one of the women offered to explain her connection to him. Everyone listened, so she began telling the story that first united them. Io and Julia accepted a guild task to investigate a monster recently discovered near a mountain road. Since the mission was rated B-level, they expected a routine without surprises. As soon as the pair reached the place, they immediately encountered their target. In Rocky Valley, instead of the usual creature, a giant black sphere silently hovered. Traces of magical energy stretched behind the object, but none of the women could immediately comprehend what exactly was before them. Its appearance only twisted the mystery deeper and deeper. Wasting no time, Io prepared for battle while Julia advanced to a favorable position. They decided to neutralize the threat with their usual team coordination. Wasting no time, Io immediately rushed forward, charging toward the sphere. At that very moment, Julia cast supportive magic from behind, strengthening her partner for the attack. Not retreating backward, empowered by Julia's support magic, Io charged forward and struck the mysterious sphere with stunning force. The blow shattered the ground and the canyon was buried under debris. When the dust settled, the sphere appeared destroyed, so the two travelers were satisfied with the result. Deciding the mission was accomplished, Io suggested gathering the remains and returning home. But suddenly Julia noticed a strange reaction among the scattered fragments. Without warning, a fragment of the sphere shot through the air at incredible speed. The projectile pierced Julia before anyone could stop it. Io's face flushed with horror. She saw how a deadly, terrifying wound covered her companion. As Julia struggled with the wound, a glow flared from the broken fragments. Io immediately realized the monster was not dead. In a moment, a huge starry figure flared in the sky. Next to it, one after another, numerous glowing spheres materialized and immediately launched an attack across the entire battlefield. Io desperately pulled injured Julia onto herself and, despite the hail of gunfire, rushed through the barrage. Explosions erupted around as she frantically searched in the relentless onslaught looking for an exit. The enemy advanced without pause. Even while protecting her companion, Io did not retreat. She prepared to continue the fight. Suddenly, several powerful explosions hit the star-shaped formed monster. Titanic ruptures covered the entire area, forcing Io to stop and freeze, examining the unexpected turn of events. Against the backdrop of complete chaos, a mysterious girl suddenly fell from the sky onto the battlefield. Io froze in shock. The stranger landed right between him and the monster that was already attacking. Without pauses or hesitation, the girl ordered everyone to duck and immediately followed with a powerful strike. A massive protective force spread over the area, shielding Io and the wounded Julia. For the first time since the battle began, the duo had a brief moment of safety. The novice then unleashed a devastating lightning attack. Blinding energy struck the monster directly, crushing its defense. Cracks rapidly spread across the creature's entire body. Moments later, the star-shaped monster exploded into pieces in a fierce blast, scattering fragments across the battlefield. After the fight ended, the mysterious girl explained, "Some monsters can change forms." Then the novice approached the wounded travelers with a warm smile. Not playing the hero first, she checked if they were safe. Safe, relieved, Io and Julia confirmed they survived. Though exhausted and wounded, both were grateful for the unexpected rescue. Meanwhile, the story returned to an earlier meeting inside the guild hall. The mysterious girl immediately recognized Io and reacted with surprise. While the conversation continued, Io learned that her fame had already spread far, and the other travelers eagerly followed her rapid rise and often shared stories about her achievements. Hearing about Io's accomplishments, Agni and Julia burst with joy. They instantly grabbed her hands and pulled her close, demanding attention. Without wasting a second, the couple made a bold demand. They asked for permission to join Io's party and travel alongside her. Their unexpected proposal completely confused Io, while Agni and Julia explained, they want to become stronger through experience and mentorship. As the conversation continued, they both discovered one thing: Io was actually not the leader of her group. The group, smiling proudly, Io introduced Kakeru. She said he was an extraordinary traveler. He trained her, helped her gain rank status, and performed feats beyond ordinary heroes. Talking about Kakeru, Io continued to lavish praise on his achievements. She endlessly listed victories, making him sound more like a legendary hero than an ordinary adventurer traveler. The more details they learned, the more suspicious Agni and Julia became. Kakeru's achievements seemed too incredible to believe unconditionally. Noticing that something was going wrong, the couple moved on to a serious conversation. Explanation: Agni and Julia confronted Kakeru in the camp. Pointing fingers at him, they accused him of deceiving the innocent and making them trust Io. The accusations quickly escalated. They were certain that Kakeru had stolen Io's merits. The two called him a shameless fraud, although they had no proof. The commotion disrupted everything. Kakeru could no longer defend himself. He turned to AI, seeking help, but unfortunately she only confirmed. Agni and Julia had already made up their minds and would not listen to any explanations. Watching the quarrel, another companion could not hold back and voiced her opinion. She said that to outsiders, Kakeru probably looked no more than a wealthy man surrounded by talented women. Despite her own suspicions, Agni admitted one thing: if even half of Io's stories were true, then Kakeru was truly an exceptional person. But still, Agni and Julia challenged. During the expedition, they planned to expose Kakeru and persuade Io to leave his group instead to join theirs. But their determination immobilized Kakeru, and he had only one option left: to wonder if he really looked as suspicious as they claimed. Sneaking through the forest, Kakeru sensed a group of people ahead. Their presence seemed strange, so the company cautiously moved forward to scout. Soon they reached a quiet village hidden behind trees. Here, not noticing immediate danger, the group immediately switched to observing the settlement itself. Kakeru and his companion arrived at a remote mountain village, deeply hidden among the rocks. Life went on like this. Nearby villagers continued their daily routine. A dog wandered nearby, women gathered together, and a worker carried supplies across the settlement. From there, it was visible how two travelers stood on a high stone outcrop from which the entire area could be seen. Their sudden appearance from below immediately attracted attention. So, watching the settlement, Kakeru felt a strange emptiness. The peaceful scene seemed as if someone had cut it off from the outside world. His companion explained that the villagers had no connection with neighboring kingdoms and kept away from their ancient war. Suddenly, the group left the isolated village and entered a narrow gorge, squeezed on all sides by steep cliffs. A deep rumble echoed through the stone passage, and the echo dived among the rocks. Kakeru went ahead, and the companions cautiously followed him. The winding valley stretched further under giant stone masses. As they made their way forward, the landscape became increasingly majestic. Kakeru gazed into the giant canyon, and the guide briefly noted, "The royal capital lies even further." Excitement rolled among the travelers as they delved into the route. The road remained eerily quiet, no hostile encounters. But despite the flawless pace, Kakeru began to feel that something was wrong. Neither fortifications nor military presence appeared, although they had already gone far into enemy territory. Suddenly, Kakeru sensed danger approaching through the canyon. The warning came without any explanation and forced him to act immediately. Without hesitation, he unleashed powerful sword technique on the rock walls. A sharp strike cut into the towering stone boulder. A moment passed and a huge stone slab collapsed from above. Boulders thundered down into the valley. Kakeru ordered everyone to scatter. Comrades rushed to safety while debris fell around them. Several falling stones nearly hit those who were fleeing. The wave of the harsh impact shook the canyon. Huge stone blocks crashed into the ground and shattered into pieces. Dust and broken stones blocked the passage, revealing a deadly trap ahead. When the rockfall subsided, Kakeru's group checked on each other. Relief quickly vanished as it became clear. Several comrades were separated by the collapsed canyon. Before anyone could regroup, soldiers in masks jumped out from the cliffs and charged forward. An armed-to-the-teeth warrior appeared in sight and declared that he had been waiting for the magic sword user. His arrival silenced the entire battle. He appeared and the enemy revealed himself. Miltos, one of the 4 generals of Acropolis. He was confident in his own strength and was already preparing to crush anyone who stood in his way. Kakeru's companion immediately recognized the legendary commander. Meanwhile, Kakeru himself stared at the weapon Miltos held and felt it was the true cause for alarm. Kakeru recognized it as a magical sword. Its appearance immediately explained the unusual pressure he felt from the enemy general. Miltos rushed forward without hesitation. He raised a huge blade and aimed directly at Kakeru. Their blades clashed and exploded with force. Dark energy spilled out from the impact, confusing everyone watching the clash. The destructive shockwave tore through the battlefield and scattered both fighters in different directions. Even Kakeru's companions were stunned by the power that burst forth. Sliced, Kakeru, sliding to a complete stop, admitted his opponent was incredibly strong. Then he noticed that Miltos had landed on the opposite side of the canyon, right next to the comrades separated by the ambush. While Kakeru fought Miltos, soldiers in masks seized the moment and rushed at the isolated group from all sides. A soldier charged forward, but Kakeru's sharp movements confused him. Realizing that danger hung over his comrades, Kakeru shifted his gaze to the threat. Meanwhile, a young mage stepped forward and raised several magical circles above the battlefield. Energy quickly gathered in the sky. Flashes of lightning whirled out from the circles and struck the attackers. Dispersing across the area, the ambushers instantly became disoriented. Watching the defense, Kakeru immediately recognized the spell. The technique resembled protective magic once used by Olivia, revealing a new layer of power in his allies. Kakeru decided to quickly end this fight. While he prepared the next move, his comrade urged him finish the fight and reunite with the separated group. For now, the masked soldiers continued the assault. They leapt at the defenders from several directions, trying to overwhelm them with numbers. One of Kakeru's allies took the blow upon himself. Her mighty strikes cut through the enemy ranks and forced the soldiers to retreat. Those who managed to survive among the enemies were stunned by her strength. Her praise only irritated them more, causing their resolve to strengthen. But suddenly, a dark presence appeared behind her. Miltos had already taken position, looming over the warrior and standing right within her line of sight. Agni recognized the warrior she had already met. As soon as she saw him, she immediately became alert, and tension rippled through the group. While the squad was preparing to move out, the armor-clad man stepped forward without any hesitation. Standing before them, he emitted a suppressive aura. The soldiers and Agni instinctively froze. They had just felt his power. After he threw the group aside as unworthy opponents, the warrior showed no interest in fighting anyone he considered weak. His arrogance quickly irritated Agni. Unable to bear the insult, she rushed straight at him and delivered a powerful blow. But the man effortlessly dodged the attack, revealing that their abilities were worlds apart. Agni did not stop. She swiftly circled her opponent and relentlessly rained down strikes. Her speed was furious, but the armored warrior calmly tracked every move and evaded every attack. Almost without feeling limits, she activated a strengthening technique. pushed her body beyond its threshold, and unleashed an even faster series of attacks. Before he could respond, the bald-eared mage burst into the fight. She used levitation magic, soared above the battlefield, and supported her ally. The warrior shifted his gaze to the mage, and at that very moment, Agni launched another attack from behind, not allowing him to take control of the fight. When both women suddenly rushed forward at the same time, the clash finally turned into a coordinated assault, not a one-sided chaos. The warrior raised his strange magical sword. The grotesque eye and tentacles on the blade came to life as dark energy gathered around him. A wild wave of power burst from the blade like a whirlwind. The attack spread across the entire battlefield and instantly engulfed everyone nearby. Agni, the fox-eyed mage, and the soldiers fell to the ground. None of them could withstand the force unleashed from the enchanted weapon. While the others tried to recover, the warrior stood calmly in place, holding the sword raised, as if the threat still did not require haste. She realized the attack came from the magical sword, so she began to question what exactly had struck them. In response, the warrior acknowledged her endurance, showing restrained curiosity about how she withstood the power of this weapon. The warrior named the cursed weapon Talemia. He explained that the sword could devour the minds of its owners, though he assured that it had not affected him. Emphasizing the sword's power, he bluntly stated that he had already wasted enough time. He turned away from the fight and set off in search of its original owner. Aang was repeatedly annoyed by how everyone interpreted the magical sword. Even wounded, she did not let her fighting spirit fade and glanced at her comrade. The fox-haired mage confidently assured her victory was still possible. These words instantly restored Agni's determination. Noticing that they were still standing, the warrior introduced himself, Miltos. Miltos, the Lord of Swords, who dedicated his life to the pursuit of power. Hearing Miltos introduce himself, Agni and Julia proudly named their own, standing shoulder to shoulder despite their injuries, and declared that they would be the ones to defeat him. Agni lunged toward Miltos and threw down the gauntlet head-on. Swords clashed with incredible force, shaking the entire battle. Despite the ferocity of the fight, Miltos remained calm while Agni could not gain the upper hand. A sudden counterattack broke Agni's momentum. The strike threw her to the ground and made her slide, leaving deep marks behind. Meanwhile, Miltos stood her ground and prepared for the next exchange. Orange, seeing that Agni was pushed back, Julia suddenly became anxious. She was rushing around looking for a way to help until the situation got even worse. Without hesitating for a second, Julia activated assist magic. Several enchanted blades shot forward at a furious speed and rushed straight to Miltos. Milto instantly felt the attack. He sharply accelerated and cut through the incoming blades before they could reach him. Milto parried the supporting strike and lunged at Agni. His rough burst of speed threw her off balance and was going to trample her without giving her a chance to react. At the last moment, Agni slipped out from under the attack and struck back. The unexpected move shattered Milto's advance for a moment and threw him off tempo. As Lash landed on Miltos and Agni regained confidence, she decided that the battle had finally turned in her favor and rushed forward. Instead of collapsing, Miltos flared with energy. The wound awakened a fighting spirit in him, and a frightening presence thickened around. Seeing his reaction, Agni and Julia froze. Miltos met the challenge with readiness to continue the fight even more fiercely. Miltos decided to respond seriously after he was wounded. Conserving his strength, he used a powerful sword technique while Agni and Julia watched anxiously. Over the field, arms suddenly flared up, several strokes cut through the space. The attack hit both Agni and Julia, and they could not evade the devastating pressure. When the machinery fell silent, the battlefield froze in silence. Agni, holding herself up by sheer willpower, pressed against the stone wall. Julia was badly wounded. Miltos slowly approached the exhausted opponent. Despite all of Agni's determination, she barely managed to continue fighting against such overwhelming force. Raising his eyes to the towering swordsman Agni, he finally understood the chasm between them. Severely wounded, Agni thought only of saving Julia and escaping. But as soon as her gaze settled on her ally, memories resurfaced. She realized her struggle was never just about chasing power. It was about proving to herself and others that she was worthy of acceptance. This realization only strengthened her resolve. Not retreating a step, Agni cast aside doubts and chose to keep fighting despite her condition. Gathering the remnants of every grain of strength, she surged forward. Determination pushed her beyond her limits, and she did not stop attacking. Meanwhile, Julia gathered her courage and moved to action. Miltos noticed the sudden change and immediately shifted his gaze to the new threat. Before Julia could complete her move, Miltos reacted instantly. His hand lunged forward and grabbed her by the neck, completely stopping the attack. Miltos laughed at the damage he had already taken and remained confident. Though wounded, he showed no weakness, and Julia, while Agni struggled with all her might to stay in the fight, only grew more and more frustrated. Do not give up. Julia activated a dangerous spell. Dark energy spread through Miltos's wound, and the injury began to worsen instead of healing. The effect took hold immediately. As the cut rapidly expanded across his body, Miltos was pushed back and Julia froze, impressed, not taking her eyes off the spell's success. Seizing the moment, Agni surged forward and struck again immediately. Despite her wounds, she continued to press, urging Julia not to stop. Julia gathered the last of her strength and prepared for the next spell. Deciding to support her ally, she put everything into Agni's final surge. Agni refused to fall. Relying on what little remained, she squeezed out the maximum assist magic and launched another desperate attack on Miltos. The enhancement greatly increased her power. Yet despite this, Miltos remained composed and was ready to stop her attack without retreating. Annie relentlessly tore forward, breaking through the pressure. A bloody clash erupted. As soon as the collision flared up, Agni tried to maintain control, but Miltos increasingly confidently took the initiative. Instead of surrendering, Agni dealt one last blow. Julia shouted support as the attack hit. Miltos recoiled in surprise, and a pause briefly opened in the clash. Miltos blocked the attack at the last moment. The strike shattered part of his weapon, and he finally had to acknowledge the power behind Agni's blow. Agni landed and sharply rolled back while Julia watched him closely. For the first time, Miltos looked a bit confused. The battle had just changed course. Both women could not catch their breath. Tired and wounded, they still cheered themselves up by the damage they had managed to inflict. Agni gathered herself for another attempt and vowed to see the fight through to the end. Opposite her, Miltos calmly watched, showing no sign of alarm. Before Agni could move, Miltos activated a new technique. Massive flying blades appeared around him. Miltos revealed the true scale of his technique. Massive blades and dark energy flooded the battlefield. Agni and Julia froze as their last hope seemed about to be destroyed. Perhaps Milto, confident of his victory, mocked the exhausted opponents. Their strongest attacks failed, and both warriors tried with all their might to stay on their feet. He plans another sword technique. Miltos looked down. Agni and Julia pressed closely to each other, confident that the finishing blow was about to come. Suddenly, a dark-haired youth appeared behind Miltos. Kakeru calmly interrupted the fencer and challenged his judgment about the two fighters. Miltos reacted instantly and launched a lightning-fast attack. Kakeru immediately moved to meet the strike, confronting it at the start, and a new battle just ignited. Kakeru arrived next to the exhausted pair, and the witch moved forward to confront Miltos. Relief washed over Agni like a wave. She realized they had been saved again, but the thought stubbornly remained contradictory as the healing magic slowly eased her wounds. Unable to hold back, Agni blurted out why Kakeru came to save them. She still wanted to prove her strength through victory. Julia explained why she resisted so stubbornly. To defeat Miltos with their own strength, that was the only path she believed in to earn recognition. After that, Kakeru simply smiled and reminded them, asking for and accepting help is not shameful when you are allies fighting for the same goal. Kakeru once again emphasized to the group, helping each other is the very meaning of fighting as a team. Having listened to him, both women fell silent. The idea slowly began to change how they saw their struggle. Agni realized Miltos was too strong for one person, so, acting as a pair, they would have many more chances to defeat him. The witch, stepped forward and proposed to combine their powers. She was sure that their advantages could be merged into one strike. Julia raised her gaze to her mentor and hope flared again in her chest. While the group prepared for the next step together, confidence returned slowly but persistently. Together, Julia looked at the mentor and finally accepted the lesson she had long tried to understand. Very soon, three women united their determination. Combining their forces, they agreed to go into battle together, not alone, one against all. Alone, tossed across the battlefield, Miltos dismissed their decision and remained firm in his invincible strength. He considered their cooperation futile. Instead of retreating, Kakeru moved forward with the rest who stood nearby. They declared they fought as a single side and were ready to challenge Miltos together. In a rocky cave, Kakeru and his companions faced a warrior in heavy armor. While the warrior was rising to attack, the young sorceress struck first. Her instant reaction disrupted his advance and cleared a path for the whole team. Seizing the chance, Kakeru rushed forward. Fighting side by side with the mage, he closed in and struck before the enemy could recover. And despite the warrior mocking their attempts, Kakeru remained confident. He wanted to prove the strength of this company rests on teamwork. The fight escalated when another ally charged forward. She blocked the warrior's path and covered her companion, giving the group the opportunity to continue the coordinated assault. The mage tore through the void with a lightning spell. The strike exploded between the fighters, pushing both sides apart while Kakeru looked for an opportunity. When the explosion subsided, Kakeru shouted to Agni. The warrior suffered no harm, and this showed how much their attacks differed from his skill. Agni tracked the exact movements of the enemy and decided to share a special ability. Her allies lent her this skill, but for a moment a strange feeling overwhelmed her. She had just gained the ability known as kinetic vision. When the effect turned on, her gaze immediately changed. Aiming at the warrior who was charging, she finally began to distinguish movements that were previously impossible to track. With activated kinetic vision, Agni carefully watched the warrior's movements. For the first time, every line of attack became clear even before it happened. Knowing this, she lowered herself and slipped under the huge ice swings. The warrior's blade pierced the void. A sudden counterattack and everything shifted. Her strike hit the warrior unexpectedly, making him realize something had changed. Confidence displaced hesitation until Agni stopped the attack. Her move became predictable, so she managed to respond with perfect timing. She understood both the enemy's movements and the most effective angles for striking and relentlessly pressed forward, turning the course of the battle to her advantage. Relying on a kinetic vision, Agni began a fierce assault. Every movement of the warrior became more predictable and her strikes landed more precisely. The grip scorched her chest just as she realized how effectively she could now fight. This skill turned the battle into something she could finally control. Looking from behind, Julia received praise for her hidden potential. Her abilities could further enhance Agni's capabilities. Together, without any delay, the new skill was passed to Julia. Magical energy enveloped her as soon as the temporary power was finally secured. Feeling an unfamiliar might within herself, Julia looked around the battlefield. She quickly understood this skill allows strengthening allies exactly when they need support the most. Next to Kakar, Julia monitored the flow of magic. Without increasing raw power, she sought the support that Agni needed most right now. Mastery revealed several options for improvement. Surveying the battlefield, Julia chose the combination that would give the greatest overall effect. A deeper understanding came quickly. She realized auxiliary magic is not about giving the strongest power, but about selecting the most suitable one. Magical energy spread throughout the cave as soon as Julia activated her ability. Receiving the enhancement, Agni immediately adjusted her movements. As soon as her abilities became refined, she prepared to challenge the warrior with greater efficiency. Relying on Julia's support magic, Agni surged forward as soon as she struck the warrior with a powerful sword technique. Her movements became smoother and faster. The enhancement worked instantly. Agni felt her body respond exactly as she intended, and she was able to act with impressive precision. Without any hesitation, holding the chosen path, she struck again. The fighter could not keep up. The blows landed one after another without pauses or stops. He was forced into defense. The warrior could not understand how the opponents he considered weak suddenly trapped and defeated him. From the rear of the battle line, Julia explained the truth. Agni and Io already had a hidden talent. She only helped them draw out the power that had always been within them. There, watching the battle unfold, Kakeru indicated that Miltos had made a serious mistake in assessing the strength of his opponents. The warrior was backed into the walls by the combined efforts of Agni, Julia, and the mage. Unable to come to terms with reality, Miltos desperately tried to convince himself that losing to people he considered inferior was simply impossible. Frustration finally overcame reason. He was overwhelmed. He became wildly exhausted. He unleashed a fierce attack on them and struck the group with everything he still had. Just as the attack was about to fire and take effect, Julia activated another support spell. Its power spread across the battlefield, weakening Miltos and exposing vulnerabilities in his body so others could take advantage of them. Lieutenant Julia launched another support spell and signaled Agni to act. Still remembering Miltos's tricks, the team acted according to a pre-planned strategy. Without hesitation, Agni rushed forward and struck with full force. Wasting no time, Agni called to her companion. The moment for the next attack had finally come. At that moment, the mage released the spell she had been nurturing in the depths. A lightning flash erupted in the cave and surged directly at the exposed enemy. The mage completed the final stage of her spell. Thanks to the time gained by Agni and Julia, the powerful magic finally matured and was ready to decide the battle. As soon as the mage put the finishing touch on the spell, dozens of magical circles appeared one after another throughout the cave. From the very top, a huge blade of lightning wrapped in support magic descended. Miltos could not easily escape, he only braced himself for the strike, holding his torso ready. The attack with insane force crashed into the very battlefield. Energy rolled through the cave like a wave, and the warrior tried with all his might to hold on under this pressure. Before he could recover, another lightning bolt broke out from another magical circle. Even more magical blades rained around him. Each time he was forced to jump aside, so Miltos found himself trapped in a continuous storm of coordinated attacks. The sorceress revealed the true nature of her spell. The frightened thunderbolt kept jumping between magical circles, changing direction repeatedly while pursuing its target. Trapped in the very center of the formation, Miltos endured countless blows. Each deflection returned the attack back, leaving no safe path for escape. The relentless gale finally broke through his defense. Pain and exhaustion overwhelmed him all at once. He could only scream as the lightning consumed him. From a distance, Kakeru's comrades watched the consequences unfold. The warrior's body twitched in convulsions under the accumulated blows from the coordinated attack. When the attack stopped, Miltos staggered and lunged forward in a charred and broken state. Just as Miltos was about to collapse, countless tentacles burst from his body. A monstrous presence appeared, and it became clear that the fight was not over yet. The creature twitched and transformed, twisting in place. Flesh, eyes, and blades continuously shifted as the transformation took place before everyone's eyes. In a moment, Miltos was completely engulfed. The monstrous figure absorbed him and grew into an even more terrifying opponent. As soon as Agni realized the danger, he immediately warned the others. The enemy could change form, making everything even more unpredictable. While the group was trying to understand what exactly had happened, the transformed creature spoke of a mighty style and a magical sword, and Kakeru immediately felt a new threat had risen before them. The altered monster broke the transformation with one strike, a giant blade. Like tentacles, the blades whirled through the cave, tearing the ground and forcing everyone to retreat. Aang barely managed to deflect the attack, covering his comrades, but even when the creature completely lost its mind, it still kept its focus on the battlefield. Kakeru did not retreat, on the contrary, he stepped right into the storm of attacks. Not understanding what he was planning, Agni and Julia closely watched every move. The mage seemed to urge them, "Do not take your eyes off." He felt that Kakeru had already found a way out. Strikes lashed from all sides, but Kakeru rushed forward without any pause. Sparks and heavy thuds filled the cave. He was already prepared to face the monster head-on. Finally stepping forward, Kakeru confidently declared, "The real fight is just about to begin." Composed and unwavering, he was ready to show the difference between himself and the transformed monster. Darkness and strange manifestations from all sides closed in around him. Kakeru stood alone against the enemy. The monstrous creature reacted instantly. Its numerous eyes and blades trembled as soon as it sensed a dangerous change in Kakeru's presence. A sinister aura spread around Kakeru and his weapon, and he, instead of fear, looked completely confident in victory. With incredible speed, Kakeru rushed forward. The arena instantly blurred in his eyes as soon as he made the first move in his counterattack. Kakeru unleashed his power without any restraint. A giant force exploded across the battlefield, sweeping away the transformed monster and crushing its resistance. When the attack ended, the cave itself shattered as if it had been cut from the inside. Kakeru stood calmly in the very center of the destruction, and the enemy's screams faded. While they looked at the result, Agni and Julia finally understood what had been explained to them earlier. The stories about Kakeru's power were not an exaggeration. The two exchanged stunned glances, and every incredible claim they had heard about Kakeru was being confirmed right before their eyes. While strange magical notes floated in the air, Kakeru remained standing alone among the ruins. The battle showed him as a true master of the magical sword, much deeper than his comrades could have imagined. Miltos, the weakened blade, the warlord, fell to one knee before Kakeru after defeat in battle. Instead of resistance, he laid down his weapon and accepted the consequence. Surrounded by the rest of his soldiers, Miltos offered his own life and begged for mercy for his people. Kakeru saw no reason to continue the slaughter. After Kakeru ceased his involvement in the conflict, he released them. Then Miltos approached Agni and Julia, admitted his mistake, and showed respect. Sweat streamed down the warrior's face until he openly acknowledged the strength of the two women. Mutual respect displaced hostility. The warriors accepted each other, and the former enemies parted without further bloody fighting. When the battle ended, Miltos led away his surviving soldiers, solemnly bidding farewell to Kakeru and his comrades. But before leaving completely, Kakeru stopped him and raised a question that had troubled him since that meeting. Miltos revealed that he had been informed about the powerful owner of the magical sword, and he had been waiting here to challenge that person. The source of this information turned out to be Herodotus, the chief strategist of the kingdom of Acropolis. The explanation spread through the Kakeru group. It became clear to them that someone had calculated their steps in advance and was manipulating everything behind the scenes. Their faces froze as soon as this became obvious. Night fell on the rocky camp while Kakeru was returning to the temporary base. The revelation about Herodotus pressed on his thoughts and would not let go. Locking himself in his own room, Kakeru reviewed the information and immediately recalled Herodotus was considered one of the most capable commanders of the kingdom. While he was analyzing the leak, he narrowed down the circle of people who knew about the mission. The answer was such that it was impossible to accept. A sudden thought struck him sharply in the head. He did not even have time to open his mouth when Io ran in. Agni and Julia followed him. The two women brought important information that needed to be announced immediately. As soon as they entered, Kakeru prepared to listen to the details. Perhaps finally it would become known who betrayed their movements. Agni and Julia confessed. In the past they had miscalculated with Kakeru. After seeing the last battle, they finally understood exactly where they had erred and sincerely apologized. Kakeru accepted the apology without any hesitation. His calm response confused the two women who were expecting insults. But even despite this, they remained upset. Simply brushing it off and moving on was not enough after everything that had happened between them. Deciding to make things right, they asked for a way to atone for their guilt. Nearby, Io quickly suggested, instead, give them a task. The proposal was accepted immediately. Agni and Julia eagerly agreed, ready to do anything Kakeru demanded to repay their debt. Kakeru supported Io and encouraged her to accept the request. After listening to everyone, he finally agreed to let the three explain what exactly they had planned. Agni and Julia immediately realized the situation was unfolding much worse and more shamefully than they expected. Meanwhile, Io remained completely indifferent and not a bit embarrassed. Rising to show her idea, Io without hesitation moved closer to Kakeru. The other two watched her closely, cautiously, as she confidently took the initiative. The next morning, Kakeru woke up incredibly cheerful, standing right outside near the cabin. He immediately began to think through their next step. As soon as he moved, thoughts again crashed into the failed mission. And here Kakeru felt a powerful presence nearby. He stopped, as if pinned by the unexpected arrival. While Kakeru investigated the strange presence near the camp, Peggy suddenly rushed to him. Panic gripped her like a fire. Attack! Without wasting a second, Peggy hurried with urgent news. Gihan City was attacked by the Acropolis army, and Ali found himself in the very midst of the events. Shock instantly spread across Kakeru's face. The situation sharply turned. The news of Guillaume's attack stunned Kakeru and his comrades. Instantly assessing the danger, he gathered the team and prepared to return. Without wasting time, Kakeru assigned tasks to the rest and set off back with Theo, and the anxiety grew. It was enough for him to recall the recent enemy assault. Only the city greeted me with ruined walls and smoke rising upwards. The scale of the attack became immediately obvious. In the abandoned streets, both citizens and soldiers crowded. Seeing everything with his own eyes, Kakeru realized how fiercely the city had suffered. Soon he found Nikki among the survivors. Relief briefly seeped through the anxiety as he searched for news about Nana and others. Kakeru found Nana and Mary among the survivors. Both were wounded during the battle, and Nana began to tell what exactly happened. As reported, the Acropolis army launched a large-scale assault, almost 10,000 soldiers. The attack started the day before. Under Kakeru's words, doubts began to grow. The enemy struck Jishona while Miltos was settling matters with his group elsewhere. It turned out this was no longer a random episode, but a bigger plan. Further information only confirmed the worst. Several powerful commanders gathered their forces and sharply reinforced the enemy. Reality turned out to be worse than expected. Defensive lines collapsed one after another, heavy losses mounted, and the eastern gate was eventually breached. While the battle report was still being clarified, a scout brought shocking news. The force that made the breach consisted of only a single saboteur. In the midst of the slaughter, that lone warrior was breaking through the fortress that had been torn at the gate. The fallen defenders were left behind. He went further without any resistance. Confidence blazed on the faces of the invaders. He glanced at the city defenders arrogantly and considered the clash almost a pastime. Meanwhile, rumors spread that the villain effortlessly defeated every soldier who crossed his path. The mystical attacker finally named himself Tanith Ariadne. His terrible proclamation echoed in the air, and he declared his intention to kill everyone in Silicosa. Nana immediately recognized Tanith, one of the 4 generals of Croples. She realized the threat and prepared for a direct confrontation. Despite the objections of her companions, Nana entrusted the safety of Fiona and Mary to Lord Milko. She herself chose to go out to meet the enemy. Casting a glance over the situation, Nana warned, Tanith's strength is significantly higher than any warrior they had encountered before. Soon Tanith was already standing on the battlefield and immediately singled out Nana. All his focus was fixed on the city's strongest defender. Without hesitation, the general rushed into attack. A powerful strike tore through space, and thus the fierce battle began. Nana carefully studied Hannah's attacks. The boy struck sharply and unpredictably each time, changing direction, but she remained calm and stubbornly searched for a gap. Not retreating a step, she slipped through the barrage. Her shield absorbed the blows raining from all sides while she confidently closed the distance. Nana immediately understood the enemy's plan, relying on long-range techniques, so she rushed forward to seize the initiative and take away the advantage. Breaking through the assault, she launched a counterattack and almost caught Tanith by surprise. But overall, Tana reacted instantly, dodged the blow, reversed the course of the clash, and pushed Nana back, not allowing her to take control of the fight. Just as Nana decided she had finally taken the tempo, Tana suddenly changed position. The unexpected move threw her off balance and disrupted the attack. A powerful counterstrike hit immediately. Nana was thrown backward. She instantly realized her attempt to close the distance only played into the enemy's plan. The plan Tanith calmly revealed that close-range combat was also one of his strong points. His confidence showed he had not yet fought seriously. Honestly, without giving Nana time to recover, he immediately unleashed another technique, endless blades, like strikes scattered across the battlefield and surrounding her. A stunning attack struck from all sides, trapping her in a storm of blows. Nana tried to push through the merciless barrage and not break. Downpour, trapped by the merciless attack, Nana endured the barrage while carefully studying the strange attack patterns of Tanith. Instead of panic, she searched for a vulnerability. Confidence grew as soon as she noticed a possible opening. Nana immediately rushed to exploit it before the enemy could reorganize. Her strike cut through the storm of attacks and swiftly went straight at Tanith. For a moment, it seemed victory was very close. A moment and the chance vanished. When Nana reached the target, she saw Tanith was no longer there. Before she could recover, the general appeared from the other side. His strange weapon worked in a completely unusual way, launched a new attack and caught Nana by surprise. Tanith revealed an even more powerful techniqueen, showered the battlefield with countless blows. Trapped by the pressure, Nana had almost nowhere to dodge. In a moment, artillery fire thundered around her position. Explosions tore the space apart, throwing Nana into the air with a blow and shattering her defense. Landing, she twitched, trying to get up. Nearby, Tanith remained surprisingly calm, certain that the battle was already decided. Standing over her fallen opponent, the general mocked both Nana and the followers of the Magic Sword Lord. His confidence only rose higher and higher. Despite her wounds, Nana did not give up. Rage and stubbornness flared in her eyes as she prepared to keep fighting. After a desperate clash, Nana finally lost consciousness, and since there was no one left to stop him, Tarneth turned his attention to the princess. Hearing the report, Kakeru immediately understood what had happened. Mari was taken far into the very heart of the crisis. The remnants of the defenders bowed their heads in despair. Despite all their efforts, they could not overcome the incredible power of the enemy general. Before leaving, Tanath briefly returned and left a note for those who survived in the city. On the ruined wall, a challenge to Kakeru was carved. To save Mari, he had to reach the fortress Yarkin within 3 days. Kakeru concluded that Mari was taken alive not by accident for a specific purpose. It seemed the real target of the enemy was him. Soon Fiona safely arrived at the place. Everyone sighed with relief. They had just confirmed that at least some civilians were saved during the attack. Although Fiona was grateful to be alive, doubts still gnawed at her. She said Mari did not manage to break free before the enemy got close. Burdened with guilt, Nana blamed herself for both the city's suffering and Mari's captivity. The defeat weighed heavily on her. Fiona gently stopped her, not allowing her to take all the responsibility alone. Moved to tears, Fiona thanked Nana for enduring so many hardships and for always protecting those around her. Hearing these words, Nana froze. She never received what she blamed herself for. The gratitude was completely different. Fiona's gentle smile eased the tension. For the first time after the battle, Nana began to admit her efforts were not in vain. Beside Kakeru, he quietly felt how Fiona was growing. Her strength no longer depended on dependence, now compassion burned within her. He made a decision not to let defeat dictate the future. Kakeru pushed Nana to stand up again, and these words reminded her once more, true warriors become stronger with every failure. Kakeru refused to give in to despair. He reminded Nana that Mari was still alive and that the fight was far from over. Fiona stepped forward and begged for Mari's rescue. Her sincere plea gathered everyone together into one stubborn goal, and this only strengthened their readiness to fight back. When the preparation started, Kakeru and Nana focused their thoughts on Tenat. They were convinced that the enemy had underestimated them. They swore to pursue him, save Mari, and make him answer for what he had done. 2 days passed after the attack on Jijan City, and the fortress in northern Silicosa still kept watch. Several guards were gossiping about the captured princess of Silicosan. She was not placed in a cell, but accommodated in a guest room. The bridge across the castle collapsed instantly. Some claimed that royal blood flowed in Brid and that she was connected to the nation that destroyed their country. While the dispute continued, a guard noticed movement in the distance and quickly raised his telescope. Through the lens, he saw 2 figures rushing through the rocky valley, raising dust as they rapidly approached the region. The 2 figures ran at a furious speed to the fortress and immediately drew the guards' attention to themselves. Shock spread along the walls as the watchers realized only 2 attackers were advancing forward. An alarm bell immediately rang through the castle. Muscles tensed, the young man did not slow down, preparing the attack while his comrades stayed very close. In a moment, a powerful explosion bursts forward. It cuts through the ground and flies straight to the fortress. At the very start of the assault, a giant wave covers the outer fortifications, envelops the outskirts in smoke, scatters debris, and sows complete confusion. The explosion tears apart the fortress wall, creating a huge breach, and the soldiers, raising the alarm, collectively cut through the air with cries of warning. Amid the crumbling, destructive stones, 2 attackers squeeze through the breach and enter the fortress territory. Thousands of soldiers rapidly converge, block their path, and from all sides close the ring around the intruders. Fear spread among the defenders as soon as they recognized the famous demonic sword lord, and despite their uncertain numbers, anxiety filled the ranks. Seeing the army gathering before him, the young man called to his comrades and focused on the next stage of the assault. The young warrior declared a direct assault and prepared to sweep away the defense forces. His commands inspired the soldiers and they rushed at the 2 intruders. He dashed without hesitation toward the advancing troops. The strike worked with incredible force. Many soldiers were thrown into the air. Meanwhile, his companion raised a mighty barrier around the position. The protective field blocked attacks from any direction. Across the entire battlefield, the warrior rushed through the ranks with incredible speed. One group after another was cut down, not allowing them even to gather and organize a defense. A confident smile stretched across his face, and the battle suddenly sharply began to turn openly in his favor. When the clash flared up, the princess launched a powerful attack and the enemy soldiers flew high into the air. Nearby, a warrior loudly issued a challenge: whoever dares, let them come out against him. Suddenly, he raised his sword and gathered colossal lightning energy. The sky flashed, the power covered him like a whirlwind from all sides. Thuds and strikes rolled from him wave after wave. A rumble and cracking, stone boulders shattered into fragments until the frightened soldiers already saw how the storm relentlessly grew. Panic swept through the fortress defense. In a moment, countless lightning bolts struck across the entire battlefield. Nearby, explosions tore through the fortress and the ruins scattered in all directions. When the smoke began to clear, the warrior stood atop the ruins, surrounded by broken soldiers and shattered structures. After they saw the complete destruction, the remaining soldiers lost the will to fight. While he had not yet managed to break free, a hidden attack struck and knocked the warrior to the ground, and the princess immediately noticed another powerful figure nearby. From the fortress stepped forward a muscular commander, and as soon as he entered the clash, he finally revealed himself as Tanith. The newcomer confirmed the captured princess was not wounded. She stood between the two sides. He had no concern for her. He was completely focused on the warrior. With rising tension, Tanith openly fixed his gaze on the owner of the demon's sword, turning the battlefield into a clash of two mighty opponents. Among the ruins and fallen soldiers, the clash did not subside. The mysterious commander never once took his eyes off the wielder of the demonic sword. He flared with irritation as soon as he heard the endless boasts of the warrior's achievements and glory rolling across the world. Proclaiming himself the truly strongest fighter, Tanith finally named his own name and directly challenged the warrior. The Lord of the Demon's Sword remained calm, not letting himself be caught in boasting. He stood confidently and awaited the strike. Attack without hesitation, Tanith rushed forward with furious speed. The decisive fight between two mighty fighters officially began. It began as Tanith prepared for battle. The master of the demonic sword suddenly changed plans. He decided to leave the confrontation and instead save Mari. Instead, not relying on the fight, he calmly retreated to the side. Tanith watched in surprise as the battlefield unexpectedly changed. Before leaving, the warrior gave a simple order. His face froze as he commanded Nana to eliminate their opponent. The order immediately pressed on Tanith. Left alone with Nana, she realized the duel would continue even without the warrior's participation. Stepping forward with shield and sword at the ready, Nana solemnly introduced herself and prepared to enter the fight with Tanith. The fight began. Tanith put Nana directly against herself and mocked her chances of victory. Confident after their previous encounter, she brushed off the threat as if it did not exist. Instead of retreating, Nana threw a counter-challenge. Calmly and clearly, she warned him it was not worth underestimating her strength. The tension between them immediately rose. Suddenly, Tanith launched the first attack with the intention to end everything and finish the fight immediately. She surged forward, pressing with irresistible force. Of course, as soon as he approached, powerful machinery unleashed a giant serpent like a whirlwind strikes flying at Nana from several directions at once. Nana did not retreat. She raised her shield and took the attack head-on. The looming attacks crashed into the defense and the duel finally truly ignited. It began. While the duel lasted, Tanith managed to notice Nana's fighting style shifted. Her movements became faster and much more precise than before. Taking advantage of the moment, he rushed into close combat. Nana remained unshaken, simply waiting for his attack to reach her. Deciding that his versatility would break the advantage, Tanith attacked again sharply and from another angle. But Nana instantly responded. Shield and weapon moved in unison. She intercepted the attack even before it could hit. Land, an unexpected burst of movement, and Nana slipped past his defense and pressed her weapon to his neck, forcing Tanith to realize the fight was no longer in his hands. When Tanith was cornered, he suddenly recognized Nana's weapon. Shock shattered his confidence, and he asked how she had obtained such a legendary blade. Nana remained calm and corrected his assumption. She explained that it was not a demonic sword, as he had thought. Raising the blade proudly, Nana revealed its true nature: the holy sword of Talimia. The master had passed it to her, and now it had become both her dreamed-of weapon and source of power.